Hello, everybody! If it's Wednesday, it's Warhammer, and that means it's time for another episode of Warhammer Weekly. Joining me, as always, my one and only co-host. It's Tyler. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, buddy. Good to be here. Excited for today's guest.
Absolutely. Welcome back, Tyler. Also, I'm so happy to be spending time with this gentleman again. One of my favorite people in the world, Mr. Benjamin Sava, one of the great AOS players of the world. How you doing, brother?
Hey, man. How's it going? It's good to be here.
It is
doing very well.
It is wonderful to have you on the show, and we are going to be talking about something I think near and dear to all of our hearts today, which is Orruk Warclans. I think we all have a love of orcs, right?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Fully on board now.
It was my first ever army, Orcs and Goblins, actually, when I was
wow.
10 years old. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
It runs deep, my love of Are we allowed to call them greenskins anymore, or has that been decided to be problematic?
I think we can still call them greenskins. Am I very loud? I think I might be very loud here. I'm sorry. I'll turn it down, everybody. There we go. Hopefully that's better. I didn't realize I had my mic turned way up, so hopefully that's better for everyone. Yeah, it looks like we're spiking less there. Sorry, everybody. I apologize if I blew your ears off, but it is appropriate. At least I didn't start the show by yelling "wah," as I wanted to do. But at any rate,
Benjamin, we have a bar of we just got to be under 4.5 hours for this show. I think we can do it.
Yeah. Okay, that'll take me to 2:30 in the morning. So.
All right. Took so much pleasure out of that time stamp that I saw on last week's video. Appreciated that, Tom. Good work, everybody, last week.
It was a lengthy show. Sorry, I was recording something else, and I had to turn the microphone way up, and I forgot that I left it way up, and it didn't show me spiking beforehand when I was testing, so sorry, everybody. I also turned Ben up a little, and Tyler, so hopefully they'll be coming through stronger. All right, well, now that we've got some sound issues resolved, gentlemen, let's get into the news. We can go through that quick.
Yeah, rumor engine. We've got the London Underground logo stamped on a skeleton head.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And what do you think? Witch Hunter was the first thing that came to my mind. When in doubt, Witch Hunter. Seems to be the version of vampires right now.
Sure. Yeah. There is a boot, by the way, in this picture right here.
Yeah.
You can clearly see a boot, a leather boot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with you. This is our Dawnbringer Crusades, a Dawnbringer Crusades hero out in the wilderness of Ghur, striking forth a bold human hero. No doubt that is 100% what it is. I think we've solved it. Benjamin, any guess from you as to what this particular little rumor engine is going to be?
I'm just looking at it now for the first time. I hadn't even seen it today. This is the London Underground.
Mm-hmm.
The guy with the London Underground head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that looks like a Shadespire base to me.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep, probably an Underworlds thing.
Underworlds, yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, it looks like that. It looks like one of those detail bases. That's it. That's all I've got.
Yeah, no, I can see that. Yeah.
This is the type of rumor engine that I hate because you know exactly what it is without knowing at all what it is. Like, it's clearly a tree and a tombstone. Got it. Right? Like, yep, that's what it is.
Wasn't last week's image a hilt of a sword, and we saw like a piece of an armor? I wonder if that's the same model.
Time will tell. Time will tell. It's rare that we get these that I go, yes, this is exactly what I wanted, right? Like, I know exactly what this is. Boom. Like, when we got the original Witch Hunter image for the guy from Curse City or whatever, we were all like, oh, Witch Hunter! You know, like, it was so obvious because of, like, the hammer thing. Like, yep, you use that to drive stakes. It's rare we get those.
So, yeah, that's the rumor engine. We had Gen Con, a few previews, announcements, a teaser for Warcry at Gen Con. Vince, you were there, yeah?
I was, yeah.
Oh. So, first up we had the Warhammer Underworld's Harrow Deep, which is going to be set in Olgu, they said. So maybe foreshadowing some Malarian elves in 2022, one can hope.
It's inevitable. Everybody complains about Stormcast, Yeah, there's too much Stormcast. First of all, we haven't even had like a real Stormcast release for 3 years since the launch of AOS 2.
Years. Mm.
Right? I'll tell you what I'm complaining about. All these elves. We can't stop getting elves. And we've still got more elves to go. We've got the other half of LRL. We've got these shadow elves everybody wants. And then they'll probably find some new 5th type of elf, a 6th type of elf. I don't even know what number we're on now. They're everywhere.
Kanothi, yeah. You've got a Kanothi, haven't you? They will be out point as well, surely.
Absolutely, yeah.
There it is.
Second wave of Ideneth that's been rumored for forever. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got
elves.
the more elves.
More elves. I love elves also.
The thing that stood out to me about this announcement was they're going to do pre-decks as part of the game now. So it's a sort of a card collecting thing where you try to create the perfect deck for competitive play. I was personally never really that interested, but the idea of having the decks pre-built for you, I'd find that a little more intriguing, a little easier plug and play, getting a game in. So I thought that was cool. Part of this.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I'm shocked they haven't done it already, frankly.
I know, yeah.
I'm kind of just listening to you guys for the news, actually, because I normally watch the show. All the news. So if I'm quiet, it's just because I'm listening to what's happened this week.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think I've ever seen such a strong distinction between incredible art and a miniature that frankly failed to realize that as the leader of the Stormcast for Harrow Deep. Because in the art, she's gorgeous and she's lit by the lantern against this sort of like dark, shadowy background with this wonderful environmental lighting, and her hood's down, and she has it's a beautiful piece of art. And then in the mini, they sculpted her with like her hood up, and it's like covering part of her face, and she's looking to the side and making kind of a strange face, and I'm just like, no, this isn't what I did not want. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't land, does it? It doesn't land right, the expression and the combination with the hood. Yeah, I agree.
No.
It's odd.
Yeah, so that needs to be replaced. Like, you got to snip her head off, remold the cloak, and then put on a Sister of Battle head. And then, because she has the Sister of Battle haircut, it's just blonde, it's not white.
Yeah, cute bob.
Yeah, she's got a simple bob, right? There's plenty of options for bob haircuts. Exactly, in the Warhammer universe. Now even you can get guys with the good old bowl bob type of haircut, right? Like, that's easy because that new Black Templar guy there that everybody's focused in on has it. So good to go.
I think Sisters in Battle have plenty as well. On that front.
Yes. Oh yes.
A little bit of representation with the different hairstyles.
There you go.
Not just the crew cut,
All right, so we had that, and then a little Warcry teaser, which, I mean, the obvious guess would be Spiderfang. That would match up with the rumor that we got a while back. We're supposed to be getting a new Arachnok Spider, maybe a Spiderfang versus Beast of Chaos. I think that was the rumor.
That was the rumor.
Yeah, not all, incidentally, those rumors turned out to be true from that source. I think they were off on the Grey Knights, for example. Grey Knights didn't get any models except for one new model, one character, I think. But yeah, what do you guys think? Benjamin, any thoughts, guesses? Might be. Did you see the Warcry teaser?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
No worries.
I normally do just get a whole roundup from you guys.
Yeah.
So I saw that there was a lot of people talking about 8-legged things, or there was a lot of suggestions of spiders. So I think that makes sense to me. Yeah. I saw more on Twitter than anything. Saw people talking about spiders, but I haven't heard the Beast of Chaos rumor. Everybody seems to think that Beast of Chaos are on their way out.
I think those people are crazy. Every time somebody doesn't feel like they get enough attention, they're like, "Oh no, we're on the chopping block. We're gonna go." And I'm like, no, Beasts of Chaos have been like, okay, if there's anything... All right, folks, let me explain to you why Beasts of Chaos are fine, okay? We live in an age that does not create anything new, culturally, okay? We only mine nostalgia. That's it. We want to sell you what you enjoyed as children over and over and over and over again, okay? And Beasts of Chaos have one of the oldest pedigrees in Warhammer. If you've ever seen the original White Dwarf, catalog of all the different beasts, of like the crab beasts and the ostrich beast and the just like nutso animal mixes from like 85. something like that. 86. They were very early. I need Hooves of Doom here because he's the librarian of the keeper of all of these facts of when things were made. But like, they have the longest serving pedigree. In a time when they're bringing back all of these things to resell you the things you loved, they're not going to kill one of these beloved things. They might remake the beloved thing in a new way to resell it to you again. They would do that. Okay. So, like, on a long enough timeline, you'll get all of those things that your little hearts wanted as kids that you couldn't afford when you were 14. And now you'll have it as adults with disposable income, and they'll be more than happy to shove it right into your face hole. So no, Beasts of Chaos are not going away. It's crazy. And like, it's why I completely believe all the Chaos Dwarf rumors, and that they'll repackage Chaos Dwarves for the same reason. It's why when we get to the old world, they'll have Bretonnians, and they'll have Tomb Kings back to sell again, right? So, yep.
Yeah. Checks out.
It's a convincing argument. Although, as we'll get into shortly, I think with Bonesplittaz, maybe if that is any indication of the direction that factions such as Bonesplittaz, Flesh Eater Courts, Beast of Chaos are going in, you're probably better to just just die a quick death. Just off with the head. Right. Don't. You don't want to go this way.
Yeah, I'll
scream in a pain.
I'll do my best to defend our Bone Slitters, but I get where you're going. So I get where you're coming from. I will do my best. So there we go.
So one thing on this, I remember thinking that there was a reference to Spiderfang with Varenspire, Everchosen, Varengard from back in the day, and did a little soothing. And yeah, I found War of the Spider Empire. It was a page on the original Everchosen book, that battle tome for some reason we got in 2015, one of the first battle tomes with like 3 war scrolls in it. There was a page where it talked about the Varengard and Everchosen invading spider things. I think it's called the Howling Cities. And so, yeah, there's some precedent for kind of this setup. Yeah, doing a little homework. So
it behooves the authors to just make a bunch of crap like this up. Okay,
right.
Like it behooves Phil Kelly and his team to just like go nuts and drop stuff like this around so that nerds argue about it forever and can then when eventually by pure happenstance the sculptors decide to expand it. Then all of a sudden they can be like, "Oh, see, I knew the whole time," and it's like it's such a survivor bias, right? Because you're only picking the one that they decided to make into something, and not the 500 they did nothing with that are just dangling threads. But sure,
right. Thanks for killing my research and thought process there. I appreciate that.
Well done, Tyler. Good job, you.
Bringing heuristics and biases into it as always, Vince. Well, thank you. I love you. Okay, so last piece, we wanted to talk about briefly the War Scrolls and what's happening to them.
Yeah, they removed all the War Scrolls from the website. I mean, it's that simple. There's nothing much more to it. The War Scrolls all got removed. The download section is gone, even on the old stuff. But I'm not sure that I really care is my answer. I liked having them there, don't get me wrong, but that isn't actually the common place I referenced them. As long as they remain free in the app, then fine. The app is free, and you don't have to sign up for Warhammer Plus right now with it. And in fact, it has like a skip signing in option, which assumes we'll then have less capabilities or whatever. As of right now, if you look in at like the Stormcast, their command traits and stuff like that are locked, the things that are in the book, unless you used your code to open it. But the War Scrolls are all there and in full detail. So I assume they're just going to use the same model they always did, where the War Scrolls are free and the rest of the stuff, the rest of the functionality, if you want the detail, you got to buy the book and pay for Warhammer Plus. I assume that'll be the road they go on. And everybody's saying like for now. Yeah, I know it's for now. Thank you. I'm fully aware. Like folks, I love you all, but like, maybe it'll change, maybe it won't. Right? Like, if it does, then I'll call them on it for being crappy, because War Scroll should always be free. If it doesn't, and they remain free, then you spent a lot of mental and emotional energy on absolutely nothing of value. So, how about we wait and see what they do? They seem to imply in the articles that the War Scrolls would always be free, and the part that would be hooked into Plus would be like the army building and all of that stuff. So, and besides, to actually build my army, I'm always going to use War Scroll Builder. All hail Tony P, our living saint. May he forever reign. So, there you go.
All right, that's it. Oh, and folks, we're going to skip events this week just to save time.
Yes. Yes.
We'll be back to that soon, though. Yeah.
Don't worry.
And thanks, everybody. I just want to thank, the number of people have been sending me events info. Paul Wright, thank you for your info from Iron Realms and others. Really appreciate it. Yeah, keep sending in those events to Dan and myself. It's all very helpful.
Here's Blood Tithe this weekend, though.
Blood Tithe? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Big
Rob?
Big one in the UK calendar.
Who's putting that on? Is Rob and company putting that on?
Mark Wilson's the TO and Rob is streaming. It's from the LGT, so it's a huge 40k tournament, and then it's normally international, but obviously slightly less international teams will be there this year because of travel and whatnot. But it's big, 128 players, so it's the biggest UK one so far.
Oh, well, brilliant. You going to be there?
Yeah, we've got a team fiction, me and Leo and Alex and Ben.
Ah, sweet, man. Good luck.
No, I'm excited.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how everybody does. It's going to be great to see a really big event in full swing. I am beyond excited. I will be watching. My wife is away this weekend, so it's just going to be me hanging out, painting, and I'll be watching all of you play some fun games this weekend. So the only time I won't be watching is when I'm getting some games in myself, but they won't be near as exciting. Just a quick comment. Thanks. Tyler S. just joined, but did I miss Spider-Fang news? You did. Spider-Fang. It's probably happening. That was the news. And shout out to Anthony who said skipping events is what Tyler is good at. Boom! Gotcha.
That was good. Well, full credit on that one. Yeah.
And AT, I agree. Where are my dragons? Every week we will. This is my Carthage must be destroyed. Where are my dragons? We can talk about whether or not they're overpowered. I don't care. Raise them 50 points. I don't care. That's fine. They should probably be 325 points. For two of them, like easily they're worth 325 points. I'd take 335. I'd take 350. I'm fine with it, folks. I don't care about them because of that. I love them because I think they're cool and I want to play Dragon Knights. I read Dragonlance when I was a very small kid. I read The Legend of Huma. I thought it was the coolest story ever of people riding on the backs of dragons with big lances. And I would like to buy my childhood, please. Thank you, as I just said. So, here we go.
Okay, I'm not going to touch that one.
Sure. I've been enjoying your commentary on Twitter this week, Benjamin.
Yeah, we all agree dragons are undercosted. Everybody agrees. We all know it. It's just a question of how undercosted they are. So let's just find a better point value and move them up to that, and then we can move on. Great. Like, neat. Next. Right? Like, I've never seen more universal community agreement than the dragons are undercosted. Great. Yeah, okay. So who cares? Like, I'll still be playing them. It's cool. There you go. And Owen, shout out to the Owen Jackson, who said, you can see my team and I walk away with the trophy. See you there, Vince. All right, Owen putting it down. Putting it down.
We'll see.
All right. Yeah, that's all our news, gentlemen. Shall we move to our next topic? Shall we get to some pick of the week? Tyler, you've got links. They're in the description. What would you like to share with everybody?
Yeah. So quickly go through these. Speaking of the Owen Jackson, the legend grows. There was a video by Kirioth, a pretty well-known fellow doing Warhammer content, particularly 40k, big channel. He played his very first AOS games, period. And he did it at a tournament.
Nice.
And yeah, a couple weekends ago now, I can't remember which tournament it was. Benjamin, you might know. But
Basehammer, I think it was.
Basehammer, right. Okay, thank you. And appropriately played Owen the first game. and apparently
Amazing.
was fantastic. Yeah, he had an incredible experience that first game, and just all weekend. So it was really cool to hear somebody really playing their first games ever at a tournament, and yeah, just
What
a
a first
great
opponent. You couldn't wish for a better first opponent than Owen. I think I've played him many times, and he is the nicest person I've played on the tabletop. Actually, always the most enjoyable games against Owen.
Yeah,
So a very perfect first opponent.
yeah.
He's very lucky there for that.
So it was just a really cool video hearing him go through his games and talk about his experience and all that, kind of dispelling some of the lingering myths or just views that folks have and being scared to attend tournaments. And on that note as well, Paul at Radio Free Hammer Hall did a video appropriately enough entitled "Why Everyone Should Go to AOS Tournaments," and he's kind of talking about kind of talking in general about it. He also mentioned, which I think is important, that we have a lot of experience of, I think, AOS tournaments being incredibly inclusive. I just kind of broadly defined. I saw at Brew City Brawl there were a lot of women. I mean, there were like 8 women, or you could see in a photo with the rest of us guys, which was just incredible to see at Brew City Brawl. Brendan is great, a really good environment over there, and it's just I thought Paul nailed it in terms of all the different reasons why we've got a good thing going with tournaments and the community in general. So those two kind of go together, and then finally, Tabletop Tactics. So a little bit of a different one. They're arguably probably are the biggest battle report channel, period. They run by this guy, Lawrence. He's been doing it for quite a while. He's one of the playtesters for 40K. So mostly it's pretty much all 40K content. But he had a discussion recently. Is 40K 9 too complicated? And I mean, spoiler, their answer is yes, essentially. But they went into a lot of depth, and I think it's a good reference for what we should be concerned about. Might lie in our future if we're not pushing back and trying to be thoughtful about some of these decisions that are being made. They really emphasize stratagems is a huge one that's had a big impact on 40K, because that's the one that opens up a lot of gotcha hammer potential, because you're not going to know all of the stratagems of all of these books, and they can be played at any given time and have a big impact on the game. So anyway, I thought it was an amazing discussion. Really highly recommend everybody check that out, because a lot of it's very relevant to AOS 3.0 and potentially going forward.
Nice. Yeah, I very, very, very much have that fear. That's why I was so happy to see a lot simplified, especially with like the Stormcast book. I'm not sure. This book, we'll have a discussion of whether or not we think that's true here as well. But because the Stormcast are really the sort of intro army and sort of the obvious pickup if you're a new player, like we need to have, I'm okay with a few armies being highly complex and being real head scratchers. Like those should exist too, because there needs to be something for lunatics like Benjamin to play and map out with his like 12 spellcasters and what they're casting for each thing in his exact first turn order. Like you'd like to do your Pepe Silva wall. Like that was a very rewarding thing for those types of players, which I do not count myself amongst. But it's good that it exists. But at the same time, overall, the game should trend toward simplicity, because complexity should become emergent. Right, it should be the emergent interactivity of different elements of the game that breed that sort of thing. So, anywho, Benjamin, what would you like to share with everybody?
I have to admit that right around the beginning of lockdown last year, I started listening to fantasy audiobooks with view of potentially maybe starting to write my own Erstwood novel. I used to be a writer before I became a painter. I've had a few things published, so I got really out of listening to basically anything else. If I'm painting now, I'm listening to an audiobook. I've listened to like maybe 40 or 50 fantasy novels in the last year or so, just every single day. And I'm about 20 books deep into Horus Heresy now, so I don't have any good Warhammer related content to recommend. So what I'm going to recommend is, Jake Osger, the Ex Profundis?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think he is like the funniest Warhammer related. He has the funniest Warhammer related Twitter account out there. Like his actual good sense of humor, and he he makes Warhammer funny in a way that a lot of other people try to do, especially with like memes and jokes and things like that just don't really land as well as his stuff. And he basically made the little menial who is polishing Helbrecht's blade.
Yes.
From the new thing, he photoshopped that so everyone can post the little menial onto their own pictures, and I've been seeing quite a few of those on Twitter, and they've been really making me laugh, and I'd like to see more of those on Twitter. So if you go to his page, he's got the little cutout of the menial dude who's cleaning the blade, and you can add him onto your own pictures. So I just want that's just selfish. I just want to see more of those because they really make me chuckle.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Awesome pick. I saw a couple different ones where the menial was polishing up Sigvald's beautiful, glorious exposed booty. So that seems absolutely appropriate. Ghost Button said, any fantasy book recommendations, Benjamin?
I mean, I just got into so much Brandon Sanderson after somebody recommended Stormlight Archive to me. I listened to the whole of that. I listened to all of Mistborn series, and then when I found out that he wrote the last 3 books of Wheel of Time, I read or listened to all 14 books of Wheel of Time just so I could listen to more Brandon Sanderson. So I would say like any Brandon Sanderson really is a really good place to start. Like I read a lot and read a lot of like non-fantasy books before this last year as well. Things like Jean-Paul Sartre and David Foster Wallace, and like actual like really, really incredibly well-written prose. And I would say he's up there with one of the best writers I've read, not even like as a fantasy writer, which feels like a caveat sometimes you have to give, like know he's good for a fantasy writer kind of thing. He, like, Brandon Sanderson's a legitimately good writer. Like his characters are just incredibly complex and nuanced, and just really, really incredible character and narrative arcs. And it's really, really clever, really interesting, really human writing. So I think that is definitely the best place to start. And Stormlight Archive is his sort of magnum opus, I would say.
I really liked Mistborn. Cool. I think I liked it better, honestly. But yeah, that's to each their own. But yes, I thought he is a great writer. I absolutely agree. And if you're into him, he does a bunch of talks and stuff he's put up on YouTube of just like about writing. If you're someone who's interested in writing and Brandon Sanderson's methods and things like that, he does all sorts of online talks he's published where he breaks down like the way he writes and how he thinks about characters and how he thinks about story arcs and just everything like that. He's incredibly prolific. So there you go. So great, fantastic, fully backed recommendation. I'm with that completely. Yes, as Autumn Lotus pointed out, yes, the great clean one, or I think somebody else mentioned it too, but somebody had Owen mentioned as well. Somebody had him polishing and turning him into the great clean one. Yes, that conversion. Yes, the menial it's completely memeable. For my pick of the week, our good buddy, friend of the show, Mr. Mephisto, just did a really nice show that went up today on Sons of Behemoth and some other related items. Do check that out. That's my pick. It was a lot of fun. I like giant talk. Giants are interesting to me because they are in such a strange place in the game right now, so it's fun to talk about them where you have this. It's always interesting when you get a great overlap of something that is both like incredibly casually interesting that people really like to play and something that's also highly competitive. It's this weird crisscross of the Venn diagram that doesn't always happen. It's not like people were running out and your casual players were adopting Vanguard Wing or something like that, right? Like back in the day or whatever. We could pick many times where it's been this weird, techie, complicated nonsense. But when it crosses over, then I think you easily get problems. So I think we got to be very careful about that sort of thing. So yeah, it's just a good discussion. And I'll be interested to see where Suns go in the future because I know JP has been stewing up some new data. We might have to have our man in the field, JP, back on at some point to talk data and the emerging meta, and I am here for it. All right, let's talk about a little hobby time. Before we get into everything else. So hobby time. Obviously, Tyler, you continue to not paint. Did you get any games in?
Yeah, I played a first test with New Stormcast and Kruleboyz last night. I think the Kruleboyz list was, we will get into this, but one of my contentions with Kruleboyz is that They are more compelling as combined arms than leaning hard into the shooting. Obviously, you want some shooting. And that was definitely the case last night. It was too much shooting. He couldn't do anything with objective play. So, yeah, it was Gardas, Southern Prime. I mean, just a lot of the good stuff. Didn't do dragons. Not personally that. I mean, dragons are great, but everyone's going to be playing dragons, and I think they need to go up anyway, so I'm not that personally interested. But, yeah, the Bolt Boys, good output. It's nothing too crazy. He didn't have the Sledge Raker for the +1 damage, so I think that's a really nice take. And, yeah, learned a little bit. Stormcasts are incredibly good at save stacking, to nobody's surprise.
Sure.
So you can get protectors on a +4, Mystic Shield, built-in +1.
Castellan.
Well, anyway, all that, just go down the list. Yeah, but it's +4, which is just unbelievable. Just in terms of.
Are they 3+ on their profile as well? 4+.
What's that?
Are they 3+ on their profile?
Yeah, man, they're
4+?
3+ base, and then as long as you have, I think, half or more than half with glaives at any time, you get another +1, not to the characteristic, but just always a +1.
Right.
So then, yeah, you add All Out, Mystic, and the Warning Lantern as the fourth one. And of course, you make them hunters so that they can always be potentially a +4. I mean, if you have the conditions right. Mainly, you're like buffing them up and then sending them in, because right now, translocation, as it's worded, it's missing the last sentence where it would say, and you cannot move, and at the end, you cannot move in the movement phase. So you can make a move with them, and they might be able to redeploy, but if you're going into like a castle, you're going to get into something. They've got a 3-inch. I mean, they do everything. I think there's an interesting debate between fulminators and protectors. Fulminators, you can shut down. You can charge them before they charge you, and if they don't blow up what they've got into, then they could be in trouble. You can pin fulminators pretty well. Protectors are just always on, like they're always going to do damage. So I think they're one of the absolute standouts in that book.
Yeah, I will say protectors also do almost the same damage as the dragons we're talking about if you compare them to the sword dragons as opposed to the on the charge lance dragons. Which I never fully believe in the on-the-charge things. Like, there's a lot of really, really fast things in this game that can get the drop on you, even if you have, once again, movement shenanigans. And so, like, when I look at the damage on the lances off the charge is not great at all. But, like, the fulminators do basically the same damage as sword dragons. And they're a lot cheaper. So... you can get a heck of a punch out of them, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, 4 of them, it's insane, the damage output if they're on the charge. Yeah, it's really nuts. You can burn down a giant, likely, or 3 smalls. So
yeah.
But yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, kind of learning a little bit more about Kruleboyz and kind of where they are. I don't like Battle Shock.
There you go.
They don't have a way. They don't have a way to ignore Battle Shock either. For the most, I mean, other than
they got a couple we'll talk about, but yeah. All right.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot. Yeah.
Benjamin, what have you been hobbying? Anything interesting on your table that you've been painting?
Yeah, but I don't know whether does it count as hobby anymore. I think I definitely do some. I do some commissions that definitely just feel like work. But this week has not been one of those because I've been doing stuff, additional things for. I don't know whether you saw the OBR army I did for Leo. That was sort of like all the Tau skulls and Tomb King's sort of shields on all of the OBR. So I've been adding some Soulblight Graveyards stuff for that for this weekend. Actually, I've been doing a Vordrite, a Vengorian Lord, and some zombies in the same style as that. And I've done some absolutely some of the most ambitious basing for them that I've ever done. It was the Giant's Causeway basing I did. That was like cutting out loads of individual plastic hexagonal rods of various diameters and pushing them all individually by hand into putty on top of bases, which was I really regretted about 5 minutes into doing that, but I committed to it, and I've really gone to town with that idea now. I'm really getting into the sort of using bases to help tell the story of the army a lot more, and really sort of really going to town with a few of the basing schemes I've been doing recently, and I think it can just add so much, and I think it's quite quite an overlooked area of the model. I think like once you've painted the model, it's often just slap some paint on it, dry brush it, get the basing done, and then you can start playing. But I think there's a lot of there's a lot you can explore, I think, with basing. So I've been doing that. For my own stuff, I did actually I very rarely get to do any hobby for myself this week, but because I've got a tournament coming up, which is the only time that I ever get to do anything for myself, I rush something out in the last few days before the event. But it'd be interesting to hear your opinions on it as well. I did post about it on Twitter, but I made this model. I made a Lord of Afflictions that was built out of a floated bloat drone, I think what they're called, from 40k.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like a war chanter bursting out of it, and it's sort of like mechanical and organic together, and it's a cross between two of my armies. So the sort of the Clan Skyer, which is Clan Mech, the leader of that is a character called Elok, who's the sort of arch warlock, and he basically makes, it's an Adeptus Mechanicus themed army, so he makes all of the Skyer acolytes are built out of Skitari. I've got the Vermin Lord that's built out of a knight, so it's all mechanical based. And then the sort of the guy behind the scenes who runs the Big Scourge, which is my Nurgle themed Oryx, is a little goblin shaman called Pox. And in the story of the Earthwood, those two characters are sort of like they've come across each other. Pox is and Elok is trying to become his sort of his master, so it's like a master and apprentice kind of relationship. And so the idea is that Elok has helped him to build this character from scratch, with view of trying to help him to perhaps use the same techniques that Elok uses to create some of his own characters within this Nurgle, characters or troops within this Nurgle thing. But it's such, like, I don't know, like, it feels like quite a novel idea to me, like mixing two, like, of your own very distinct and very sort of personal narratives and then putting them together in an army. And I wasn't sure how people would sort of react to that on the tabletop. They look at like a floated bloat drone and you say, this is my Lord of Afflictions, like they could be like, what the hell, how, why?
I love the idea. I did see it. I thought it was great. I really did. I thought it was a very cool conversion. Look, you're talking to a guy who cut up all of the mega gargants and hacked them to be, Frankensteinian monsters, and built my Cities of Sigmar army out of like, terrain stuff and 40k pieces and plasticard. So, to me, yes, 100%. I'm on board, man, 100%. I loved it. Because I know the background of your stuff and what you've been creating, and so yes, I think it's great when you can get that much of your own sort of narrative and then start bringing the stuff together. I see no issue with it at all. I think it's fantastic.
Okay. Well, if it's got the Vince Venturella that thumbs up, then I'm going to run with it.
Hardcore thumbs up right here, buddy. 100%.
Yeah, guys, I see this come up. Like a lot of our packs still have the WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get, and like the packs will sometimes still emphasize this notion of like the model's got to have the right weapon option equipped, and just in terms of, I never really found that to be the case and like an issue. Like nobody gives a damn. Nobody really cares. Tell me what you've got. I'm good to go. And like, I mean, as long as it's, like I can see there's a couple of asterisks maybe, like if you've got a unit that doesn't look like the actual unit, and then you have the actual unit in the army.
Right, sure.
Maybe that's a thing.
There are sort of three situations we're always trying to avoid. One, Tunican chariots, right? That's like, nobody wants that, okay? Two, I'm too lazy to do anything for the new fig, so I'm just going to grab my Glade Guard and say they're now, Bleak Swords. Or whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
Sure, absolutely.
Right, just like A is B. And there's no effort put in there. They just literally grabbed the models and said, this is now this. Right? Okay. And then C is, yes, the bad actor who is like almost trying to confuse you by saying like, oh, these Phoenix Guard are actually Executioners, but these Phoenix Guard are really Phoenix Guard. It's like, okay, no, stop. Okay. But like that kind of behavior, the three things I just labeled are super rare. when I see people do conversions and they're reasonably accurate to what they are, I'm like, yeah, let's do this. It's fantastic, right? Like, I'm stoked as for it. I'm very happy about it. And by the way, like, there's lots of ways to go about that. I've seen that from very simple things, people using other things to become things, but they make it feel like that thing. So I don't have a problem with taking Phoenix Guard and turning them into Executioners, as long as you sell me that, right? Maybe you put some Executioner heads on them, or you do something else with the weapons or whatever, and then you don't have normal Phoenix Guard. Like, cool, that's just your take on those. Yeah, fantastic. I'm down with it, you know? Like, fine. Or all the way up to super crazy conversions like what you're talking about. And yes, I agree. That part of the pack just needs to be more carefully written. Right? To say, like, look, here's the bad behavior. Don't be stupid. If you show up with something that's obviously in bad faith, I'll ban it off the table and you can't use it in the game. And that's it.
I like that.
Most of the time, those little addendums to packs end up being quite prohibitive in a way that actually, when you get to the event, like the TOs won't care about it. Like Warhammer World has quite a bad reputation for their sort of their packs being quite sort of severe with the wording of proxies and WYSIWYG and things like that. But then I took that Skyer Acolyte army. I think the general consensus is if you go to a Warhammer World event, don't email them pictures. It says to email you pictures and they'll confirm them whether they're okay or not. And quite a few people have had things rejected from there because they've sent in the pictures. I just went with the approach of just don't send them anything and take it there. And I took that Skyer Acolyte army, which it's all Skitarii Rangers. There's no actual Skaven in there apart from like heads and bits for conversions. Took that to Warhammer Worlds. That I was on stream on the very and someone the night before, actually on the Friday night, someone said to me like, have you had them okay that? Like, I really think that they'll make you take that off the table. And I was really worried. I hadn't been to many events at that point. I was kind of, oh no, you know, like, are they gonna actually make me take it off? But I was on stream there. They gave me an award at the end of it, Artisan of Renown or something like that for doing something so sort of out there. So I think a lot of the time it's just actually in real life, rule of cool trumps everything. I think for most people,
it's exactly it. It's exactly it. Right?
Yeah. Like as long as you say it's had some effort put into it, and someone's done something intentionally rather than just like, oh, I've had this, you know, like if I had a floated blow dry lying around and I was just like, oh, I'm just going to make this into Lord of Afflictions because I can't be bothered to buy anything else or whatever. But you know, like as long as there's effort being put in, I think most people will go for it, won't they? At events.
100%, because we all want to see cool stuff. Right, that's the universal rule. Like, we want to see cool stuff, and you can smell effort and its inverse from a mile away, right? Like, I know when I look at somebody's army and it's obvious they've put in effort, and if they did a bunch of cool stuff, then I'm on board for it. I love it. I'm into it. I want to see people bring their imagination to life. Isn't that supposed to be part of the fun of this hobby? Right? Like, I love it. And so like some of my favorite armies that I've seen are when people just get really nuts and really let their imagination go wild. And I think that should never be kept down. All right. Anyways, we got a lot to cover, so I'm going to keep us moving.
And I would definitely agree. Yeah, scale and size, you got to have that right. But
sure. Yeah, I mean,
obviously, that's part of the, you know, don't be a bad faith actor.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. You don't take like a bunch of some tiny miniature and be like, you know, you don't go get the original Hero Quest Bloodthirsters and put them on the Bloodthirster base and be like, these are my Bloodthirsters. Like, okay, right. Come on now, right? All right. My hobby time was limited because I was at Gen Con all weekend from basically after the show last week until late on Sunday, so I did not have a lot of hobby time. But I have got my Annihilator all finished up. There he is with his big bonkin stick. I've only got one more to do in the unit. He doesn't have a shield on. I just didn't attach it yet. But there he is, Mr. Annihilator. And my Ratcast Annihilator with his bonker. One more to do there. And that will mean technically I have 2 battle line units done if I play Knights Excelsior. So that's pretty good.
Amazing.
So there we go. I'm getting close. There's a lot more to do, though. There plans to be much painting time this weekend and over the weeks to come. If I don't, I've got to get enough painted that if they don't get me my dragons in time, I still have an army, depending on when these freaking dragons eventually release. Okay.
Do the dragons in the same theme?
Yeah. They're all going to be Ratcast. It's going to be my Ratcast riding dragons. Yep.
Amazing. I'm looking forward to seeing those.
My Skaven were redeemed. They are now among Sigmar's champions, and so the greatest of them have been given dragons to ride. Rats on dragons is another dream of mine from when I was very young. So there you go. All right.
I like it.
Okay. So let's get into some Orruks, shall we, gentlemen? Let's do this. It is time to review the Orruk Warclans. Let's make sure that looks okay. Yep, that looks great. Okay. Orruk Warclans. Before I get to my summary page, I'm going to go to both of you gentlemen. Overview of the book. What you think about it, its design, do you like it, whatever. Give me a 40,000 foot view of it. Benjamin, I'm going to start with you, since you're the guest. What's your general high-level feeling on the book in toto?
So, I kind of think that the 40,000 foot view is the view, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can see everything already from 40,000 feet away. There's no sort of... there won't be, as you mentioned earlier, there won't be any sort of like, pouring through the battle tome in 3 or 4 months' time and finding secret little combos and adding them all up to make something that is much bigger than the sum of its parts. I think it's heart on its sleeve, isn't it, as a battle tome? So I think that's my overview is just that actually you can see all of the parts, you can see all of the moving parts and how they will fit together, and then I think the key to unlocking the battle tome will be it will just be figuring out how best they do work together, rather than finding sort of lots of little hidden gems and secrets and making it far too complicated and over the top, which is what I normally do. That's
right.
basically, but that's it. Yeah.
Fair enough. Tyler, what's your read?
Yeah, I like that. So let's see. Let me start off. So maybe competitively. I mean, that's something that everybody tends to care about. I mean, Ironjawz. We're gonna share a lot of excitement. I'm gonna get ready, people. Like the Ironjawz love is gonna be unfettered throughout this show. I'm very grateful to Pocastro and you, by the way, for seeing the future. Apparently, I'd love to borrow those powers sometime. You nailed it. Yeah. Ironjawz in particular is, I mean, just about everything that I would want out of a small range of models, a faction that's nice and compact, and it's all, for the most part, doing a thing, and it does it well. Like, so getting into more details, I thought they nailed them. They're going to be quite competitive. But they've also have some healthy constraints.
Sure.
In particular, range damage can still be a challenge. So that's good. That's the offset with Ironjawz. Bonesplittaz, Benjamin's gonna share a lot of thoughts on Bonesplittaz. I've been hearing a lot of thoughts on the internet. That's an army I have no familiarity with, for the most part. I mean, I would see them do potentially well with 200 plus wounds in 2.0 to the tail end of 2.0, but I've been gathering that it's a bit of a mess with them. So I don't really have an opinion on them. Kruleboyz, we officially have a Johnny army, in terms of the Timmy, Johnny, Spike. Within Destruction, they are definitely a Johnny army. I think it's going to be, they don't strike me as a top tier army. I think some skilled players will find a way to get more out of them than the baseline. But I think the results will be all over the place. The initial read of shooting heavy doesn't strike me as being right. I'd love to get pushback on that. I think you want some shooting. But they look like a combined arms to me. But yeah, I find them the most intriguing, just in terms of some of the potential. But I think there's some obvious misses and like a big first sen with Kruleboyz, with one unit in particular, and the point value of that unit. But yeah, the overall design, you guys touched on this a lot with Stormcast in terms of the streamlining. And you mentioned as well, their simplicity isn't always good or bad. It depends. Context is required. And I think Stormcast, the simplicity for the most part was a hit, with some misses. Here, I suspect Bonesplittaz is a big miss, but Ironjawz, it's a big hit. But they were already fairly simple, but yet effective and complex in certain ways in what they can do. So yeah, I mean it's a mixed bag, but those are a few thoughts to kick us off.
Sure. Did you ever see Mars Attacks?
You know, I never did actually see. I saw Galaxy Quest. Those two kind of came out around the same time,
Sure.
but I never did see Mars Attacks. Yeah.
It's a good movie. It's fun. There's a point in there where the aliens come in and speak to Congress and then melt them all with laser guns, with their little laser guns. And the president at one point says, "I want the American people to know they've still got 2 out of the 3 branches of the government working for them, and that ain't bad."
Yeah.
For some reason, that stands out in my head with the Warclans book. So that ultimately, I suppose, is probably my surface thought. I mean, it's really 4 distinct armies in one book, right? You can't mix Warclans in anything but Big Waaagh, because you do have this Big Waaagh force that allows you to just kind of throw everything together, but with restrictions, which we'll talk through. Here's my summary of the 3. Ironjawz simplified but gained in their overall ability to do what they do best, move fast and hit hard. I actually love every unit in it more than I did in its previous incarnation. We've somehow gotten better again, because I really feel like the 3 units have clear role distinctions and are really, really functionally interesting in what they do on the table. And I've only gotten 1 game in with these new Ironjawz, but my God, did I love it. It was so good. The Kruleboyz, I think, are techie. They do have some powerful shooting, without a doubt, and they have some decent tricks. So you know, we'll talk about them. Like, I think there is some interesting sort of combo type play there in ways that you can do it. Bonesplittaz, I think they lost a lot of flavor and options, but I think there's still potential there. I think unfortunately they became a pretty. I think they became a fairly like. Single dimension, monodimensional army, I think, is unfortunate.
I think.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, on the topic of simplicity, which seems to be a hot topic at the moment within the competitive scene, I think with Bonesplittaz, it seems like they've gone backwards to simplicity, whereas I think like everything that's simple that's done well is done well by intention. Like I buy a lot of my clothes from a lot of my basics from a place, just going to fashion just because it's easy for me, but I buy a lot of my like clothes from a place called Koss. Like a lot of my basics just do black and white t-shirts, really, really simple stuff, but they're always beautifully made, like really, really well designed, really, really beautiful cuts. And they're just black and white t-shirts, but I pay a premium for them because they're done well and they're done so simplistic, because they're designed from a point where there's, that's all it's going to be, ever going to be, is a black t-shirt. And I think if that's the way that we're going to go in Age of Sigmar, then, and we're only going to have 1 ability on each war scroll, and we're only going to have 3 artifacts, and we're only going to have 3 command traits, then they need to be. They all need to have a place. We can't, like, right. If you're taking away all of that stuff that people weren't using, then every single piece in there has to be designed. It has to, if it's just 1 scroll on the war scroll, it has to be a really good, interesting rule. Whereas, and then that needs to be done, I think, from the ground up, from the starting point. It needs to be designed knowing that it's going to be simple. Right. But I think what happened with Bonesplittaz is that they've taken something that was really interesting, and it genuinely was one of the most challenging and rewarding armies that I've ever played. I think there was so much more depth in it than what it appeared on the War Scrolls and in the old book. I think Orruk Warclans was the best book of AOS 2, like hands down. And they've just taken all of that flavor away and made it simple by just removing things, and I just don't think that works. And maybe that is because it is an older faction and we're at the beginning of this new direction, and more books are going to go in this direction, but they will have this design philosophy in place, whereas it does just feel like things were taken away from them without adding anything in.
Right. There wasn't like a compensation of sorts there, because it's not that simplification, I said this during the last show, but it's worth repeating again. Simplification in itself has no value, right? Like it isn't a virtue in and of its own existence. It can sometimes be a necessity because we've complicated the base game, right? That is to say, the underlying foundational game is now more complex. So you can have a good incentive to keep your game like moving and playable by having simpler armies, but that does have other consequences beyond that, right? I think it works for Ironjawz, which, by the way, Ironjawz still have a lot of. I've always said that Ironjawz was one of these armies that like always on its face looked simple, but was actually very complicated to play, because you had to play completely in the tactics to win with a melee only army, right? Like your movement, your positioning, you had to be smart about things. You had to be in the right place, the right time, apply your power in the right places, the right time, and I still think that's true. Right? Like, it's a fundamentals game, and it always was. What feels good about Ironjawz is that I feel like they lost nothing I missed, right? And instead, I leaned into and now have options to do what I wanted to do, which was move and hit people, right? And I can just do that in different and interesting ways now, and there is new and interesting things to discover. Like, not all of these things are so simplified. Though I think we oftentimes say, oh, we've simplified all the scrolls or this kind of thing, and that's not true. Some of these scrolls still have some very techy abilities, both in the Ironjawz and in the Kruleboyz. Bonesplittaz, I agree, probably not as much, a little miss there, right? But some of these things do have very techy, combo-ific, like, wombo combo. You will be, like, the difference between a winner and a loser piloting the army is who uses those abilities correctly, right? Skill tester abilities. Those are still going to exist. Those do still exist in both of these armies, right? But I think at the same time, and this is something that Rob has been saying, right, is that he says, oh, well, allegiance abilities are basically nothing now, so only the scroll matters. Okay, well, Rob, as ever, is prone to a little bit of hyperbole. I love the man, but he loves the hyperbole. And what I would say is the allegiance abilities have certainly been scaled back, and the other abilities like sub-faction rules have been scaled back. So the onus does fall on them to design scrolls that have different roles, value, and uses in the game, right?
Yeah.
Because if you make a single scroll that feels like it can do it all, dragons being a good example, right? It can then feel overwhelming, right? So
And it just incentivizes people taking those scrolls specifically. Then, like, if everything, like Stormcast, like dragons is a great example of that, because there is so much stuff in the Stormcast book that just you would never take, and is really dull or doesn't have much of a role on the battlefield. Then everyone's just going to go towards the stuff with the flame. So that's why, I don't mind. I don't mind if this is the direction that we are going in, but as I say, I think every rule, and even if it's just one rule, like Brutes and Ardboys, are a really good example, right? Because they do just fill two completely different roles.
Right.
Here's your new co-host.
Whereas before, they were just doing the same thing, and that's.
Can this be Vince's new co-host?
Yes.
I like Tyler, but no Tom. Just promise me no Tom.
We're good, Kathy. Dogs and me. Yep. Let's do it.
Yeah, Tyler said just dogs and him. There you go.
I like it.
Okay.
We'll do a spin-off series with just me and the dogs and Tyler. I love it.
100%.
Warhammer Weekly Doggos.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I think you're
dead on, Benjamin. You're dead on, right? Like it's amazing how much you can do with one well-executed rule, right? Like it doesn't take a huge amount, and I think that a lot of this discussion has been around the loss of flavor, or complexity, or simplification. All these words get thrown around, and part of like what people oftentimes mean with flavor is often just needless complexity. Okay, those two things do move not together, but there's a correlation, not a causation there. You can do really flavorful rules that are pretty simple. The brute rule is a great example, right? But they're harder to design. It's really easy to make bad, flavorful rules, and bad means overtly complex, right? On a wound roll of 6, when fighting a hero, then this thing also happens if you roll a die and on this plus, right? Because these guys are hero slayers. Okay, sure.
The named Swampcaller boss, his rule is a really good example of that, with the bet and the
Yes.
bait and the hobgrots and the things, and you got to get the triumph, and you can only use it on a specific thing. Just awful,
Right.
awful rule.
It's a great example, right? So, I think that sometimes you can people get wound around the axle on this stuff, right? And so when, and by the way, this is a struggle that like lots of games have had over time. It's not like this is something unique to Warhammer. If you look at like D&D and 3rd edition, if you look at Magic over its history, there's plenty of times where flavor was defined as just overtly complex nonsense. Right? And it doesn't have to be that way. You can do flavorful stuff with simpler rule structures, but it's really hard. You have to think really hard about the design, right? And make sure you're not creating mental baggage. And that takes, a lot more thought than just saying 6 is to wound in this case, if this, then this, in addition this. Right. So.
Yeah, I mean that's why I love Ironjawz so much, because they did do such a nice job with that. It's simple, it's contained, but it's elegant. Everything has a role, as you said, but then that's also why so many of those hero role scrolls are meaningless in that Stormcast book, because they're not filling any role, they're duplicate, etc. Or there's a few standout units that are doing too much. I think maybe protectors are doing too much, but anyway, yeah, kind of difference between simplicity and elegance.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and I try to avoid saying needless complexity, though that's certainly a thing. Needless complexity exists. There is such a thing as needless complexity, bad complexity. In the same way simplification isn't in and of itself good, complexity isn't in and of itself bad. I talked at the beginning why I think there should be complex armies that have very Johnny-ish type techie interactions, because there needs to be things for, Benjamin and others like him, other weirdos like him, right? Who really love that kind of interaction. I believe that should exist, right? That stuff should exist. It shouldn't ultimately be the most competitive choice, but that type of stuff should always exist. And I don't think we want to over-extrapolate from what is basically one data point of the first 2 books to suddenly say that, anybody techie is going to be gone, and we're just going to destroy all of that. I don't buy that for a minute. I think the trend overall will be toward trying to reduce things that are setting, like, that are needlessly complex, because there is certainly a subset of complexity that is that. And then there's going to be some stuff that they keep, but I hope they design it better. Like, I hope they use this opportunity to create actual interesting choice mechanisms in those things. That would be our best case scenario, right? So that's what I hope to see. But we'll see. Time will tell. Okay. And ultimately we're always going to be burdened with the fact that, and Bonesplittaz are a good example of this, where you have lots of units that are duplicative with other units that exist. I mean, Stormcast is the ultimate example of this, right? Where it's like, we made so many of the same thing, and now we got to try to figure out how to make them all different and useful. Get into an army that has 7 units. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's where you want to live, because they can figure out how to keep all of those distinct. Okay.
There's a lot of truth to that.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen.
Is the opposite. Because that's only 10. That's only 10. Is it 10 or 12? 10 more scrolls in there.
Know, it's a shame.
It's not that many. It's just, unfortunately, they're all very similar. Like, there's a lot of very similar stuff to each other, right? You've got like these orc boys, or the Moor boys, or these dudes on pigs, or the other crazier dudes on pigs. It's like, right? Like, they got themselves into the same situation in a very small number of units. Like, your perfect world would be you'd redesign that line, right? And keep the good stuff, collapse things down, and add more crazy savage orc goodness. Like, that would be the right world to go. But, anytime you talk about taking anything away from people, even if you're going to add twice as much, that's not going to be a happy day. Right, people just immediately, like, the negativity bias comes out hard, right? So
yeah.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Well, before we get into this, don't forget to hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Hit all those buttons, as it says up there in the corner. Buttons are fun. So hit like if you liked my wife interrupting us with dogs. Hit like for dogs. The dogs will know that you hit like, and they'll be very thankful and be better dogs. They'll be good dogs. All right, gentlemen. shall we crack on? Let's get into the meat of this. Okay. Just time stamping this out. All right, let's do allegiance and all that related nonsensory. Okay. All right. So, Kruleboyz allegiances. They have subfactions. Great. They work like the new subfactions. We talked about that before. Venom-encrusted weapons. We've all known what this is. The important part to remember here is that it's only Kruleboyz Orruks that will be relevant for various models. On a 6, their damage characteristic becomes straight mortal wounds. This does not apply to mounts unless stated otherwise. There are a few scrolls that say that. You've got the Kruleboyz Waaaggghhh, which you can call in the combat phase when you pick a friendly Kruleboyz general to fight. You can say they're calling the Waaaggghhh, and if you do so, you pick 2 other friendly Kruleboyz units wholly within 18 inches of that general that have not yet fought in that combat phase. That general and those units you picked can fight in one after the other in order of your choice. So basically letting you jump the order. So you're even faster than double picking elves. You get 3 picks once a game. So take that, LRL. And then you've got your whole dirty tricks section. So there are 4 different dirty tricks: noisy racket, lethal surprise, disappear in act, and covered in mud. I honestly love all these. Like, we talk about flavor. Now, these have some flavor. I don't love all of the mechanics on all these. There's a little too much rolling for rolling that I was talking about. But the idea here is good. Some of these could just be more straightforward. Like, I would have given these, if I was the developer, these would have got another pass from me. So there is still a bit of, like, silly complexity in here for no reason. But conceptually, these are awesome. Benjamin, what do you like amongst these? What's your picks? Noisy racket, lethal surprise, disappear in act, covered in mud. What do you like?
Well, first I've got to give a shout out to the most important aspect of this rule. The bit that excites me the most is the timing of it.
Yes, it's
just
agreed.
Beautiful.
Yep.
If it was before the game, if it was on a list, even, and I think in previous iterations of different books, we've had things like this, and you'd have to decide it on the list. But there's so little in the game that lets you adapt to your opponent on the table. And even the things that we used to have, something like the Battle Mage used to have the 8 spells that you were able to choose at the beginning of the game, but then it got turned that you had to change it on the list. Like, I love rules that allow you to adapt to your opponent and in real time. And I think the fact that it is after, not only is it after turns have been, like, tables have been decided, deployment's been done, it's even after, who has chosen the first turn or not. So you know exactly, you know everything. You've got the whole map. You've got everything that you need to know about the board. So before you're even choosing any of, seen everything. And I think that's what makes this such a fantastic battle trait for me. I think of the 4, I think Disappearing Act is my favorite because it ties so much the way you write your lists. And I think we'll get into it in a little bit, because I've seen quite a few people on Twitter who have been afraid of the sort of big yellers, Bolt Boys, Alpha Strike, which doesn't exist. We'll get into it when we get into the rules, but it doesn't exist. There is no such thing. But there are potential Alpha Strikes that you can do, but it's with monsters, and I think Disappearing Act ties so well into that. It's something that you really, really consider in list writing, and it's just, like being able to pick up and delete a screen, and then sneaky deploy a monster, double move another monster in the hero phase, use the spell, use the mount trait. You can get 3 monsters up there in their face, remove all their screens, use your big war, get them all to fight 3 times. Like, that's what I like about lists, is layering layering stages on top of each other, and I think so that's definitely my standout. But man, I love it. All of them I think have options, apart from the other one needs to be not within one of an objective. That's too easy to play.
Yeah, that came up last night. Yeah, he told me. I was like, so what's your range on that? And 1 inch. I'm like, that can't be right. Double check that. Yeah. That's that. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's too easy to just not ever go within 1 inch of the objective. Yeah, and never trigger it. Yeah.
which might be a little bit more difficult with terrain pieces. But with the objective, you can claim the objective without standing within 1 inch of it, isn't it? Apart from if you're a Kraken Eater, the only thing I suppose you want to kick it.
Right. Right.
But yeah, no, I absolutely love it. I think it's one of my favorite battle traits ever. I think I love it.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
I completely agree. And your point about the reactionary capability of it means that, like, yes, some of these are only good in certain circumstances. Okay, we all agree on that. But that's fine, because you don't need to pre-assign it. So when you're in those certain circumstances, you can make that choice, right? Like, if you think you're going to get alpha'd by something that's by a lot of big things that are going to come into you, you can just go for, like, the default sort of noisy racket and give the entire enemy army -1 to wound, an extremely powerful debuff, right? And just, like, know that you are going to be in a much better position to survive whatever that alpha is, right? If they've outdropped you and they've taken the first turn, and it's not hard to read the tea leaves at that point as to what they're going to do, right? Lethal Surprise, I agree, is kind of the one that I like the least because of the 1 inch. It's too much rolling for rolling as well. It's like roll 3 dice, and then on a 4-up, then you pick 1 for each of them, and then it's on a 2-up, and then it's D6 mortals. So great, sometimes it's going to be like 1 or 2. Yay! You know, it's just not enough. It should have been more set in what it does. I think Disappear and Act is amazing against certain armies. You know, you got like units of 10 pinks you're just taking off the table. Amazing, fantastic, love it. You know, all that kind of stuff. You're right. Pulling chaff units, right? Like, oh, you've got a bunch of pre-game moving chaff. No, you don't. Bye. You know,
pulling. Yeah, so many armies pulling techless. Like going through the list, we'll get into this with each army, but it seems. I mean, so many armies right now. It seems like you want to be low drop and ideally just 1 drop in 3.0, and just that chance to give your opponent first. And then they lose Techless or Nagash.
Well, you can't pull the big unit off.
Oh, you can't?
No, you can't. It has to be a tiny unit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you have to roll greater than the unit's wound characteristic.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I missed that part. Okay.
No, you're fine. It's all good.
It can't be reinforcement. It can't be like a unit 30 cents.
Yeah, okay.
For instance. Yeah.
So it's perfect for killing chaff units, things like Untamed Beast. People like to, pre-move chaff you with. Units of 10 pinks, right? All that kind of stuff. Min units of weird glass cannony shooters, like flamers or something, is a great pick because they're only like 2 wounds each, so it's not that hard to roll a 3-up and pull the unit off the table. But that kind of stuff is what it really excels at, right? Yes, it can't be reinforced, but there's lots and lots and lots of units that you just getting rid of 1 to 2 of them off the table, because that's going to be your sort of modal outcome on 3 dice looking for 4 pluses, is you'll get 1 to 2.
You think about a lot of the armies that are using min battle line, and you're playing
Lumineth.
You're playing something power of numbers, and you delete 2, maybe even if you roll hot and delete all 3 of their battle line, and then they're just off the board. And get up there and then claim the objectives, and then they can't deploy. You stuff you run across the board, claim their objectives, battle line, and they can't deploy in their own deployment zone. There's so much interruption you can do with that. The Ideneth Deepkin are running a lot of 3 times Ishel Guard as their only troop.
Yep, sure.
Get rid of all of them. You get into the meat behind it. You stop things like Forgotten Nightmares. I think it's just one of those rules that the more use you're gonna find that you get out of it.
And if they show up enough, percentage-wise at tournaments, then they'll potentially impact list building, as you're pointing out. Like Lumineth also comes to mind, where you'll often see just, maybe 2x10 Wardens.
Sure.
Or maybe 3x10 Wardens. And yeah, I mean, that might have to change if they're able to just remove them. I know Lumineth are often 1-drop or 2-drop as well. But, potentially you get alpha'd and get those sentinels off the board, super sneaky, sneaking the asthma, just the combo that you can do, getting monsters in particular up in the opponent's face that you mentioned. Yeah, there's so many implications potentially to this.
100%.
It was the one that, yeah.
And if you rolled all 3, like in the time where I get all 3, I'd probably pull 2 units, like 2 1-wound units or something like that when I'm using it, And then I'll take the roll of the buff hero. The 5-wound buff hero, right? Like, I'll take the roll, because you got to roll greater than the wounds characteristic. Like, if I'm pulling off 2 units of Marauders or some Untamed Beasts and Marauders or a unit of Chaos Raiders or something, and I've already gotten rid of both of those, and then I've got that Chaos Sorcerer Lord hanging out, I'll roll it. If it's my 3rd roll, I'll throw a dice at him. Let's see if I can get the 6 and get rid of your Chaos Sorcerer Lord, so your first turn you have no buffs. Like, I love that. You know, what a fantastic play when that happens. Like, I already got the meat I needed to get out of the way. Now let's see if I can get this play. Let's go for the big bonus, right?
You guys think 4-up is the right number as opposed to, say, 3-up?
No. No. It should be a 3-up. But, you know, here we are.
Yeah. Does that seem reasonable, Benjamin? 3 dice, 3-up. Do you think there would be a significant power differential between that and 3 dice, 4-up?
I don't think significant. No, it wouldn't be significant enough. I don't think. No, not. And like, I mean, yeah, like three times 4-ups, you run the risk of not rolling anything.
Not rolling anything. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It feels like it should probably be a 3-up, but
with the other governor switches on here, it should be 3-up.
Yeah.
Because there's already, like, you can't be a reinforced unit. You have to roll over their wounds characteristic. Like, there's a lot already going on. And it should just be 3-up. Yes, 100%. Absolutely. Slam dunkaroonie. Like, so that way your statistical modal outcome is you get 2 out of 3. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Covered in Mud is kind of obvious. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it can do what it says on the 10. It can help you against Caradron, Shoot Cat. You know, name your non-Sentinel shooting output armies.
Yep.
And
I think interestingly as well, it is if they are in terrain at any point as well, which kind of a first time. So it doesn't have to be terrain in your deployment zone. Doesn't have. You start in terrain, so you can move things up the board and get them into terrain central, and then, you know, like they can still be out of sight, and that lasts for the whole game. Once you've chosen your unit, anytime it's in terrain, it's not visible. So there will be uses for that beyond, you know, just hiding some of your units from shooting.
Anybody that's played Despoilers knows how good that can be. You know, Despoilers with Slaves to Darkness. Yeah, with their ability to block line of sight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a standard. Is it one of the standard spells? It's cast on like a 7 or an 8, isn't it? I think one of the universal spells is.
Oh yeah, Ghost Mist, I think.
Ghost Mist, yeah.
Yeah. And it's a high casting value, so it's obviously a high value ability. And just being able to, you know, pop that on, you know, a unit that can just benefit from that anytime it's in terrain. It can move from terrain to terrain. You know, like especially if you've got terrain pieces big enough to hide 6 or 9 Bolt Boys in it, and they can just jump around from piece to piece. I think that one will get a lot of use as well. Yeah.
I'm excited for people to like, you know, effectively like speed paint a model just a little bit, like just get some basic color on there, but they don't worry about it being accurate. Literally just slapping it on the color on the model in a few seconds, and then just taking like some streaking grime or some enamel mud or something like that, and just all over the model and be like, look, I'm just modeling out my covered in mud. Okay, it's fine. There are 3 colors on there. They're just covered by the mud. All right, let's keep moving. All right, let's talk about the command traits and artifacts. So our kill a boss, snatch a boss, or break a boss. We've got this general can retreat and charge. If this general is on the battlefield Slippery Scumbag. We've got super sneaky, which we've already mentioned a few times. If this general is on the battlefield at the start of the first battle round before determining who has the first turn, you could pick one friendly Kruleboyz unit and set it up again anywhere on the battlefield, 9 inches away from enemy units. A lot of potential there. And then Egomaniac, if this general is within 3 inches of another friendly unit, roll a dice before you allocate a wound or mortal wound to this general. Instead of making a ward roll for this general on a 4+, pick one of their friendly unit within 3 inches of this general. That wound is allocated to that unit. So effectively a bodyguard thing. Is Super, like, I like Slippery Scumbag and I like Super Sneaky is my honest answer. I like both of them. What's your guys' take?
That's the only 2 that you would take. I don't know. Maybe some people, the other one, it would be there's some value in having 2 big monsters, one with Amulet of Destiny, one with
Egomaniac.
Egomaniac, yeah. But I think Super Sneaky is going to be almost always the one the majority of people go to. I guess again, it's a decision that you make before you even start writing the list. I think is that command trait. But I mean, that said, I think the Snatcher boss he's the standout monster for me, and having retreat and charge on him could be really useful because of his buff aura. You kind of don't want him to be stuck. It's a 12-inch, it's a 12-inch bubble, I think, and it gives venom encrusted weapons an extra more wound when they roll that on 6s. So you might find times that he's stuck in a combat somewhere, only giving that to himself and maybe one of the unit, and being able to retreat and charge out, get him into a more favourable position, puts that buff out onto more units.
Because the math is pretty good on him in terms of point per damage that you can get out of that unit at 315, I think. The non-named one. So yeah, you definitely want him.
Yeah.
Correct. He's 315.
Yeah, he's legitimately good war scroll. That is, I think, for its utility and just for its standalone power as well. Yeah. So yeah, I could see some use. I could see some use from that one from Slippery Scumbag. But I think Super Sneak is going to be the go-to, and it's going to be the consideration when you're writing lists to go to events. The question and answer phase of writing lists, like, do I have answers to this? Am I going to play Kruleboyz? You're going to consider they can potentially put something right in my face all the time. So regardless of whether you take it or not, people will be considering that as part of the sort of stock that you'll find for Kruleboyz, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and your 9 shots are going to burn the world down on your Alpha Strike. I love it. Obviously.
We'll get there. We'll get there. All right, artifacts. Eyebiter Ash, it's a very random effect for potentially -1 to hit for either the round or the rest of the game. It's the sort of artifact I don't really love because I don't love things that have a 33% chance to do nothing once a game. Like, I don't... For like, the payoff being not a massive effect. I don't mind a chance to do nothing if the effect feels, like, really, really big. But, like, just one unit getting -1 to hit, it's like, it doesn't feel like enough to pay off the cost there of, like, oh, I spent my whole early artifact on nothing. Mork's Eye Pebble. Once per battle at the start of the enemy shooting phase, you can say the bearer will rub Mork's Eye Pebble. If you do so, the bearer and all friendly units wholly within 12 inches of the bearer have a ward of 5+ until the start of the next phase. I quite like this. I think this is a darn good artifact, especially if combined with Covered in Mud to, like, really create problems for enemy shooting armies, right? Like, big time, where some of your units aren't even targetable, the rest of them are near the boss, and in this one round where you really need to break them, oh, guess what? Oops. Sorry, we've all got a 5-up ward against shooting, and, like, 5-up ward will go a long way to stop a lot of damage. It's a good save. It's like, because that's on all of those units. So that can be, like, a lot of wounds suddenly inheriting that 5-up ward, right?
If you can find the space for the Merc Knob, I think it's like 90, 95 points. Could be a good bearer for this.
Sure, because he's already got the 5-up spell ignore bubble.
5-up, spells and then the spells,
Yep.
He was in my list with that, exactly. It's the perfect guy for it, definitely.
Yep. And then Beast Killer Slop. Once per battle at the start of the combat phase, you can pick one enemy monster within 3 inches of the bearer and roll a dice. On a 1, nothing happens. On a 2 through 5, D6 mortals. On a 6, 2d6 mortals. I like this one better than the Eyebiter Ash, because at least, 1, less chance to do nothing, and 2, at least you've got some kind of chance for, like, 2d6 mortal wounds, which is a very exciting roll. So on the just random fun artifact, this is actually the one I like. Like, if you're in for random fun, this is my random fun pick. Okay? Because 2d6 mortal wounds is super fun. Like, I don't care what you say. That's a lot of potential mortal wounds. Now, sure, oftentimes you're going to roll like a 3. That's going to be my experience with it. But man, that time you roll like a 10 or 11, you're going to be like, oh, boom! You're dead. Got you with the slop. Got you with the slop pot. And then Spiker Seeds, once per battle after an enemy unit finishes it. Like, Spiker Seeds are legit also interesting as a potential anti sort of melee force, even though, but I mean, hordes aren't as prevalent right now. They're still around, but they're not as prevalent. in seasons in the future, as this advances, as the game advances, like if we go away from monster season and get into like horde season or something, you know, in future GHBs, spiker seeds can be its value will increase. Once per battle after an enemy unit finishes the charge, move within 6 inches of the bearer. I like that it's within 6, so they don't actually have to charge you. You can just kind of toss it over there over the line. You can throw the spiker seeds. If you do so, roll a die for each model in that enemy unit. For each 5+, that enemy suffers 1 mortal wound. So, cool. Nice little, nice little
Damnation was one of the old. I'm sorry.
No, please, go ahead.
It was Crown of Damnation, wasn't there, from the old malign sorcery.
Yeah.
There was one artifact that did something like that. Was just really, really impactful. Really, really good.
Fortunately, it was definitely better because you could control it. You could charge, and then do it.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. That does make it. That does swing the dial.
Yeah, I can't remember which one that called, but you're right. I mean, that was a bit of a hidden gem, and we didn't see that one played all that much, but it definitely can have impact. Yeah, it's another tool in your toolbox. And
what I like about these artifacts actually is that they're all once per battle as well. I think if you go in once per battle route for artifacts, they do need to be a little bit more impactful than say number 1 and number 3 there.
Yeah.
Eyebiter Ash and Beastkiller Slop. But I think what iOS 3 has moved us towards more is it's a game much more of resource management, and so I think this plays into that really nicely. And you know, like the players who are going to be good at resource management are going to get more use out of these, because they're going to, you know, it's resource management is all about not blowing, you know, all of your resources in the first 2 turns. So it's about, you know, saving them for exact and appropriate time. So I think that's why I like artifacts like this in this edition. I think I'd like to see more of them. I'd like to see them a bit more impactful. I think Mork's Eye Pebble is a really good example of that. That's super impactful if you use it at the right time.
Yep.
And so it's going to reward people who are able to manage their resources a little better. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, similar thoughts. I think this fails the usefulness test principle that we talked about earlier. In terms of you're reducing simplicity, you've got to increase utility. And they have not sufficiently done that here. They're, you know, you can't have 4 artifacts and 2 of them be fairly, you know, untouchable. So.
Sure. Okay. Ironjawz battle traits. We're going to go through all the battle traits and stuff, obviously. Then we'll go through. So then we'll get to the scrolls. We're not going to break it down army by army. We'll do the scrolls in order. Okay. Ironjawz battle traits. You get clans. Spoilers, we're all Bloodtooths now. If you're not playing Bloodtooths, get into it. I'm gonna go hard on this one. I will stand by this. I will die on this hill, Tyler.
Here we go.
Once per battle at the start of your charge phase.
Talking about who's richer, you know, like Bill Gates.
Sure, yeah, exactly.
We're all rich here.
Yes. Let us all bathe in our fantastic piles of gold. Yes. All right, the Ironjawz Waaagghh, truly my favorite Waaagh of all the Waaaghs. Once per battle, at the start of the charge phase, you can pick one friendly Ironjawz general on the battlefield and say they are calling the Waaagh. Until the end of that turn, add 1 to charge rolls for Ironjawz units and improve the Ren characteristic of melee weapons for Ironjawz units by 1. Holy crap.
Yep.
There we go.
That's cool.
I love it.
Waaagh, all the stuff.
Yeah, that's my Waaagh, baby. I'm in for that. And no, I don't think Bloodtooths is actually the auto-include, just to reference what Autumn Lotus just said. It's like, as Tyler just said, he's going to fight me. I think, honestly, all 3 of these are quite compelling. I'm just saying Bloodtooths is the way to go, because I'm planting a flag, because I knew Tyler didn't think so. Mighty Destroyers, it lost a little bit. It's still basically what it used to do, but it lost a notable ability. If you're outside of, when you use it, if you're outside of 12, you move. If you're inside of 12, you charge. If you're in combat, you pile in. But no fight. So no hero phase fighting anymore. Still an incredibly good ability, and it gets even better when we get into the scrolls. Spoiler alert, Mega Bosses on Maw Crusher can issue this command ability to 3 people at the same time, and Mega Bosses on foot can issue this command ability to 2 people at the same time. Like, 2 different units can receive it, or 3 different units can receive it. Unbelievably powerful for your movement. Even good, by the way, even the pilot one, which I think people are the saddest about, I found to be really good. I was using it just like to. I was using it just to flow around people, and threaten deeper, pile onto objectives. Just like all sorts of stuff. Just getting an extra 3 inches of movement out of your people.
Have you played any games against the Sloppity Bile Piper yet?
Oh no, but I've seen some bad reports where he allows your opponent to have a really good time.
I've shut down entire armies for 4 or 5 turns with that one model. So Ironjawz are blessed to have the ability to pile in there because, I mean the uses of Sloppity Bile Piper just like on paper, it's completely different from how it plays on the game. So having a way around that, if we see more and more Nurgle, way around that is going to be worth its weight in gold.
100% agreed. 100% agreed. By the way, your hero phase piling in gets you around Slobbity. Your hero phase charging gets you around Unleash Hell and other similar types abilities. And your hero phase movement is just a doy really good. So
and the movement was always the thing. The movement was always the thing that people use Mighty Destroyers for anyway. You didn't get a lot of use out of the fighting in the combat phase anyway, did you? And no,
because everybody was dead after you hit them.
Yeah, everyone was dead. That's the whole army was designed to that. You smashing and bashing is the next allegiance ability we'll get to. It's designed around killing the unit, so you're often never going to be in combat with it anyway. So I don't think it's a huge loss really.
Yeah.
Agreed.
You're using it for movement, and now you can move 3 units at once instead of 1. So it's a net gain.
I cannot explain how much better that is. Like I would that loss of fight in the hero phase, but now I get to have 3 units move is like such a ridiculously good trade, right? Into this, like I am all about it, It's madness the amount of repositioning on your army you get now. Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead, Benjamin. Like, it's... Wow. I have never felt like... Tyler, I'm obsessed with movement. And I think movement wins games. And I have never felt more mobile than I did playing this now, right? It's like, good lord, I'm everywhere I want to be, right?
Yeah. I was just going to say, I mean, you kind of hit it on it, but the pinning potential is real with the pile-in and the hero phase. I mean, folks definitely should not sleep on that, particularly when you're doing with pigs and those big bases. You're often... That might open up pinning a hero... just getting within 3 inches of something, and there's so much potential with that pile in the hero phase. So yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, I saw Mega Boss Mike is making a comment in there of like he said, Slobbity is a good example of why IG need to ally, Kruleboyz shooting, but they can't. I want to just deviate from what we're talking about for just 1 second to say, is it strange that the only way to bring these together is in a full-on Big Wa army, that you can't ally the other clans in at all? Do you like that design or not like that design? What do you think?
Oh.
Like the fact that Ironjawz can't treat Kruleboyz as an allied army.
Yeah, I'm of 2 minds about it. I mean, as usual with me on things. Like, get it. It's strange. I mean, you would think that you could. We do have Big Wa, though. My bias is Ironjawz, obviously. I really like that Ironjawz cannot ally in shooting.
Because it creates a natural governor switch on the army, is what you're saying. Yes.
Yes, it constrains the space in a healthy way, which means that they needed to lean into what the army does well, mobility, killing things, etc. And that's absolutely what they did for the most part. So, like we're more competitive now against shooting, so we don't need to have shooting in our army. I like that piece of it, but that's one example. There's probably counter examples of negatives in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, Benjamin, I want to get your thoughts too, but I mean, there's a sort of an obvious double-edged sword here, right? Which is, on one side, it constrains the armies cleanly and lets them balance them more, like the individual forces, more succinctly, and they can live in a space and do a thing very well, but then they have the natural constraints on there, right? And you kind of know what you're going to get. Fine. I agree that can be a positive. But it is, constraining the space is actually generally a good thing because it does make it easier to balance, to understand, to write points around and all that kind of thing. But at the same time, it also has this problem of being weirdly unintuitive, right? Where it feels, from a verisimilitude perspective in the world, it feels like, yeah, of course they could just ally in with some of those guys. They're all greenskins, right? If they can get together in a big wall, it makes sense that a few less of them can get together and be an ally, right? There's sort of a there's almost like a wait, what? That doesn't make any sense feeling to it, right? And those two things I feel are kind of bouncing up against each other here, right? Sure. Because, yeah, so it's tough. Benjamin, any other thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely counterintuitive. I think when all the sort of review shows were coming out last week, that was the one question that was floating around that no one could seem to get the answer to. So, I was already starting to write Bonesplittaz list and put some Kruleboyz in there. It made sense. And so my initial reaction to that was kind of like, no, I don't like this. Why wouldn't they be able to do that? But I think the more I think about it, the more, for some of the reasons you guys have just outlined there, I think it's one of those things that actually the more I think about it, the more I'll come around to it. It's more of just like a reaction, because you kind of want to, you think about an Ironjawz list and putting 6 Bolt Boys in there, or things like Sloppity, as they said in the chat, and like a few support pieces. You're like, yeah, you want to do that.
No,
and
get out,
again,
get away. We don't need that nonsense.
Yeah. When you think about it, you're like, no, it doesn't need it, and it goes against the army play style. It creates anti-synergy. Like, yeah, it's not necessary. I think as I digest the book more.
Keep your soul pure, folks.
Yeah.
All right, back to this. It's an interesting discussion. I think there's definitely interesting trade-offs there to be made. I'm not sure I know what the right answer is. I need to really think about it, because I see both sides of the argument very, very strongly. Okay. Because it does feel like they could have been even coalition units or something, right? Or something like that. Like there were options there they didn't explore, and it feels strange to me, and I don't know how to feel about it, is my honest answer.
And I get that it runs counter to the grain. Sort of, it runs counter to the status quo, what we'd expect. Yeah. We got allies, 400-point limit. Why can't they just be allies? Obviously, they can be. Like, I get that.
Yeah. And there's a built-in cost and yada yada. So, like, I don't know. And then Smashin' and Bashin', it's still basically what it was, and it's great. So, yep, if you kill something, then you get to keep fighting. So keep killing things, and you get to keep fighting. So, yep, good stuff. Like, it's still amazing. Smashing and bashing remains amazing. So,
what's your the most that you've ever done?
I mean, my whole army. Absolutely, my whole army.
We're measuring something here, Benjamin.
Sure. I mean, it's easily my whole army. Yes, everything that was fighting. Like, everything that was fighting. I don't know, probably 5-6 units, at least.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I brought the whole line into somebody, picked all the right units, all the right buffs, whammo blammo, right? Like, you can, if you set it up right, you can just explode the enemy army. So, yes. Yeah.
6. Yeah.
One thing, actually, can I just ask? I'm just trying to read it now quickly, but you guys might just have the answers. If we circle back to Mighty Destroyers, can you give 3 different orders, or do you have to give the same order?
All you're doing is you're giving them Mighty Destroyers, and then the way they receive it is based on what they do is based on their positioning. So it doesn't have anything to do with it. Yeah, so like, if you give it, you give 3 different people Mighty Destroyers, and then Mighty Destroyers triggers a check of like, what is their location vis-a-vis the enemy, and then they act accordingly, right?
Yes.
So yes.
That's amazing. Yeah,
it's great. So like, this unit just full moves, this unit charges, this unit piles in. Yep, great. Because that happened to be the ranges they were at, right? So.
Yeah. That means you'll get even more use out of piling one then, because you can just Mighty Destroys the 2 units that want to run off and do other things, and then just you've got 1 spare, throw it onto the unit, do a little cheeky pile in, in a unit, whatever.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, smashing, right? Yeah, it's still good.
Still good. All right. Ironjawz command traits. So there's probably one thing we're going to talk about here, but maybe 2. We'll see. Okay. So, Hulking Brute, after you pick this general and make a charge move, you can pick 1 enemy unit within 1 inch and roll a die. On a 2+, that enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. So it basically gives you an extra impact hit. The only way this would ever be taken is if you were going all in on some kind of crazy, like, mortal wounds on the impact strategy, right?
I like that.
It's a funny strategy where you can get up to like D6 plus D3 plus plus D6 plus D3 plus 3. Yeah, it's like.
I haven't looked at the order in which they happen yet, though, because with if you can choose the order specifically, you could
Yeah.
do that, then do bulk, destructive bulk. So you could potentially do 2d3 damage before you do bulk, then do bulk, so that you can kill the thing and then move.
Yeah, I think it's a simultaneous effect. We'll have, when we get to the war scroll. But
We'll have to figure that out. I think if you can do that, if you can potentially trigger that and the mount trait one first, and then do destructive bulk, so that you could kill the unit, so that you could then move on again and do it to another unit, then I think that could have some use for me. I think that could be interesting. I mean, it's more cute than anything, but
Yeah, you
So-
can stack them in the order you want. Go ahead, because of it.
Well, actually, so it says, I mean, just while we're talking about it, we'll get into it. So after this general makes a charge move for Hulking Brute, but then Destructive Bulk is...
it's a monstrous activity, so it's at the end of the charge phase. Yeah.
The end of the charge phase, yeah.
Yep, you do your D3 first. I shouldn't have said it in any order. I should have said this one happens first. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yes.
okay. And then the mount trait is what? Just when you make a charge as well.
Well,
Oh no, the mount trait one is just on stomp, isn't it?
yeah.
So when you make the stomp,
Yeah,
you do D6.
Exactly.
You do D6 plus 4. Oh, okay.
yep.
Yep. Okay, so Mega Bossy. I mean, it's sort of the obvious smooth brainest one, but it's also pretty good. This general can issue Mighty Destroyer's command even if it has already been issued by another friendly model in the same phase. Obviously, truly amazing. If you're running double Maw Crusher, then that means 6 units in a single phase can benefit from Mighty Destroyers. Truly incredible for getting your army moving, piling in, charging, doing anything that you want. So, there you go.
Another play is, so for example, the teleport spell. Let's say you teleport 10 brutes and way across the battlefield, like in the enemy's backfield. They then use Mighty Destroyers, and they're the only one in range. They give themselves Mighty Destroyers, but they're then out of range for the cabbage to give it to them.
Sure,
So
but
this
they just
would
do
really
it on
come into
themselves.
play.
Yeah.
Just do it on themselves, yeah. Then the cabbage does it for 3 others.
Yep.
Yeah, this opens up combos like that, particularly with the teleport spell. That may not otherwise be there, just in terms of positioning with Mighty Destroyers, etc. With everything being orange around the cabbage. So, yeah.
Yep.
which is-
It's real strong.
Around redeploy as well, doesn't it? That does.
What's that?
It gets you around redeploy. Really easy ways to get around redeploy.
Yes.
Just move from the hero phase,
Yeah.
which is really big.
Yeah.
Redeploy is massive, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah.
Yep. Again, yeah, it's like, no, I'll just, for especially for units like Pigs and the Maw Crusher who can do that kind of movement, they can just get up to 3 inches away from you quite easily in the hero phase, because they start outside of 12, right? And then just stop. Then in the movement phase, they don't move. And hence, there's no opportunity to redeploy away from them, right? So, it's super strong.
Yeah, that's big. That's big. Really strong, that is, yeah.
I should state that even with a Brute, you can start at, 12.1 inches away, move 4 inches forward, be at 8, and then if you call the wall that turn, you're still charging on a 7 if you didn't move again, right? And they can't redeploy away from you, right? So even with your basic Brutes, you can sometimes pull the same trick, even though they're slow. So, yep. And then finally, Mighty Wall Leader. If this general calls an Ironjawz wall, you can reroll charge rolls for friendly Ironjawz units wholly within 12 of them until the end of that turn. Not a terrible ability. It's just hard to compare it to the other two, which I actually do think both have like a list that I would put them in and build toward. This one's good, but at the same time, it's like, we're already pretty good at charging. It's fine when we need to be, and you can cover my one unit. I really need to get in there. Rerolls of charges are generally good. This is not a bad ability at all. I think it's just one of those things that, like, I just see the use of the other two. Right?
Right.
So.
Yeah, just kind of like what you said, like the army is generally going to be where it needs to be. Yeah, redeploy is potentially a thing, but your bases are usually covered by just needing one charge. Maybe it's the teleport, you need to reroll because you're 7, 8, or 9 away.
Yeah, and I mean, we have Get 'em Beat much more reliably now as well.
Yes.
Right. And that's a game changer. The game changer of the way they changed to Get 'em Beat. Because again, that was another thing I was just using like crazy. My little boy couldn't keep his sticks moving fast enough with all the Get 'em Beat I was throwing on people. All right, so Touched by the Wall, Ironjawz Wizard only. Which, does that only mean the Shaman? No, it does not. It also means Mega Boss on Maw Crushers who happen to be wielding an Arcane Tome.
Amazing!
So,
So good.
before attempting to cast a spell with this general, you must pick a unit. Within 6 inches of them, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, but you can add the number of mortal wounds caused to that unit to the casting roll to spell. If you pick this general to suffer the mortal wounds, they are slain by one of those wounds. The spell is not successfully cast. So obviously the play here would be to take one of the fairly hard to get but highly impactful buffs, something like the +1 to wound we'll come to in a little while, and then bring your Mega Boss forward, hit the enemy unit within 6 inches of them for D3 mortals, then use that as a bonus on his own cast to buff himself or another unit within range.
Yeah, I hadn't clocked that. The
Yeah.
Arcane Tome taking that. That's great.
Yeah, shout out to our friend Konstantinos. He was the first one in one of our threads to, at least Vince, that was the first time I'd seen it.
Yeah, I hadn't put it together. I had thought, yeah, you could do that, but I hadn't really thought about the implications. I was like, oh, but what are you going to do with that spell? And then and then he walked through it, and I was like, no, he's right. He was right. I had underrated this. Konstantinos nailed it. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Leave it to a corn player to find the tricky synergies.
Sure. Yeah.
That means that you're just a big war army, because you can just cast that spell every turn. Well, I mean, not every turn. It's not guaranteed, but getting that spell off is going to be a lot easier.
Yeah.
And that, with all-out attack, then you just got all the big war allegiance.
Welcome to 2s and 2s, baby.
Yeah,
That's right.
it's hard, man. And you can use, fast. So, like, one thing I did in one of my first test games with the new book was use Fasten to get out of Unbind range. Cast a spell with, +2 in that situation. But yeah, Big Wah, potentially +3. And then Mighty Destroyers, of course. And then a move. and so you could potentially deliver your Basham Lads +1 wound bubble where you need it with the combo of Fasten, Mighty Destroyers, and then your regular move, potentially. Yeah.
Wow.
There's a number of tricks. I mean, teleport spell is a great option with that, including in a Big Wah. That makes the teleport a lot more reliable. And I mean, we could spend 10 minutes on the potential combos and implications of Touch by Wall, but I think it's really big.
Yeah, it's such an interesting ability. Because of who it can go on, and because of the way it interacts with things like Fasten, Mighty Destroyers, the teleport, and all these things to give you a just plus D3 to cast is a pretty good bonus to cast, right? And that +1 to wound spell is so potent in this army, and you want it, but it's often hard to get at because of its cast value, as we'll talk about. But suddenly it's in reach to where you've got a reasonable chance of getting it off, right?
Yeah.
So,
and it's got to be said, of course, with the fact you can put flaming weapons on the Mighty Fist and Tail for the cabbage itself. So now with Violent Fury, you're looking at 5 damage on those 8 attacks. Yeah, at probably 2s and 3s at least. That's pretty wild.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, and with that, you can even just get it the Mega Boss in range of an enemy unit, so you don't even have that on your own unit.
Correct. Yeah, it's just a free D3 mortals on some enemy unit. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a good enough artifact in itself, almost, really.
Right, because it's just every round you're doing it. Yeah, you just be near the guy, take a D3 mortals, right? Yeah, that's not bad. You can just start pinging off heroes and stuff. So yeah. And then DeBoss's Horde. So we lost Metal Ripper. Let us all pour out our drinks, take a moment to lament the loss of Metal Ripper. Don't worry, though, we can still get there with the Rend, but it is sad.
Skipped over Master of the Weird. You can pick 1 extra spell for the General. That was the other Champion of the Weird command trait for Ironjawz Wizard. But, I mean, if you're taking that, you're going to take Touch by the Wall.
No, I didn't skip it.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't skip? That's fair. That's fair.
I just didn't talk about it because who cares? It's not relevant. That is the definition of throwing good money after bad, right there. That is no, bad, wrong, incorrect. Okay, so the artifacts, Armor of Gork. This I don't know what to do with this artifact. Okay, the bearer has a ward of 6+ and +1 to hit with melee weapons. Okay, good abilities. I like 6-up wards. I like +1 to hit all the time. It's pretty sweet. However, you must subtract 2 from the bearer's move characteristic, and the bearer cannot run. All right. Now, I like speed. I like mobility. On a Maw Crusher, first of all, how heavy is this armor that the Maw Crusher cares? I don't buy it for a second. Not for a second. That thing flies because it scares the ground into getting away from it, right? So I just don't buy it's down 2 inches. And I will say it's a fairly irrelevant number. Like, if you wanted to put this on one of your mega bosses, you certainly could. On Maw Crusher, it's not that big of a change to his movement. He's still perfectly mobile enough between Mighty Destroyers and the potential for Fasten and yada, 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 calling the wall, whatever. All the different things you can do. But, like, what a ridiculous thing to just make impossible for the foot boss to take. Because then his move becomes 2 inches. Like, what a ridiculous drawback. Why? Why are you like this, Armor of Gork? You're terrible. That is just silly. A 2-inch move. Nothing like making Gotrek look like a speed demon. Right? Yeah.
It'd be a nice artifact for him, potentially, as like a third artifact if you're doing 6 heroes. Because you're probably going to do the +1 attack. You've surely got a cabbage. You do the +1 hit, all-out attack on that cabbage, and then do this on him, on the foot guy with his 8 attacks.
Yeah,
you know, you're right. Yeah.
Things like this just frustrate me so much because it was a cool artifact, and then they're just like, oh, but then also it's terrible. And I'm like, okay, sure, for the person I wanted to give it to. Like, I don't understand it why they design stuff like this. It just, really, it's that heavy. It's that heavy. Like, come on. Come on. This is like the Wild Riders where they were like, oh, they can take shields but -2 movement. Like, shut up. Just stop it. Stop with this -2 movement thing. It's bad. It's bad design.
We got a winner. Next one up.
Destroyer rules. Alright, pick one of the bearer's melee weapons. Once per battle at the start of the combat phase, you can add 3 to the damage characteristic of that weapon until the end of that phase. That's what I'm talking about. Autumn Lotus says, is there any way to deep strike that boy? Yeah, because you can still teleport the boss around on foot, even if you only have a 2-inch move. You can still teleport him, but then you're relying on your teleport going off, which is like... It's tough. But anyways, Destroyer is amazing. I love me some Destroyer. There's usually a round where you absolutely, positively need to kill everybody in a unit, and Destroyer makes that happen. When combined with Violent Fury for +4 damage... Woo! Now we're talking. Even on the little foot guy, I like this. I actually used this on a little foot guy recently. The foot mega boss. Because it's funny as all get out to me to have him jump into a unit. He's only neg1 rend, so you want to use it on the Waaagghh turn that you pop this. Like, you want to pop the Waaagghh and this. But it was hilarious to me to have him swinging a 6 damage sword around. Like, hey, what's up, Durthu? Wham! Like, I need to model him with the big Durthu sword.
God, yeah, he's a better Durthu. All else equal. 8 attacks. Yeah, 3s, 3s, 2s, 3s, -2 rend, 6 damage. Love it.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's again, it is this once per game thing, but it's about making that right timing on the choice, right?
Yeah, you do it your turn that you give him his birthday as well, so he's 2s and 2s.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is definitely in the small rotation of artifacts that you might get. It's a good one.
Yep. And then the Boss Skewer, an old favorite, that's +1 to Bravery for your Ironjawz units while they're wholly within, and neg1 Bravery for enemy units while they're within 12. So, fine. Yep. Okay. Cool.
So, yeah, on cabbages, I'm curious. Well, we can talk about when we get the cabbage. Yeah, in terms of artifacts you put on a cabbage. I think there's three standouts: Amulet, Arcane Tome, and Destroyer.
Agreed. I mean, that's the list. Yes. It's a short list, but it's the list.
Yeah.
Okay. Bonesplittaz battle traits. Again, they have subfactions. They have War Paint still. It's a ward of 6 up. Yep. Their Waaagghh is once per battle at the start of the combat phase. You can pick one friendly Bonesplittaz general on the battlefield instead of their calling the Waaagghh. If you do so until the end of that phase, friendly Bonesplittaz units have a ward of 4+ instead of 6+, which admittedly is a super powerful Waaagh, right?
Really good.
Like, that is a great Waaaaggghh, because that means one combat phase with all of your stupid wounds, because you have so many wounds in this army, you are just very resistant to damage. So, it's strong. Like, when you need to hold, it'll do it.
If that was for the turn, so that you could get that for shooting as well,
Yeah.
that would change the dial on the whole allegiance so much.
Agreed.
It would almost make up for everything else. I think. You'd skew you to a completely different type of build. It would just be all about wounds and board control and grinding, which I suppose is what they did a lot anyway then. But yeah, it's a shame that it isn't for shooting as well, but it is still incredible.
Yeah.
I
Real
agree.
quickly while we're
I totally agree on that. I just want to reinforce that. Like, I read this, and at first I read it as for the round, and I was like, "This is amazing." And then I read it again, and I was like, "Oh wait, it's just combat," you know.
Yeah.
And
I did the same.
like, there's other fun things it could enable too that we'll talk about when we get there to the scrolls if it was for the round. And I'm not sure it would like, because if it was just that turn. I should say turn instead of round. If it was just your turn, the space of your turn, or whatever, right? Or something like that. Fine.
Yeah, not till the next hero phase. That's busted.
Right. You know, like, there'd just be options. But anyways, because it'd be cool, like, oh, neat, you get it against, you know, the Unleash Hell that happens at the end of the charge phase. And you could have it for your Shaman and stuff if he tries to blow somebody's head up with his mask. And, like, there would just be so many more neat interactions that could happen. But anyways, we didn't go that way. So it's fine.
Well, I was going to ask Benjamin, at a high level, like, is it your guess, if you're trying to go 5-0 or whatever, maximize your ability to win games with Bonesplittaz now, is the first choice to lean into this with like an alpha, low drop, 1 drop, whatever, alpha bunker playstyle? A lot of these missions have 3 objectives in the middle, or is it doing something different? And then, where you're kind of like trying to sequence it, so you're trying to leverage this. Maybe you're alpha bunkering, and then your opponent comes into you, and then you burn it. You pop this so that your opponent is not killing you in the time that they thought they would, and you're getting up on points. Something like that.
I think it could work, yeah, but I don't like. We've been chatting a lot about it in the Bonesplittaz chat, and it's not it's not something that people are building around.
Okay.
Of a bonus. Because of it only being in the combat phase, I think I think if it was whole turn, then 100% you would be building the lists around it, and it would make the army, put them up a whole tier probably from the bottom from D to C. Maybe it could be if you were building a list around it. It's the same. Like I used to build around the save stacking back then when you actually you could get your regular troops up to a 3+ save. And you'd have no retreat, bone grins. Like you built that army around that, and then it was super solid. But I don't think it's enough on its own. I think it's a good bone. But yeah, no, you wouldn't. I don't think you build towards it necessarily.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Although I haven't yet, so maybe there is something in there. I'll explore it for you.
Yeah. There we go.
Curious.
There we go. The Spirit of Gorkamorka, if the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a melee weapon by a friendly Bonesplittaz unit that has 5 or more models is 6, that attack scores 2 hits on the target instead of 1. So obviously it's the newest version of what was an existing rule that they double tap.
3 different rules they used to have for that.
Yes.
They had 2 different command abilities and a spell that all gave that ability, and they all used to stack.
Yep.
So you could proc multiple, and they had they even had the little addendum that said they specifically did all proc on a 6. You'd get 3 hits. So you don't have to spend any resources for it anymore. It's free. It's automatic. But it's only ever 1, and it's only ever on units that don't have any rend.
Right.
There's like no rend in the army. There's just two heroes.
Yep.
3 heroes who have.
Yeah, because it has to be these big units. Right. Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. So,
do you feel like that should have been? Do you feel like that should have been 2 or more models? Like if they were trying to keep it away from the heroes, they could have just gone 2 or more models, right? Because then Big Stabbers would get it too, right? Like, okay, we don't want to give the heroes all free double tap. Fine, but but why not just limiting it to 2 or more models would do that? Because heroes are all singles, right?
The only thing it would add in would be the big stabbers. That's
Sure.
the only thing that it would be.
Which
Everything
isn't a
else
bad
is
thing to
rival.
add in here. Like, it kind of sucks that it's hard for them to get this thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, especially with how reinforcements work now as
Yeah,
well.
I should
like,
say impossible for them to get these things because they're not ever battle lines. They can only be reinforced up to 4. So I should have stated. that differently.
And they can only go up to 4, and that was like who big stabbers were how you did damage in Bonesplittaz armies, and Rogue Idol maybe, but most decent Bonesplittaz lists had a unit of 8 or a unit of 6, and that's how you that was how you did damage. So I think it's a net loss overall.
Yeah.
Because even though you don't spend a resource for it, you could still put it and stack it onto big stabbers back then. So
Yeah. Now both Haywo and Tyler in the chat said, "Why not heroes?" Though, I don't disagree. I'm trying to work within the constraints they offered, right? Which was we're going to limit it by some number of models. It just feels silly that they took it away from like the cool unit that you want to be double tapping on. If their prerogative was we can't give this to heroes, okay, fine, I guess. But then give it to the fun unit that people want to run in and do lots of big damage with, right? So, anyways, I agree with you. It should have just been 6s or double taps in this army. Why not? What? Who cares? It's fine. Your heroes aren't
I mean,
super killers
even
anyways.
If it was on hero, you've got one combat hero who
Right.
6 attacks, 3s, 1, 2. That's it.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense how they've limited it. So the 5 models just
One extra.
my perfect version of this is just kill the 5 or more. It's just Bonesplittaz attacks on 6s double tap. Great, next, moving on. Done.
Yeah.
That's how it should actually be changed. All right, tireless trackers after deployment, but before the first battle round begins, half the Bonesplittaz units in your army rounding up can move up to 5 inches if both players can move units before the first battle round. Blah blah blah. Okay, 5-inch pre-game move. Good ability.
It's a good ability, but from experience, it's a much better ability when you can determine if you're going first or not.
Sure.
Which Bonesplittaz played a premium to have low drops and were quite easily. Majority of drops were 3 back then, but you could easily do 2, and you could even do 1 if you wanted. And that's in every iteration of Bonesplittaz as well. They've always paid 300 points for battalion in every version of them. The first version, the second, and this ability, it's exponentially better if you can decide who is going first. I think now that everybody has access to Battle Regiment, that's going to be much less likely. So it does take away a little bit of the value of it.
Yeah.
Real quickly on that, Benjamin, what's your working sense of what you're seeing in the UK scene so far in terms of drop cap? Is it a lot of 1 drops, 2 drops?
Yeah, 50% or a Battle Regiment.
Yeah.
And I honestly think, as I said, speaking to Twitter about it the other day, but I'm against it. I think the value of low drops now has gone down so much since everyone has access to it, and I think revealing your hand all at once, but deploying it all at once is such a setback. I think I used to run exclusive. 2 of my 3 armies were both 1 drops, Bonesplittaz and Scryer, and I don't think I've ever played over a 6 drop. And now the list I'm taking this weekend is 10 drop. I think it's lost almost all value for me. I think there are certain builds that need to be in battle things, like something like Scryer still, like 9 Storm Fiends or something that you have to do you think first.
Yeah.
And there are other builds like that, but I think too many people are taking it, so it often just comes down to a roll off. So you've kind of hampered yourself from taking the other battalions, you're already denying yourself some utility there with extra artifacts, extra command points,
hunters,
charge on certain
hunters,
lands. I think that Battle Regiment is a trap, massive, and I think that a lot of people are still writing lists for 2.0. I think scouring, a lot of them are still written with 2.0 in mind, and I think maybe even it is a case of people didn't have that before, so now they like a lot of armies didn't have access to one or low drops, and
Sure.
now that they do, I think people sort of like looking at it with starry eyes, sort of like, oh my god, yeah, I can do this with, you know, with an army that I couldn't do it before, and so they're taking it and not really not really sort of rating, or not really sort of weighing up the balance, you know, like balancing it out.
Yeah.
Fair.
But yeah, no, I a lot at the moment, but I think that will dwindle over time.
That's great. I'm very happy about that tangent. I think that was.
No, that's fine. All right, let's talk.
No, that was great. Like,
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.
There's going to be, I think, a lot of movement around as people play with that back and forth. I agree. I think there are some armies where you have to, and some armies where people just do it because it's fun, right? Or because exactly what you said, they couldn't do it before. And I think honestly, it should be a point of more, deep introspection in your list building. That's what I'll say. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, let's talk command traits and artifacts. Benjamin, I'm just going to throw this over to you. Are there any of, like, what of these stand out to you? What do you like in the command traits or artifacts, if any?
I mean, glowing tattoos, 100% is amazing because it opens up the one good combo in the whole book for me, which is putting glowing tattoos on a Waaaggghhh prophet so that he can have a 4+ save against the mortal wounds that he does to himself. So staring, and doing as many mortal wounds as which is the one funny and cute and interesting and potentially powerful thing in the whole book. So like in the Bonesplittaz chat, someone, just to give you a quick example, there's a guy, Will Potter, we picked up on this quite early on, and then there's a few people, Peter, who runs Plastic Crack, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Not Crake, everybody. Don't make that mistake.
Yeah.
I took hell for 2 weeks over that.
Yes. He dared Will to take 6 of them to see if we can get any value out of it, and in 2 little groups of 3, and the group with glowing tattoos, 3 of them killed a Mega Gargant with amulet. That's insane. I think he spiked the dice a lot, but that is insane. That's
Incredible.
So good. I mean, it's 900 points for running 6 of them. I think he's going to take it. See how it does. Again, it's more cute. I think just one though, like six is, but I think one Waaaggghhh with the glowing tattoos is amazing because it's given him a 4 ward save against all of his mortal wounds that he's taken. So so for anyone who hasn't seen the way it works is the same as the old Waaaggghhh mask, is that you roll a dice, take D3 mortal wounds. Afterwards, you roll a dice again. On a 3-up, you can do another D3 mortal wounds. On a 1 to 2, it used to be that you were slain, but now he just takes D3 mortal wounds.
D6.
So obviously, if you've got a 4,
D6, yeah.
But still.
D6.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's D6.
Yeah.
Okay, but D6 even, you know, average is 4 or 5. You could potentially, and then you're saving 2 of those. So he's got 6 wounds. So he could stick around for easily long enough to kill a 12 wound hero with no mortal wound save, for instance. So that's the one standout for me. I think in the monster meta, Mork's Bony Bits is potentially quite interesting. Again, if you're going up against something like Gargants, you could have a Waaaggghhh who is +6 to cast,
Sure.
6 to unbind. So that, you know, that's quite cute. And most armies are running monsters now, aren't they? At least 1 or 2. So you definitely get some value out of that.
Yeah, add 1 to casting, dispelling and unbinding rolls for the bear for each enemy monster within 24 inches. That's a great range.
It's a big old range. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a thing that if they have a lot of monsters, you're very likely to get that bonus.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And then the only command worth any note is the one that extends tireless trackers to an 8-inch move, but again you're restricted by the same parameters that sort of sat out in the last with that. But yeah, almost everything else in there is just like, what, why? like Killer Instinct is unmodified hit rolls over 6 causes a mortal wound.
Yeah.
On you've only got 1 character who's fighting, so that's 1 mortal wound. You know, like
right.
Yeah, everything else is just milk toast, really.
Yep. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I mean it's Great Hunter. I mean that's the choice because it's still there is a big difference between moving out to 8 inches and moving out to 5 inches. Just when you think about where, oftentimes middle board objectives end up, and it lets you actually pretty comfortably end up sort of positioning in a good way with those just as a pregame, kind of regardless to where you're threatening them right at the start. So I agree. And yes, I too, glow and tattoos and Mork's bony bits were my picks as well.
Yeah,
which
I mean, glowing tattoos it also does stack with the big war, doesn't it?
yes, it does.
The turn that you big war in combat, your foot hero will be on a 2+ ward save,
Yep.
which is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it basically means that turn in combat, that hero is immortal unless he's fighting, one of the few things that ignore ward saves in the game. So,
Yeah.
all right, mount traits. Regardless of the type of Orruk Warclans army you choose, you can pick one Orruk Warclans hero with a mount in your army to have one of the following mount traits. So we should state that some of these are limited to monster only, but some of them are not. And these are just mount traits. So if you have a guy on a mount, you can get this. And all 3 armies do have somebody on some kind of mount. So the value of that we can argue about, but it exists. So there we go. And to me, this is really all about just a couple of these. So Toughen has no value this season because you have the command ability to just fight at the top of your profile. It could change in the future if if we lose that command ability in future seasons of the GHB, which we will. I mean, we're going to, but for right now, It's a pass. Fasten once per battle in your hero phase, you can make a normal move. Love it. Infinitely useful. Works on any kind of mount. No restriction. My God, is this good? Just so good. Just so stupidly, ridiculously good.
Yeah, it's the standout for me.
Yeah.
Yep. Meenan, monster only when you carry out the Stomp Monstrous Rampage with this model, which is how the Maw Crush's Destructive Bulk works now. You suffer D6 mortals on a 2+ instead of D3, meaning that your monstrous Rampage of Stomp on your Maw Crusher is going to do a D6 + 3 damage if you take this mount trait, which is, a lot. D6 + 3 mortal wounds at the end of the charge phase is it's not bad. I checked into it. Turns out, pretty good. Pretty good amount of mortal wounds, as it turns out. Loudon, also another interesting one. When you carry out the Roar Monstrous Rampage, pick all enemy units within 3 inches of this model instead of 1. Roar is an exceedingly powerful Monstrous Rampage. Being able to potentially affect even 2 units with it instead of 1 is really good. So, especially in armies that may want to be, say, fighting with lots of people all at once. I can't think of any army that might fit that description, but maybe, if I was just to pick, it'd be Ironjawz. So there you go. Weirden got worse in a really unfortunate way, which is just this model has a ward of 4+ against mortal wounds caused by spells and the abilities of endless spells, instead of, what everybody else gets, which is just a spell ignore on some dice. I don't know why we had to make this a more restrictive, worse version of the thing, as opposed to just a 4+ spell ignore, but sure. And then Smellion, I don't like at all, although I guess it could be interesting if you're just trying to protect, some of your monster heroes that aren't charging. In Ironjawz terms, I see no value if you were talking in Kruleboyz or your little caster who's on a boar. Sure, maybe it's nice to have neg 1 to hit for him, since they might not be charging as much.
You can just counter it now, though, can't they, with all-out attacks? So.
Sure, but it still puts them back on the regular number instead of being on 2s or whatever, right? So there's value to it, but admittedly it's less. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not terrible, but yeah, there's better options here.
Yeah.
Which, Fasten. Yeah, I think you kind of nailed it. Fasten is amazing all around. And then, Meenan, you can lean into if you're going for that strategy.
Yeah, Fasten, Meenan, and Loudon are my that I love. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's Fasten just because of all the other utility it opens as well. Is like we were just talking about the Arcane Tome, Wizard, Man Fate, like that, and as you were saying, Fasten something out of Unbind range and bring him back in destroyers. There's just so much that the list that it just
and it's got synergy with all of the factions. I haven't thought about Bonesplittaz, but certainly Big Waaagghh, Kruleboyz, and obviously Ironjawz. Yeah, fast, and you get utility out of it with all of those. You know, super sneaky as the one with Kruleboyz in particular. Yeah.
Yep.
Like nine Bonesplittaz. It's just on a weird knob, isn't it?
So Sleepy HDS does point out that the 4+ spell ignore is 1 roll per wound, right? As opposed to just 1 roll for the whole spell, which can have advantages. That's a fair point, right? Like if you take 6 mortal wounds, you get 6 rolls at that, right? So you'll tend to ignore 3. Whereas with the old one, you were banking on ignoring all 6 on the 4-up. So there's a give and take to that. I would call that a lateral move, but it is interesting. It's like there can be situations where that's advantageous. All right, spells.
So we're gonna do the Big Waaagghh battle traits.
Yeah, they're at the end of this.
Big Waaagghh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, they're at the end of this. Okay, spells. Lore of the Weird for Ironjawz Wizards. Foot of Gork. Casting value of 10. Why? Okay, like whatever. I hate that so much. In a range of 18 inches, if successfully cast, pick one enemy unit within range, visible to caster. That unit suffers d6 mortal wounds. Then roll a die. On a 1 to 3, the sequence stops. On a 4+, they suffer d6 mortal wounds. Keep rolling until the sequence stops or the target unit is destroyed. Like, cute. I like a bunch of mortal wounds. It's neat. I understand they're super scared about d6 mortal wound spells, but it is a joke that you put this on a 10 and Total Eclipse exists on an 8. When you think about the effect this has on the game. Like, I will never let this die. Because they underrate crushing utility, right? Like, they consistently still continue to make the Magic the Gathering 1996 4th, 5th edition mistake. Of like, oh, creatures are super dangerous. We gotta upcost them all up. Utility like Counterspell. Who cares? Super cheap. No, wrong. Reverse. Back. It's the wrong way around, right? Like, things that are horrible, horrible, powerful utility that are like neg 1 to attack, to hit, to wound, or both, and you minus your charge and all this crap ends up being often on very low numbers. Whereas, like, a thing that might do some decent mortal wounds is on a 10. Get out of here. Right?
And it's a lore spell as well, so, like, it used to be on a war on his... And now it's a spell that you have to invest in as well. You have to take...
Yeah, you're making a choice here. Right.
Yeah, you're wasting an enhancement on it as well. So you're not going to do it. You're never going to...
Yeah, like Mystic Shield. Let me ask a simple question. Here's a simple question, okay? Which spell is in the raw more powerful? Ignore casting values for the moment. Foot of Gork or Mystic Shield? What's the more powerful spell?
Yeah, obviously Mystic Shield, because you don't have to roll a 4-up to do it.
Right. Easy. Like, no explanation, no hesitation. It's Mystic Shield every time, twice on Sunday. Get out of here.
Oh.
Right? Because it lasts forever, like just a million years, through my turn, through your potential double turn, and it just keeps paying dividends every time you shoot at me, every time you target me, right? It's just... Yeah. So the fact that that's on a 5... and this is on a 10, tells me they still don't understand how their own magic system works. Like, I don't know what else to say there. Right?
So you think it should be an 8?
It should be a lot less. I don't know, man. A lot less. A much lower number. Because there's no world where this is your pick. There's no world.
Well, that's the problem. Like, even at an 8, you're still probably not taking this.
Right. Because you're going to take, like, Mighty Headbutt is like, whatever, who cares? You're taking either the Great Big Green Hand of Gork, which is a teleport, okay, and innately powerful, and on a 7, and more powerful than the Foot of Gork by far, right? Or you're taking Basham Lads, which is on an 8, which is probably too high again, but at least gives a whole unit +1 to wound until your next hero phase, right?
Well, it's all units within the bubble.
Within the bubble, yes. You're absolutely right. Like, it's a big spell, right? I'm in my head, it was only the Mega Boss out there doing it on himself from our earlier discussion, and no one else was near him. That's why I said the unit. But yes, you're right. I mean, it's a big old aura. It maybe is worth the 8, maybe. But it's a great spell. Okay. And, like, again, the ability to bash them lads off of the Mega Boss with the Tome, taking the D3 command trait is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, thank you.
Like,
you know, just real quick, Raxius saying, at an 8, I get Dreaded Warp Gale for a D6 mortals and halved run-in charges.
Oh, God.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's a Warspell spell, too. No choice. Built on guys that can just take bonuses to cast or stand near, that bring their own plus to cast terrain with them. Right? So, yeah. Anyways. Yeah, it's Basham Lads and the big teleport, right?
Yeah, it's probably a good idea that they reduce the range of the teleport. It used to be holier than 24.
Sure.
It's now holier than 12. You know, I think that's reasonable to reduce that a little bit. But
I mean, teleports are really, 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 really strong.
yeah.
Like, yep. All right, Savage Beast lore. Benjamin, what do you got for us, man? Is it just glowy green tusks to have fun?
Yep.
So you actually have Ren
Basically.
in this army?
Yeah. And then that one spell is kind of deciding how you write in your lists now. Like all of the lists that we've been around in the Bonesplittaz is basically boar lists, Kragnos with a bunch of boars, and this spell is what basically makes that choice for you almost, because you don't have any other rend in the army. Only the character, the only models, they all have one rend, and then big stabbers do have a couple of pips of rend, but there, as we spoke about, things like reinforcements makes them much less useful. So this is the only way that you get access to rend in the army, really. But then, you know, like boards still do only have one. So in units of 10 it's not optimal, I don't think. So you casting a spell on a unit of 5 boards, they have 10, they're on 4s and 4s. Even that spell doesn't, you don't get actually that much value out of it in the end, and especially because the one interesting sub-faction is Icebone, which gives you mortal wounds on 6s to wound anyway. So I mean, then that's the first of many instances of anti. But like Gorkamorka's Warcry is a good spell, but I just don't think that you have enough stuff that you're going to want to be fighting with, really. I mean, that used to work well again with like big stabbers, bases, output for the damage. So you charge a few things into one big base model, something like Archeon, and all attack it first. Yeah.
I thought it could be a potential nice tool in Big Waaagh. Of course, you still have a potential range issue, so maybe Portal, which, it's not cheap, 70 points to get the range, but you could certainly get the cast bonus, conceivably, to get this off somewhat reliably. And, maybe with Portal, you're hanging outside of Combine range, or, I don't know, maybe you could do some chaining, like, set up a teleport on your Bonesplittaz, an Ironjawz cast Hand of Gork onto a Bonesplittaz wizard. Actually, no, that doesn't work. It's got to be an Ironjawz unit that can only receive, right? It's
no,
it's Orruk.
Yeah, you're talking about the big green hand? Yeah, it's Orruk unit.
Yeah, it's Orruk. So yeah, you could potentially do some sequencing chaining to then get that.
You could give the Waaaggghhh glowing tattoos in Big Waaagh still as well. Teleport him over.
So yeah, I think it has some chaining potential in Big Waaagh because you've got the hammer units potentially to where, one thing you find out with Ironjawz is that if you're not achieving smashing and bashing and you're getting hit by a mega out of sequence, like you're not able to burn down that one mega, and then you get whacked by another mega. That's going to potentially take off your 10 brutes or maybe even your cabbage. So, but this could be a way to help with the sequencing.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, it's got some value in Big Waaagh for sure.
Yep. I would also say.
And then the other,
Go ahead. You're probably going where I was going to go.
Yep. Go ahead, Benjamin.
Oh, you want me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just the last. I mean, the last spell is just a rework of Brutal Beast Spirits, which is add 1 to charge rolls, hit rolls, which is it's useful. But yeah, probably like you Waaaggghh's giving up their spells now. Wardocs have to give up their spell to dance. Wargogs have to give up their spell to use the mask. So, when are you going to find time to cast that? You know, like the... Yeah.
Sure.
No.
It's a good buff, but there's a lot of competing opportunity costs with it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. All right. And then finally, the lore of the swamp for our Kruleboyz. Them old Kruleboyz better learn how to grow wings and start flying or start flapping their arms real hard. All right, so the Black Pit. The Black Pit has a casting value of 7, range 12. Pick one enemy unit within that range, visible to cast, or roll a die for each model of the unit. For each 6 and each other roll that is equal to or greater than the unit's save characteristic, they suffer 1 mortal wound. So, okay, cool, fine.
Great spell.
Yeah.
Like on paper, great spell. The context screws it potentially.
Sure. I mean, like
no bonuses to cast and.
Yeah, I mean, you know, getting it off again, like in the Stormcast matchup, it's pretty strong. It's a lot of mortal wounds, right? Like it's decent. So that's fine.
Against Iron Drakes as well.
Sure. Yeah. Against a lot. Oh gosh, all those cities dwarf stuff with like very low saves. Yeah.
All those 3 Iron Breakers and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, they just dropped dead.
And I think Iron Drakes seem like they're going to be about. We've seen them about already a lot, aren't we? I think way more than I would have anticipated. I wouldn't have predicted them to be around anywhere near as much as they are. So I think that's a good spell in the back pocket there for things like that. Definitely.
And we'll talk about the challenge of casters and Kruleboyz who often want to be doing other things too later on. So that's going to come up again here. But yeah, I mean, Choking Mist. I agree with Jacob, who said Choking Mist and Nasty Hex are really kind of are really pretty stellar. Although I think all these have some potential. Choking Mist, casting value of 7, range 24. Pick a point of the battlefield within range of visibly caster. All units within 6 inches of that point are affected by Choking Mist until the start of your next hero phase. While they're affected by that, they have -1 to their attacks characteristics and cannot run. Really love that. I love things that shut off the ability to run. -1 attack and no running to a bunch of potentially a bunch of stuff is pretty strong. It's also interesting that you can shut off their ability to use a battle tactic for potentially a good part of their army because they can't use that like they can't pick those units to be the 3 units that run battle tactic, right? And that's often one that those like you'll see the little pack of 3 buff heroes hiding around the back. We'll just be waiting to do the run, the three run battle tactic. It's just interesting to push them off of that ability, so they have to run with suboptimal units.
There's certain battle plans that there's not much that you can do. Something like the new version of Starstrike. There's not a lot that you can do in that first turn. So a lot of people be doing that as well. And I keep saying in a lot of conversations, if you shut one person's battle tactic down for 1 turn, that's potentially swung you the game. If you can stay on objectives, you can shut down one battle tactic. So I think that's really interesting. Yeah, shutting down Ferocious Advance.
Yep,
definitely. Yeah. And as you say, like they normally flag that during deployment as well. If that's what they're going for first of all, they flag that in deployment spell. Down, stop them. 2 points, probably win you the game.
Yep.
In more cases than not, I think.
That reminds me, shout out to Coach and Matthew Davies, Matt Mallow, Sylvaneth goddess at the moment with his 4-1s at all these tournaments. He did a really nice job of going through the critical importance of denying battle tactics in terms of your list building, and that's one of the main differentiators right now in 3.0 in winning games or losing games. It's a really nice breakdown. I definitely recommend people check it out. In the context of his list, but it applies to in general across the game.
I mean, 100%. Yeah. If you're regularly achieving 4 to 5 battle tactics and you're holding your opponent to 3, you probably won the game. Like it's more or less that simple, right?
And my Nurgle list at the weekend is designed around giving up as few battle tactics as possible.
Sure. And
even if you can just deny 1 or 2 in a game, you win the game. Which a weird off meta Nurgle list is doing consistently because I wrote it specifically to try and deny battle tactics as much as I possibly could. It's definitely the way to go with list writing, I think, moving forward in AOS 3.
Yep.
So yeah, so a spell like that could potentially be game winning in quite a few battle plans. So
And it's also just great utility on top of that, right? Like it's a great debuff, is what
Yeah.
I mean to say. So like it's not as though that's the only thing it's doing. That's the cherry on top in this case, right?
that's true. Mm.
And even, I mean, like one little thought: you're playing with scenery effects, which we should all be doing. You find your arcane terrain, and you do your super sneaky to hop on it. Now you're at a 6 with
Sure.
Choking Mist.
Sure.
Little thing.
Yeah.
Sneaky Miasma, casting value of 6 and a range of 18 inches. Successfully cast, pick one friendly Kruleboyz monster within range, invisible to caster. That monster can make a normal move. I like this a lot. Again, it's one of those potential ways if you want to run the sort of Monster Mash version. It's another way to, try to get more monsters upfield. It's a decent cast. It's always hard to bank on these kinds of spells, though, because somebody can shut down your plan, which is tough. But, again, spells that cause moves are generally pretty good, and so it's okay.
Yeah, and you can always keep the wizard out of Unbind range as well, and within range. It's a big range, isn't it?
It is, yeah. 18 inches is a nice big range when you're hitting your own people, right? Like that's a good healthy range. And by the way, it's the monster only has to be within range, not wholly within. A small distinction on this spell, but it matters, right? It means that person can actually be your caster can be like super backboarded, and you're just touching the back of the guy's base and still letting him take that move. So. And then Nasty Hex, casting value of 7 and a range of 12. If successfully cast, pick one enemy unit within range, invisible to the caster until the end of your turn. Ward rolls cannot be made for models in that unit. Woo! Situational, but boy, when that situation happens, does it matter.
Yeah. When you get that off on Archeon,
Yeah.
just shoot him with a unit of Bolt Boys, he's dead. Turn 1. Just dead.
It is crazy. Like, yeah, I mean, you think of the uses of, like, okay, Hearthguard and Phoenix Guard and blah, 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 whatever. Like, it's endless. These annoying tar pit units that want to rely on their ward, right? And just slicing that off it completely changes the math on that unit, right?
And all the Amulet of Destinies that we're going to see in almost every list.
I mean, being able to shut the Amulet of Destiny off on a Mega, right? So then you're just dealing with his normal wounds. It's a huge impact to the overall. It's effectively taking 12 wounds off of him by shutting it off, right? So
the only thing is that you have to invest heavily in that spell. You need spell pool. You need
Sure.
Yes.
And if not even a third. Like I was writing lists where if I want this in there, I probably need to take a third Swamp Caller because I'm giving the poison buff to a unit of stabbers, to a unit of shooters, a unit of gut rippers, and then I still want to cast this spell, and then you still you even need to cast the portal as well. So yeah, it's a massive investment. If you're doing that, you maybe only works if you're taking Gobsprak, maybe, but
living and dying on a 7 is not my idea of a good time.
Yeah,
sure.
With that level of investment, I mean, it's another example of
something that is situational as well,
right?
And you'll just get no use out of it against some games. So, as beautiful as it is, I don't think that we'll actually see it that much on the table.
I could see again another one. To me, this is in the category of the Gorka's Workwire, whatever. It's a tool in Big Wall's toolbox potentially, as you said with Spell Portal, because you can actually potentially get the bonuses to do the thing, or set up the sequencing combos to cast the spell out of Unbind range, portal it. Maybe do the sequence in terms of a wizard upfield is also out of Unbind range, or in against an army that can unbind, can't just automatically shut you down. You do the thing with Spell Portal. You got the wizard upfield, puts that one out in the backfield, one out forward. You got 40-inch range or whatever potentially. But Kruleboyz, like none of those tricks are on the table.
Well, I mean, you still have potential for Fasten, and you still have potential for the Tome on somebody as well. So like,
I just mean in terms of reliability.
Yeah, sure, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, getting into position where you need to be. You don't necessarily need to go to the portal route. Is where I was answering there, right? Like there.
You're right. Yeah, I think I haven't been considering Arcane Tome at all, really, because you pointed out some really interesting things you can do with that there. But yeah, you could put that on a Sludge Breaker, move him up.
Yep.
Cast that there. Yeah, that's interesting.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, and I can see it. Yes, it's situational, but I can see it as like the pocket tool. There are certain tools in my toolbox I don't use very often, but I'm certainly super glad when I've got them, right? I still keep them in the toolbox. Like with the Tome, it's like, okay, great. Maybe I get to, like, what's the cost here? If I can't use this in a fight, then I'm just going to have that dude Mystic Shield himself, right? If it's like the the Sludge
Well, it's
Breaker
gonna,
guy. Like,
it's
fine.
going to be on a Swamp Crawler as well. You're taking the Swamp Crawlers anyway for poison, so you're probably taking 2 Swamp Crawlers in every list. So you may as well stick Hex on one of them, and then if it's situational, then you just give up the, like if it's better value to cast Hex than it is to the poison, then there it is. Like you're not losing anything by putting it on the list on a Swamp Crawler that you're taking anyway for other reasons.
Right.
Exactly. I hope it doesn't become a thing. This giving up your spells to do an ability is awful.
Boy, are they really loving that design space in this book. Yeah, you're not wrong.
It's awful as well. It's really bad. Because what are you paying for your wizard for then? Why is he even a wizard? Why not just put that ability on something that isn't a wizard, and then he just doesn't have spells anyway? Like you're giving up so much. Because then why are you even designing spell laws? In this army, it just doesn't make sense. Like I don't know. It's a really bad. I hope it's not a direction that we go in.
We will see.
That's a fair point.
All right, let's talk the clans here real quick. Let's talk war clans. So we'll do the Kruleboyz ones first. There is probably a standout here, as there is. Whatever, we'll talk it through. Here we go. Out of the Mists, Grin and Blades. During the first battle round, friendly Grin and Blades units are not visible to any models that are enemy models. That are more than 12 inches away from them. Okay, cool, great. As long as your name isn't Sentinel. Pretty good anti-shooting technology, right? So that's fine.
I think it sounds good, but it is a bit anti-synergy as well with the army, because you've got things like your battle trait gives you covered in mud, which you can get your important units to not be seen anyway, and then also like there are a lot of things. Got a spell, a mount trait to move things forward to get in their face. So
sure.
You're probably going to be within 12 inches anyway. So I think that there's a lot in the battle term that kind of disincentivize you taking that, as well as as we get into now, Big Yellers is the standout pick anyway.
Yeah, I mean, let's just get to it. Big Yellers add 3 inches to the range characteristic of missile weapons used by friendly Big Yellers Orruk units. In addition, in the first battle round, each time a friendly Big Yellers Orruk unit shoots, you can reroll one of the hit rolls for one of the attacks made by that unit. But that's not actually why these guys are the best. It's a perfectly good ability. Like, the ability to reroll a die is cool. It's fine. And, like, especially on the big kill bow, it's having the one reroll of the hit roll is actually kind of cool. But we're actually doing it because Man Skewer Bolt Boys, our little boom, our little Bolt Boys, are battle line in Big Yellers. And Kruleboyz, this is what we'll get into it here, and this is as good a place to talk about as any. Kruleboyz to me just feel like they're in the same place with battle line as like old KO when they were only stuck on having like one battle line unit, and that battle line unit was of questionable value, right?
Yeah.
Because anytime you could open up anything else, people just ran to it immediately, right? If there was any conditional battle line, and that conditional battle line was playable, and in this case, by the way, I think obviously they're good. It just becomes the de facto choice, because otherwise you're so constrained.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it relates to the first sin of Kruleboyz is gut rippers at 180. I think there are a lot of downstream consequences to that point value.
Yep. Completely agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, so if you don't take Big Yellers, you're spending 540 points on battle line. It's a quarter of your army on battle line, and they're not worth a unit to 10 of those, and not going to put out 500.
Yeah, I agree. All right, and then finally Skullbugs. I think what everybody rates as the worst choice, but and for obvious reasons. Talk about rolling die to roll dice or whatever. Okay, when an enemy unit is picked to fight, roll a dice if it's within 3 inches of any Skullbugs units. Add 2 to the roll if that enemy unit is within 3 inches of any friendly Skullbugs monsters. So it puts that, I should point out, that's putting that in the enemy's control. right? Because if they're going after your non-monster units, they're just going to do everything they can not to pile in within 3 if it's at all possible, right? And then on a roll of 6+, subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks made by that enemy unit in that phase. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Again, it's on a 4-up. That in the best circumstances.
Right. In the best circumstances, it's a coin flip for a -1 to hit.
I mean, as a, like this seems really terrible to me as an army-wide ability. This is it.
I mean, you would take it. Here's where I'd say you take it. I could see it if you were going for the hardcore monster mash type of situation.
Okay.
Right.
Monster melee. Okay, yeah.
And so where you're relying on monsters and they're always going to be near monsters, then why not? You're just taking it to have coin flips to give your monsters -1 to be hit. It's not that it's useless. It's just like, wow, is that conditionally constrained? Right.
Yeah. And I guess in that case, if you go in that route as well, then the other two, you're not getting almost any value out of the other two.
Right.
Allegiance abilities as well. So,
right. Yeah, exactly. So, like, why not? Right.
Yeah.
Because as you mentioned, if you're going for the monster thing, you're probably trying to move them up quick. You're trying to get in there, pin them, alpha them to some degree, hit their weak points. You're probably trying to do disappear and act on them to get rid of their chaff, right? So you're going to be within 12, so there's no point to Grin and Blades. You're not relying on shooting, so there's no yellers, right? If you're going all the way into that strategy, whereas I feel like you actually want to be mixed arms and still have that, so... yeah. Okay. We'll talk about some monsters. Sexy Bear says, hardcore monster mash. How? With what monsters? We'll get to there. We'll get to it, buddy. We'll get to it. Ironjawz Warclans. Okay, honest answer, all 3 of these are good. like my legitimate feelings is all 3 of these are completely solid and no reason why you couldn't take any of them and have a good time. My personal answer is it's Blood Tooths or we die. Okay.
Let's hear it.
Iron Suns, you can use the command ability at the end of the charge phase. The unit that receives the command must be a friendly Iron Suns unit that's within 12 inches of an enemy unit, more than 3 inches from all enemy units that Iron Suns unit can attempt to charge. Great, fantastic. Charging outside of enemy charge, like during the enemy charge phase, wonderful, fantastic, surprising, great repositioning, very solid ability, no issues. Right? Obviously, a super
unit with units as well.
What's that? Yeah. Yep. Remember
when you're doing it with 3 units.
Yep. Yes. Exactly. Yep. You can pass that out to 3 people, and they can all charge. They're all getting in.
I made this note in another show, but I mean, just for reference, everybody was playing Iron Suns, so when I started picking up Ironjawz, I wasn't that interested in trying it. It seemed like a known commodity, but then I did try it about a couple weeks before the new book came out, and oh my god, yeah, like I get it, like how powerful that ability is in certain matchups, context, where people cannot ignore the cabbage if they're trying to ping into like 10 art boys. You're going to get my art boys, you're going to get the cabbage in your face.
Right.
Just the ability to do things like that or get extra, it's crazy
it's
good.
It's pure, strong tempo control, right? Like, you will decide the engagements, period. Right? Like, between my movement with Mighty Destroyers and my Iron Sun's ability, I will decide what's fighting. You will not. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, that is strong. Okay. The Blood Tooths, which is my personal pick, at the 2 reasons. Which first here, at the end of the combat phase, friendly Blood Tooths Gore-Gruntas units that fought in that phase and are within 3 inches of any enemy units can make a pile-in move. Fantastic. More piling in. In addition, those that fought but are not within 3 inches of any enemy units can each make a normal move or attempt to charge. I would point out this is a unit that does mortal wound impact hits. And I would point out this is a unit with a pretty decent base normal move. And the ability to take a bunch of pigs, ram into something and kill it, and then just leave and go your entire move distance back onto an objective every single combat phase with no expenditure of resources.
That's good.
Okay.
And or to do the flip side, to blow up the unit of 10 that's
and then
screen,
just
and
sail
then
on in
behind.
Yep, and you're in. And I would point out that also Bloodtooths are battle line in, or sorry, Gargrunters are battle line in Bloodtooths. That's what I'm trying to say. So Piggy, back on the menu, baby. And some people will tell you 6 pigs is too many because of new coherency. Those people are wrong. 6 pigs is amazing. Don't believe the hype. You stand a decent chance of losing 1 pig at some point in the game, and then you have a unit of 5 with the perfect coherency, ripping and tearing, and you can do the 4 and 2 with the Tokyo Drift the whole rest of the time. It's fine. 6 units, the 6 strong unit of pigs I have had wonderful usage with, even with the new coherency rules.
Got a user manual for 6 pigs? Because I'm doing something wrong, man.
Be good at Warhammer.
Okay, sure. Sure. I've had two tries with them, and it's been a complete disaster both times. And, I'm doing the Tokyo Drift, I'm doing all the things, I'm doing the weird formation nonsense, and it's just not. Reality is stepping in the way, my friends, of your theory.
Well, I'll say that it's worked fine over here, but yeah, go ahead, Benjamin.
Oh no, I was just going to say I haven't seen them play out on the table actually with the new coherency yet. But on paper, they're my favourite unit in the army, 6 pigs.
Yeah.
It's so good. Like, again, you only ever bring 4 in when they're under that, but, like, you can be so cavalier with 6 pigs. It's ridiculous. And, like, 1 dies pretty fast. And with this ability, remember, on that normal move, out of combat, you just whoop, whoop, whoop. You're right back into whatever coherency you want. And then you're just boom, into somebody else, right? So, yeah, it's great. And then finally, Dachappas. If you're going to go, brute heavy, boy, oh boy, is this a great play. When you use Violent Fury ability of of a friendly Dachappa's War Chanter, there we go. It's a lot of non-words to string together. You can pick up to 3 different friendly Dachappa's Brutes units or Dachappa's Ardboys units in any combination to be affected by the ability instead of 1. Why give +1 damage to just 1 unit of Brutes or Ardboys when you can give it to all of them? Combos super well with your Mega Boss who's making 3 units move or charge or whatever. Like, just apparently you just move in 3s. So yeah, I mean, all 3 of these have value depending on your list. So
definitely
great stuff. All right, Bonegrins, Icebone, and Drakfoot. Okay, Benjamin, what do you like here? Bonegrins is +1 to attack to Savage Orruk Arrowboys. Icebone is unmodified wound rolls for an attack made with melee weapons by a friendly Icebone model is 6. It goes straight to mortal wounds equal to the damage characteristic, and the attack sequence ends. And Drakfoot is no ward saves.
I mean, Allegiance, Bonegrins is just terrible. That used to just be an ability that was on the Arrowboys War Scroll, and they get it for free for having over 15 models. And it replaced army-wide no retreat if you're inches of any Bonegrins units, which, granted, probably is a little bit too powerful, but completely changes and completely ruins Bonegrins. Like, I just don't think you would ever take Bonegrins anymore. Icebone is a bit more interesting because it does synergize quite nicely with the fact that your attacks are exploding on 6s, so you're getting more wound rolls. So then there's big units of boys, or like your little dart units of pigs.
Also helps to cover the lack of rend, right? Because suddenly you have mortal capability.
Well, yeah. That's it, exactly. I was about to say, you've got rend in. It's great. And then, Drakfoot, for all the reasons we just spoke about.
With Nasty Hex, yeah.
Nasty Hex being interesting is great, but it's an allegiance ability, so it is situational. Probably Drakfoot's better as a team's army, really. So you can put it into other lists that it's going to benefit from. It is good, and you will get more value out, I think, than you would in previous ones because of Amulet of Destiny, really. Yeah, so I think Icebone, though, is probably the one to go for. And you probably go in pigs heavy anyway. So you've got the attacks of the rider and the pigs are all going to proc potentially multiple wounds. So I think that's the one I would play. I think if I was taking it to an.
Yeah, it feels like the best all-comer, right? Sort of the choice for the all-arounder. Because it is directly compensating for sort of a known weakness, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then lastly, Big Wah, before we get into the rest of this. Good night, we have taken a long time on this. All right, Big Wah. So, Cunning, Brutal, and Savage. A Big Wah army uses the following 3 battle traits in addition to the other battle traits on this page. So they get the Venom-encrusted weapons for their Kruleboyz Orruk units, not mounts, just like the standard rule. They get mighty destroyers for their Ironjawz units because it can only move Ironjawz units, and they get the war paint for their Bonesplittaz units. Cool beans. Good enough. They have a new heroic action that their hero can carry out, which is you choose, instead of doing one of your normal ones, you roll a die. If the roll is greater than the number of the current battle round, you receive a number of Waaagghh points equal to the number of the current battle round. So if you roll a 4+ in turn 3, you get 3 Waaagghh points. In turn 1, you only need a 2+, but you only get 1. That's a heavy cost in the heroic action because you're doing that instead of other things. But it is usable in both players' turns, we should point out, because it's a standard heroic action. I can do it on my turn, I can do it in your turn, and so on and so forth.
Oh, I missed that. Oh, great. That's
yeah,
sweet.
yeah. I think that's what makes it value for me.
Yeah.
I think if it was just your turn, then no, probably. But I think with the potential to double up in both turns. But then yeah, it's. I mean, you do want command points, don't you, for destroyers in.
There's a cost. There's a cost. And it gets much harder as like the reward is bigger, but it gets much harder as the game goes on, right? So
yeah.
Like in round 4 and 5, it's questionable that you're going to throw a dice at this. Let's be honest, right?
Right.
And you probably stack your big Waaagh points by then anyway.
Right. You just don't need it.
Unless you've blown them all on
yeah. Yeah, it definitely just seems to me like a round 1 and 2 thing,
Right.
particularly now that I know you can do it in both hero phases.
Yeah, you're just trying to spike up to get to that 16 to 20, right? I mean, you're trying to get every point you can to get up to 16 to 20. The power of the Waaagh is very different now in how it generates points. D6 points at the start of your hero phase if your general's on the battlefield. That's just kind of a flat one, but you got to keep your general alive. 2 points if there are any friendly war channers on the battlefield, just any at all. 1/infinite is 2 points. 1 point at the start of your hero phase if there are any friendly Bonesplittaz wizards on the battlefield. Any 1 to infinite, 1 point. 1 point in your charge phase where each friendly Orruk unit that finishes a charge move. Do note this because not everything has the Orruk keyword in all 3 of these combined armies. So you got to be careful of that. And then at the end of the combat phase for each, but that is each, so it's everybody who completes a charge. And then 1 point for at the end of the combat phase for each friendly Orruk unit that is within 3 inches of an enemy unit. Okay, always tough to do because you want to be killing people. So if you go too hard and kill too much, you get less, which is an interesting outcome, right? And then the table now goes Zoggum for +1 to run at 8, +1 to charge at 10, +1 to casting, dispelling, and unbinding at 12, 1 to hit at 16, 1 to wound at 20, and then at 24 you have your big Waaagh. Okay.
Yeah. So do you guys have any perspective on what we might see as a rough average by, let's say, end of your first turn? Like in terms of output, you thinking like 8 or 10?
You're talking about literally the end of your first turn. Like assume you go first, and it's the end of your first turn. What are you at?
How many Waaagh points? Yeah. We're getting up to, or just say round 1. How many Waaagh points are we getting to in round 1? I know that. I mean, there's a lot of variables here, but I'm just curious if any. 8 to 10 or 11 if you go real hard. Yeah.
Like, I suppose there's probably some kind of alpha build you could go for that would get you higher, but that's pretty... Like, D6 average is 3 or 4, +1 for the heroic action, 2 for the existence of the War Chanter, 1 for the existence of the Bonesplittaz Wizards, because certainly you've taken those 2, right? So that puts you up to, 3 or 4, 4 or 5... 7 or 8, 8 or 9, and then a couple charges / fighting, depending on what's fighting, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I was basically thinking around 8 to 10, but yeah.
Yeah.
So that means that the +1 to hit and wound still is achievable by turn 2, I think, then, isn't it?
And that was part of the thought, yeah, is that I would suspect a base of attraction for list design would be lists that are capable of getting to 20, ideally, by round 2. We're certainly capable of getting to 16 by round 2. Absolutely capable of getting to 16.
Yeah, it's still doable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still doable.
Yeah.
Absolutely doable to get to 16 to 20 by round 2. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Big Waaagghh is, it's fine. It's cool. It's not as, it doesn't feel as sort of default almost as it used to, where it felt like, oh geez, I just run Ironjawz. I guess I'm making the worst choice. It does feel like it's competitive with the rest of the things now. So.
Benjamin, how competitive do you think Big Waaagghh is going to be?
I'll be honest, I haven't given it yet because it seemed like the most complex. It's one that I haven't got the actual time yet, so I never really, or never seem to get into the real sort of cerebral lists until I can sit with the actual book and pour through and flick through the pages. So I haven't given that too much thought yet, because I think there will be really interesting builds in there. There's a lot more. Well, Kruleboyz opens up a lot more options for Big Waaagghh that they didn't have.
Right.
So I think it's got potential. Yeah, I think it definitely. I just haven't really kind of given a.
Yeah. I definitely find it the most compelling.
With it.
Sorry, the most compelling in terms of like where we are and where we could be in terms, the list that we might see, and because there just hasn't been a whole lot yet. Like, yeah, the tech and the optionality space is really intriguing there. I think. I mean, the others are relatively known, and I feel maybe I don't know much about Bonesplittaz, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's intriguing. Big Waaagghh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Big Waaagghh doesn't come on my sort of 40,000 foot view from the beginning of the show. Whereas I think you can kind of look at Ironjawz, get an idea of what's good very quickly. You say the same with Kruleboyz, and with Bonesplittaz you can get a look at it and see that it's very good quickly. Whereas Big Waaagghh I think is going to take a little bit more unpacking to figure out the right balance of what kind of
Yeah, especially as we just injected like 10, 12, whatever it is, new units into it, right? Yeah.
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
All right. Matched play, grand strategies. We'll get to the units eventually, folks. I promise. We're like 3 hours into this, and we haven't even touched the units left. Good, good lord, people. We're gonna move fast through the units. I'm gonna warn you right now, guys. Okay.
That's okay.
No, it's fine.
I'm here. Yeah, it's all my fault. I'm here. So it's fine.
All right. Grand strats. Are any of these good?
No.
Nope. No, they're just not.
I don't think they're.
They're all bad.
Not, no.
Like, they're just all bad. You're not taking these.
Yeah.
Yeah. So cool. Neat.
Yeah, they're bad. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
some battle
they're-
tactics that are relevant.
Yeah, so battle tactics are like grand strategies, all bad. Flip that page, tear it out of your book, burn it. As I will say, every book review from now until the end of time, these should not be in the book. There should be no grand strategy. There should be no battle tactics in the book. This was a mistake from the very beginning to include grand strategies, battle tactics, and core battalions. I find it deeply offensive that they included this crap in the books. It should not be. We should all be playing from the same selection of options because it would keep the game more even-keeled. By doing this, you only introduce the incredible chance for high variance and for some people to just be able to slam dunk on 5 battle tactics, which is what really matters, as we just discussed not 30 minutes ago, as how important it is, and yet they willingly are making their game worse by putting this in here, and it bothers me to no end. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the point that, some people have been saying, well, your opponent can just tell you what they're doing, so it's fine. That's not really the point about why we've been saying this about battle tactics.
That is not the point at all.
It's about increasing, the probability that people are going to
that you get all 5 easy. Yeah,
that's the problem with these things.
Okay,
that's all that this is about. Yeah.
Time to get stuck in. You can pick this tactic only in your first or second turn. You complete this tactic if the model picked to be your general, and all of the models in your army that are on the battlefield are within 12 inches of an enemy unit at the end of the turn. Great. This is one of those ones that's like, I don't hate that it's here, because if this comes to pass, like you're playing an Ironjawz army and you happen to be running up with everybody in turn 2, and you're just going to happen to be within 12 of the whole army, or because they came to you, or you met in the middle, or whatever, right? And you're
late.
Yeah. Well, it's only turn 1 and 2. You can only use it in the first or second turn. That's the trick.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter. Like, the point is that if that situation comes to pass, then you will just do this and you'll auto-complete it. Great. It's an auto-complete. Will it happen every game? No. Should you be playing toward it? Probably not, unless it's part of your strategy. But will it happen sometimes? Yeah. And then you can just go, great, I get this free one. Done.
Yeah. And you save one of the other easy ones. Another turn.
Great. Yeah, you save, like, your run 3 or your, blah, 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 whatever it is. You save your monsters takeover for later. Wait for it, lads. You can pick this battle tactic only if your army has at least 24 wall points. You complete this tactic if your army has at least 30 wall points at the end of turn. Fine. Good enough if you're doing big wall. Like, you're not often going to need to pop the wall right away, and so, like, you can generally rely on probably at that point getting at least 6. Like, you can do your math. If you know you're going to probably get at least 6, then sure, why not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Swish to puny gits. You can pick this battle tactic only if the model picked to be your general has the Ironjawz keyword and there is at least one enemy battle line unit on the field. You complete this tactic if there are no enemy battle line units on the battlefield. No enemy battle line units on the battlefield at the end of this turn. So it's a modified broken ranks because you use it on the... It basically gives you a second broken ranks for the late game, right? Where you've already picked broken ranks, you killed one battle line unit. Now they're down to, like, the other one died incidentally. They're down to 1 left. And then you're just going to go smash that thing off the table and broken ranks 2, right?
Exactly how I used it. Yeah, in the first game. Yeah.
Exactly. It's late game broken ranks 2 electric boogaloo. Fantastic. Okay, good. Like, there's just a limited design space for these, and doubling it up with weird, interesting conditionals doesn't make them innately interesting. Kill to Biggin. You can pick this battle tactic only if the model picked to be your general has the Bonesplittaz keyword. Pick one enemy monster. You complete this tactic if that monster was slain by attacks made by Bonesplittaz this turn. So you get Bring It Down Part 2 if you're Bonesplittaz, right? Pick the monster, kill the monster. Great. So now you have 2 Bring It Downs.
If they retained any of their monster,
yeah,
it would have been great.
Feels like that could have been a part of it, yeah. And then take that, you suckers. You can pick this battle tactic only if the model picked to be your general has the Kruleboyz keyword. And basically deal at least 10 wounds, but don't take 10 wounds. So you're going to pick that in the shooting version of Kruleboyz. This battle tactic, I hate it because it alone is an additional incentive on top of a lot of incentives to shooting type stuff. Where if you have a bunch of bolt boys, you'll know you'll do at least 10 damage. If you're not in combat, you know that you're not getting hit back for 10. So why not? Right? It's a silly incentive for a low save army to have, because then in melee it's useless, in shooting it's god.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And then finally, you can pick this tactic only if a friendly Kragnos is on the battlefield. Pick one faction terrain feature on the battlefield that was set up by your opponent and has not been demolished. You complete this tactic if that faction terrain feature is demolished. Sure, why not? Okay, cool. Like, sure. Have a couple monsters, that way you get a couple bites at that rolling a random die to get 2 points game that you're playing there. Like, 3 up to get 2 battle points. Oh, I got it. Yay. Right, so. Okay. All right. Core battalions.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's fine. All of these are bad, right? Am I missing anything here? Okay.
Yeah, they're not good.
There's like... Chat, are you... Like, am I missing something here, chat? I know we've got some folks here. I looked over these, and literally I cannot figure out a reason why I would pick any of these over the existing ones. So, yeah. There you go.
I mean, the Kruleboyz one is actually... I mean, if you're going... It's a cheaper way of getting an extra command point if you're desperate. I suppose you're not anyway.
Yeah, I just, like, I guess, I mean, I'd probably just figure out a way to take Command Entourage or Warlord.
Yeah. I mean, you go Warlord first, definitely. But then that's, like, because you do need, for both Command Entourage and Warlord, you do foot sluggers. So if you don't, if you've only got one extra Swamp player, you can maybe do that. You're gonna have, you got a couple of units. You might take that. There might be always one.
Yeah. Just nope. Pass. Okay, great. Units. Here we go. We're finally there, folks. Okay. Alrighty. Mega Boss on.
That was my first bathroom break in the history of doing this show.
No, it's fine. I'm almost there too, honestly, because I drank a bunch right before the show, which was stupid of me.
Rookie mistakes.
Yeah, it's because the unusual time. I was like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, we will power through. My bladder can take it. Let's do this. It's only like 30 scrolls. All right. Mega Boss on Maw Crusher. He is amazing. Ignore the fact that it says 4-up. I'm not going to read all of his attacks. He's 18 wounds now. That might say 4-up save to your eye. It is not, because now you're always taking the Rip 2 Fist, which sets his save back on a 3+, where it belongs. It's incredible. His Destructive Bulk, as mentioned earlier, is now just a bonus damage on the Stomp monstrous action. Fine, whatever. He now has 4 levels on his wound profile, which is like how all monsters are written now, so he can go 0 to 6 without suffering any penalty. He has 15 attacks, because that's what you're going to end up taking. You're not taking the boss Haka and Choppa, because you want to have a 3-up save, because you're not insane. And then he still has his Strength from Victory, bonus wounds, and bonus attacks whenever he kills stuff, which is fantastic. And Skull Shaking Bellow, the 3 friendly Ironjawz units receive this command ability instead of only 1. That is when he uses any of his command abilities. Now, there are restrictions to here. There are questions we need to answer in the FAQ. For example, theoretically, he could rally 3 units at once. That would work fine. Theoretically, he could... but theoretically, he cannot all-out attack or all-out defense 3 units at once, because 3 units at once can't meet the trigger, which is that unit is picked to fight, or that unit is attacked, right? And that happens one at a time, so that there aren't 3 triggers on there that are happening simultaneously. But
that has to do with the wording on all-out attack is the issue.
Yep.
We need clarification.
Right. So, some of them still work. Like, I believe the run 6, you can do it too, because you can pick 3 different units and then their run becomes 6, I think. Maybe it's when they're picked to move. I don't have all of them in front of me, so I apologize. But the point is, read the wording. Some of them will work, some of them won't. That's the answer. Because you have to... all the units that get targeted have to meet the trigger of the thing, of the command ability. That's how I'm reading it. Now, we could get an FAQ that tells me completely different, and they could say, nope, you can just do it anyways, who cares, ignore our own rules. Fine. But timing-wise, it seems clear as a bell to me. Obviously, Mighty Destroyers being tripped up, Mighty Destroyers in 6 units is incredible, or, whatever. So, yep.
I think Rally is one that you can do.
Yeah, Rally works, because it's at the start of the hero phase. You can pick a unit that's depleted and boom.
At the double, you can use this command ability after you declare that a friendly unit will run.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, so you couldn't do it because you can't declare all 3 units running at once. Yeah.
It's language like that, at least for right now, folks should. If you see language like that, don't do it for right now. And all-out attack is like that, and yeah.
Yep. But yeah, he's amazing. He's great. He hits like a truck. Yes, the Rip 2 Fist is only Rend 1 damage 2, and the Mighty Fist and Tailor Rend 2 damage 3, and he doesn't have the Rend 3 weapon anymore. Who cares? It doesn't matter. You can easily get him to damage 3-4. You can easily buff the crap out of this guy, have him charging 3d6 inches, and on the turn you go in with him, you're going to call the Waaaggghhh, like when he really needs to kill something, and then main dude is Rend 2, and boy on top is Rend 3. And as has been pointed out, he's just going to wreck Sun. Like, he can get it. He can get it.
Like, I didn't play Ironjawz, in the Chris Tomlin, Kieran, early on days and company. But I would imagine this latest iteration is what that must felt like in terms of, you were just trying to set up your sequence to get everything right, and then you going in this case with your Waaagghh to blow everything off the board and smash and bash, and with that extra rend and so on and so forth. Like I love the design of that as a play style, and because there's some cool Johnny etc. to that. It's like this great combo of Timmy and John. They just nailed it. Yeah, and the cabbage, like, it's such a perfect expression of that.
Yep. He's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I love him so much. So much. And yes, you can build an army with 3 of these now. That is actually doable in the points. So if you really love him, you can trip him. You can trip cabbage now. Gordorak. Nope. Skip. I mean, he's basically the normal guy, the normal mega boss with a couple notable exceptions that are big deals. He has 2 more wounds, which is cool, but he has a 4-up save and no ability to change that, which is not cool. His weapons are fine. They're perfectly fine. Like, he gets a lot of attacks, 10 attacks. And they can have some extra neat things they do, like proc mortal wounds and stuff. His destructive bulk is 1 more. Okay. His, fine enough. His Maw Crusher is 1 attack scarier. But he's a 4-up base save. And that's where we stop.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
And he can't take amulet, like the Maw Crusher.
And he can't take an amulet. Yep.
That's another big piece of this. So I just find this interesting. We don't have to get into this, but the fact that all of us write off this cabbage, Gordrak, because it's got a 4-up save, I find that compelling in relation to the save stacking debate.
Sure.
We've gone from like 0 to 100. Save stacking is the worst thing in the world that needs to be get rid of save stacking in the game. And the moment we see a 4+ save base characteristic, we're out. We're all out. Like, I just find that we don't have to get into it, but I find that intriguing.
Look, it's a thing that's here. It's reality. Like, save stacking is the real world, right? And by the way, if it went away, I might be even more prone to care about the 3-up, right?
Sure.
Because then I can push to, like, at least I have some ability to push to a 2 sometimes. I mean, it's such a huge deal. And by the way, this guy is still so much more expensive than the normal dude for, like, no reason. He's 80 points more expensive. He's 560 compared to the Mega Boss's 480.
Yeah.
60, okay.
Like,
no, yeah. Sorry.
There's no universe where he's worth his 80 points. Sorry, go ahead, Benjamin. I apologize.
No, that's okay. Yeah, he scales better with, what's the ability called, where he's getting extra, because he's got two attacks instead of 1, or 2 profiles instead of, or three instead of 2.
Right.
I should say. Strength from victory. He's better with that, but it's not worth 80 points better.
No. Yes, his strength from victory pushes him to 6 and 6 on his main weapons, and also violent fury, but all of those become damage 3, obviously, right? So, okay.
I think you nailed it with the fact you cannot amulet, and therefore you cannot arcane tome, or the 3 that we mentioned, like that. He's out. That and the 4-up. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Yep.
Like, at some point we'll figure this out.
At some point, Gordrak will be worth it.
We'll have some of these unique characters that should be cheaper than the better baseline. Generic. We'll actually get that. Because he should be cheaper, arguably, than the Mega Boss. But anyway.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah, and Mega Boss Mike said if he still gave you automatically 6 on the D6 for your big Waaagghh points, that would make him more playable, at least in that build. But he doesn't anymore, which is like a real shame.
Yeah.
Orruk Weird Knob Shaman, also known as a unit I never take. I do not find any value in this guy. He is now 90 points. He's cheap as chips now for a caster. I'll give him that at least. Well, hold on. I want to answer some of the comments. Ben Bricio said, Gordrak giving out 3 Unleash Hells to Bolt Boys and Big Waaagh. So, 2 tricks to that. 1, the regular Mega Boss can do it, because he also has the Trip 3 thing. So, no difference there. But 2, the problem with Unleash Hell is they all have to be within... They still all have to satisfy the criteria. So they'd all have to be within 9 units of the unit that completed the charge, right? So, at any rate, just to rally at home. Again, nope, I can still do it with the normal guy and spend 80 less points. So, okay. Weird Knob Shaman, 90 points. Tyler, you want to defend this pile of crap? Because I'm just putting Arcane Tome on my second Maw Crusher and saying that's a better caster every day of the week.
Well, look, yeah, after Konstantinos converted me to the new religion of Touch by Waaagghh, yeah, it's hard to argue for the Weird Knob. I'll give you that. Yeah, I mean, he's cheaper, so that's nice. I mean, if you're feeling lucky, you could potentially make him the general and hang him out in the backfield and hope for the best. Hope that you're not playing somebody with Sentinels or something to try to deny, slay the Warlord. I think it's hard to argue for him right now, but I need to think more about him. Yeah, with Touch by Waaagghh on a Cabbage.
Oh, thank you. Everybody corrected me. You're all absolutely right. I'm sorry. The regular Mega Boss is only Ironjawz. Cordrak can't target any unit. So he is the only one who can pull off the 3 Unleash Hells. Thank you. Sorry, everybody. I apologize. Yep, good. Okay. Yeah.
So are you not taking in your lists teleport and just 1 to wound?
Never.
You could. Potentially I mean, in Ironjawz Benjamin, of course, you're only getting buffs mostly one way, and that's Touched by Waaagghh, unless you get lucky and get Arcane. So then it does make that a little more interesting in that he's only 90 points. So it's like, I could spend 90 points and hope I can roll 7s. And yeah, you could backboard him and, like make your opponent, if you're not playing Seraphon, have to get fairly close to you to get an unbind range, or yeah, you can do some things, but yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence with him now, but maybe.
Pass.
It's just not reliable without any bonuses.
Pass.
In terms of that.
Pass.
Yeah.
Pass. Ironjawz are about punching people in the face. This guy has 90 points of not punching people in the face. I can now make my Mega Boss a caster. End of discussion. Like, what are we talking about?
Also screws up the drop count, because you're always going to, well, if you're running a Cabbage, you have the Cabbage and you have 2 War Chanters.
Sure.
So there's your Battle Reg finished. So he screws that up. He takes you from a 1 to a 2. So part of that would depend on how much you think there's a difference between 1 and 2. I think there's a potential huge difference, particularly in the meta that we're in. And then you can easily do a very scary one. I think like a common list is going to be 2 Cheerleaders, War Chanters, Cabbage, 10 Brutes, 10 Brutes, like 10 Ard Boys, 6 Pigs, 3 Pigs. There you go. It's like 1971 drop, good to go. That's a ton of hitting power, 155 wounds. There's a few variations you can have there, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of hard in terms of drop count if you're trying to play that game.
Sure. Pass. Brutes. Oh yeah, baby. Now we're to the good stuff. Let's talk about Brutes. Battle line all the time. 5 of them for 160 points. So it's 15 wounds for 160 points on a 4-up save with Bravery 6. One guy is a champion. He has the Boss Claw and the Brute Smasher. You know what I just said. You know what I'm saying. At any rate, the 2-inch reach weapons just became hot! Because the Jagged Gorehackas are 2-inch reach, 3 attacks, so 1 less attack than the Choppas. But on 3s and 3s, neg 2, rend 1 damage. Combined with the fact that the Gorehacka, Gore Choppa, I apologize, the Gore Choppa is 4s and 3s, also neg 2 rend, but 2 damage base. Incredible. On the round these guys come in. That is a huge amount of your unit. That is, 1 can reach over the top because they all have 2-inch reach, so they can fight in 5 and 5 with no problem, as long as your little champion guy is, one of the dudes up front, which just, make sure that happens. And then everybody else can fight, and they have a huge amount of their attacks being on rend 3. Woo! Take that, save stacking meta. And then as well, they have a built-in +1 to hit against a lot of stuff, because you had 1 to hit rolls for attacks made by this unit that target a unit with a wounds characteristic of 4 or more, which is wonderful, because then if you're fighting a big thing, or not even that big of a thing, like ogre or bigger, and then you don't have to use all out attack on them. They just, boom, they're just a +1. Now they're all in 2s, basically. It's great. It's fantastic. And the You Messin, our new ability that is so fantastic. Enemy models with a wounds characteristic of 1 that are within 3 inches of this unit cannot contest objectives.
crazy.
Massive. Such a good ability.
It's so insane. Oh my god.
You messing?
And
Yeah.
So I got a good amount of salt from my friend the first game that he experienced this, because I was not even within 6 inches of the objective with the brutes that were shutting down his 20 pinks. And I had other units that were in range to just, we're here. We're just going to, Cabbage was just there hanging out. Screw the 20 pinks. We're going to score this because my brute's 9 inches away, tagging 20 pinks. That was amazing.
Yeah. I love it.
I think
I need more brutes.
that ability
I need more brutes.
That ability on its own settles the argument between brutes and our boys, doesn't it? I think.
Yeah, they're all very different roles now, right?
Different roles.
Yeah,
they are very different. Now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think
They're
But
extraordinary unit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Iron Gutsman just said 20 points cheaper than 10 Gut Rippers. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Ardboys. Ardboys have now become your sort of like your body unit if you just want mass amounts of guy to just be like a sort of anvil. They're kind of your anvil unit. I mean, that's really what it is that you can spam and replace, right? They can go up to 15. They are battle line now all the time. No longer do you need 10. They're base 5 for 85 points, which is cheap. So if you're just trying to get sort of body/board control, that kind of thing, this is the role they fill. They're probably now the weakest of the 3 mains, I would argue, but they're not bad. They're still 2 wounds apiece on a 4-up save, so 30 wounds for not a tremendously huge amount of points, 255 points, right? And they're now 3 attacks on 4s, 3s, no rend, 1 damage. They still have built-in +1 to charge, not +2 anymore, but +1. Their bravery did go down, and they don't have, so they can't get to bravery 8. They only go to bravery 6. Drawn to the Waaagghh is really interesting, where if this unit's champion issues the rally command, it has to be that unit's champion. So if he gets killed or eaten or slain by any of those things, they can't do it anymore. But you have to like rally him back alive with something else or whatever, But if this unit's champion issues the rally command to this unit while they're wholly within 12 inches of a war chanter, you can return 1 slain model to this unit for each roll of a 4+ instead of a 6-up. And then they can still have their shields for a ward of 6-up. So between the ward, the bodies, the units, and the rally, they're clearly meant to be like your swamp anvil. That's kind of that's clearly the intention. Jacob Sims said, Vince, Ardboys plus Egomaniac. You are reviving 4+ meat shields. Nice. Not terrible. Sort of in a big WoW build, yeah. Kind of a cool meat shield to protect your hero. Yeah. They're clearly not as damaging anymore. They're just a big swampy meat shield now. They're meat. So
I like them. Yeah, I think they're pointed appropriately, unlike Gut Rippers.
Sure.
And they've got a role to fulfill in your backfield or whatever.
And then Gorgruntas, 5 wounds, 4-up save, beautiful, 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 all the way around. Rend on the guys. And now the tusks and hooves are down to 3s and 3s. You have your charge that can be on 3-up or 2-up if you have your jagged gore hackas for mortal wounds, which is how I build them, because why not? Like 2-inch reach just makes your work a lot easier. Boss gets +1 attack. 9-inch move. They're everything they should be for the beautiful price of 150 points. And their battle line in Bloodtooths. Love them. Love them. Everything I want. They're everything I want. They're beautiful. And buff to damage and on the Waaagghh, say goodnight, Gracie. Like, they will just blow things up. Just blow them up. So much damage.
Amazing.
I'm just blowing through these guys quick because, because there's not a lot to talk about with them. They're all pretty, like Ironjawz scrolls are all pretty on the face of what you see is what you get.
Yeah.
The Orruk Megaboss, 7 wounds on the 3-up save. Apparently he's got better armor than Gordrak, so take that, Gordrak. He has when you issue, he can issue it to 2 people, so still quite good. 8 attacks, 3s and 3s, neg 1, 2 damage with his weapon profile. Still great. Still has strength for victory, where if he kills, he gets 1 wound and 1 attack. So very nice. And if he's killed in the combat phase, he can fight immediately before he's removed. So he can always fight before he dies. Yeah, great. What I love about this guy. Why do I love this guy? Well, I love this guy quite a bit, and I love this guy because he's 140 points.
Yep, that's a good price point. I mean, we talked a lot over the years about how we need more of these foot hammers. You know, these scary individual 7, 8, 9 wound heroes on foot, and this guy definitely fulfills that role at 140 points.
100%.
I'm still not sure he's going to be in that many Ironjawz list. He might be a reasonably intriguing Big Waaagghh addition. I don't know, Benjamin, what do you think about this guy?
Yeah, I like him a lot at that point cost anyway. I mean, he's just synergizing so well with the rest of the army. 8 attacks can go to 2s and 2s really easy. Get up to 2 rend. You can give him the artifact. Like, yeah, that's a lot of output.
Yeah.
Really small base.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's slow, but you know there's lots of ways around that. He's like destroyers and everything else. Yeah.
He can just catch an extra mighty from somebody. I would point out he's another great one for get 'em lads, or throw the get 'em beat. Sorry, because then it doesn't matter. They only move 4. If he charges 3d6, he can just suddenly shoot out from behind the lines right into somebody. Because you pointed out he is on a relatively small base for what he is. I mean, it's big for an infantry hero, but it's small vis-a-vis your Mock Russia, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, the War Chanter. This guy had a lot of changes. 6 wounds, 4 up save. His sticks got a little better. His sticks are now 6 attacks, 3s, 3s, no rend, but D3 damage. Stick. He still has Violent Fury. He picks an Ironjawz unit wholly within 15 and gives him +1 to damage until your next hero phase. So, yep. Super good. Still super good. Like, great. Amazing. And the war beats changed a lot. First thing to note about war beats. They're now successful on a 3-up instead of a 4-up. Oh boy, does that change the math on these guys. Second thing to understand is they're now phase locked, so they happen sort of at a more appropriate time. This can be good or bad, but it can help. Fix and beat is in the hero phase, so you can heal D3 wounds perfectly. Like fix and beat's where I start. Excuse me. I always have 1 fix and beat chanter as my first chanter. I will say I run trip chanters. So there you go. I actually run 2 fix and beat heroes just because. You can pick one of the following war beats to know, and it write on your army roster. Unit can only attempt one of the war beat that it knows. So, yeah. Anyways, you get it. I don't want to derail myself. Get 'em beat now happens at the start of the charge phase. If the attempt is successful, pick 1 friendly Ironjawz unit wholly within 12. And then that unit rolls 3d6 instead of 2d6 when making a charge, and they can declare a charge up to 18 inches away. Very strong on a 3-up, and the fact that it's in the charge phase can be a little good, a little bad. You know, like something can shoot way out. You have to think more about your movement between Mighty Destroyers and your actual move, and this guy's run. This is a pretty frequent guy to absorb a command point to need to run 6, right? Just so he can get the full 10 out there to extend his 15-inch range all the way, and or his 12-inch range all the way for these or whatever, you know. Sorry. And then Kill a Beat is attempted at the start of the combat phase. If successful, you pick 1 enemy unit within 12, not wholly, thank God, and add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made with melee weapons that target that unit. So, again, all valid.
Yep. Centerpieces of the army, as always.
Yep.
I hadn't noticed that it moved to a 3 actually.
Yep.
It's so huge.
Massive, yeah, really big change.
I think they're 115 now, which is right around where they were. So, yeah, good, very good value.
Yes, as Mega Boss Mike pointed out, it is your charge phase, which means you can't combo it with Iron Suns, which is a shame. But at the same time, still an incredible ability. And on a 3-up, I have found this, like, I was getting him beat. Like, every round I was keeping that dude where I wanted him, you know, to just, like, make brute. I need to get the brutes out there. There they go. You know, Mighty Destroyers them for a 4, and then get him beat on them, and they shoot off 10 inches. You know, it's just, it's a 3d6 charge is so good. And the fact that it's now on a 3-up makes it much more reliable. All right, that's Ironjawz. They're good. It's good stuff. You can mix and match almost anything in there.
And even the, I mean, we're going to skip them, but even the warbands are reasonably playable at their point value. Like, they're reasonably intriguing, I think.
Yeah, oh, somebody asked a question. Is Fix and Beat and Kill a Beat not Ironjawz locked? No, they are not. So in Big Wa, they can heal anybody or give the +1 to anybody. Yes. That is correct. Only Get 'em Beat is faction locked. Okay, Kill a Boss on Great Nash Tooth. It's the same guy we saw in the Dominion box set. You know, he can help. He helps with the Battle Shock thing you're talking about, right? Because he makes it so only one model flees. And then he adds 1 to hit rolls for attacks made by this unit if they charged. So, staple, but you know he's okay. He's 170 points. What's your read on this guy, Benjamin?
The 3+ save makes him worth, I think, with the 170. There's nothing else with the 3+ save in the army.
Right.
You know, he's 10 wounds. He's 10. You know, he's 10-inch move. He can put out a little bit of damage. I think you go for him. I think
You go for him over the Vulture.
Yeah, I think so. I don't rate the Vulture. The Vulture is cheap, actually. I guess it is cheaper than what I imagine it should be.
Yeah, I think it's 240.
Oh, what are we talking about? Who do you want to compare him to?
The Kill Boss on Vulture.
Oh, the Kill Boss on Corpse Rippa Vulture is 240. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, and he's 170. So, I don't know. Nah, but what is it? Is the Vulture a 4+ save?
Yeah.
5 as well.
Yeah, 4+, 14 wounds.
Honestly, the only thing I don't like about this guy, I like him at his points. I agree with you on all your things. He does something very useful. Battle Shock is a thing with Kruleboyz, and it's nice that he can stop that to some degree.
Yeah.
I wish he was 9 wounds instead of 10. I think who said that? Somebody in the comments said that, I think. Iron Gutsman said it there. Yeah. I really I hate seeing 10 wound heroes. That's his only negative, right?
For what reason though?
Because then he pushes up into the high leader bracket for filling out battalions. He can't gain cover, and all that kind of stuff, right? It has a lot of cascading impacts. Like a 10 wound hero, take the same exact scroll, make one of them 9 wounds, one of them 10 wounds. The 9 wound guy is better. Counterintuitively, right? So
okay, makes sense.
Yeah, it's his only downside. But I agree with you. I like him that he's on a 3+ save. He's actually fairly tough. He's not a monster. He's not worth anything extra to your opponent, right? Which is nice. He can't give bonus victory points that up and downside, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But he can still, he can still have his birthday. He's getting +1 to hit anyway. So he goes on, going to 2s and 2s. You're not going to be sending him in to wipe out one big threat, but he can nip about on the edges, take out screens, take out things holding objectives. I could see him in lists. I would probably run him.
Yeah, he can be a great guy to partner up when you're calling the Waaagghh in Kruleboyz, right? If you're going for the melee strategy, because he's a great one of the 3 to pick. Even if he's not your general, he can be a good one to pick. Because especially if he charged that round, suddenly 2s and 3s for his whole profile. It's not bad. All right, Man Skewer Bolt Boys. Oh boy, goody. Here we go. All right. Man Skewer Bolt Boys, as mentioned previously, are battle line in the Big Yellers version of the army. You get 3 of them for 120 points. So it's 6 wounds on a 6-up save for 120 points. Normally we would stop there and say it's no good if we were just looking at those stats in the raw. But of course, there's more to it than that. The champion has +1 attack of that model's missile weapons, which is actually a incredibly important champion bonus in this unit, right? And the way their hasty shot, aimed shot works is it's a forced choice. Basically, if you didn't make a normal move and you're more than 3 inches away, then you use the aimed shot. Otherwise, you use hasty shot. right? So aimed shot in big yellers is a 27-inch range, and the hasty is 15 inches. Remember, you get +3 to the range. And your aimed shot with a 27-inch range is 1 attack, 2 for the champion. So out of the unit of, let's just go all in. These can be battle lines. Let's just assume you got 9. Let's just do that. Okay. So you've got 9 for 360 points. That's what you're paying. That's what you're getting. You're getting 10 attacks with the champ bonus. On 2s, 3s, neg 1, 2 damage, and every 6 to hit goes directly to mortal. 6 to hit goes directly to mortal wounds. And that 9 unit is obviously going to be what your swamp collar bonuses, right? And then they'll do it on 5-ups.
Yep, unless they're in range of the Snatcher boss, then the 6-ups do
3 damage.
3 mortal wounds instead.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I think it's 15 on average from those shots on 15 mortal wounds. That is on average from a unit of 9. But it's a cleverly written scroll. The exist because when I first read it, when I imagine many people first read it, me and Corey Papp were talking about it, and he went through the exact same process as I did. Is that you think, oh, you know, I can super sneaky one unit up, I can bridge the other unit up, and then I've got what, like, you know, they double the attacks then, so it's 18. You've got 36 attacks. Well, you imagine that, but the way that the buffs work and the way that the rule is written means that actually you can't shoot the hasty shots if you haven't moved. So you can't bridge them, for instance, and then still get hasty shots.
Right.
You can't, if you super sneaky them off, then you're going to be outside of range of the Swamp Caller Shaman, which is a super weird and restrictive way that we haven't seen before. Is that they don't even need to be, they can't just be wholly within 12, so you can't even like super sneak them to and put the Swamp Caller on the deployment line and have them still wholly within 12, because one model has. So really there isn't any way of, you know, of moving them unless your opponent deploys badly. There's no way of getting the hasty shots in range with all the buffs on in the first turn, on not even on one unit really. Like, it depends. Some battle plans, the 18-inch battle plans, you could get one unit in range with hasty shots and the buffs, but that's it. So it's cute because I do like the way that it's written. It forces you to take the aim shots when you've done something like bridge, for instance. You haven't counted as moved, so then you're forced to take the aim shot. And you know, I guess the way that those shots normally work is that the aim shots are normally better with units like that, because you get the better to hit bonus. But with this, because you're looking to proc,
right? Because you're
mortals.
fishing, yeah. As has been pointed out, you're absolutely right. Like, you go for the hasty shot if you can, because you're just looking to proc. Right, that's what you want. You want to punch straight through to mortals. So more shots is better. It's not that you couldn't also, like, all-out attack or whatever. Sure, you could. I mean, like, whatever, it's fine. But ultimately what you're trying to do is throw as many dice as you can to hasty shot if you can, because then the math on that unit of 9, right, goes to 19, and every 5 is 2 mortals, and every 6 is 3 mortals. And all of a sudden it's like, whoa, that is very explosive for 360 points. Right, in that 15-inch range. Yeah.
But it changes. So like the way the rule is written like that changes it from, it's not an Alpha Strike army. It's a Counter Strike army essentially. So it's like that one small little change. I think that one small change on the word makes all that difference. It turns it from being able to do an Alpha Strike with, you know, if you could Alpha Strike with 2 units of those, the army would just be beyond busted. But with really, really cute and not incredibly obvious. Like, I think, as I say, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter being like, Kruleboyz Units plan, but you know, like, it isn't the powerhouse that you think it is initially because of the way the rules are written and the restrictions inside of them. Like I think it is weird, the Swamp Caller one, where you need one model within 3, but the unit wholly. We haven't seen anything quite as restrictive there, but it just means that you can't be
still getting that the swamp crawler buff. You can still easily get the snatcher bosses in range because you've got round traits, you've got the spell. So if you are teleporting them off, super sneaking them off some other part of the board, the chances are you can probably get the snatcher boss in range. So you still do the mortal wounds on 6s, but you wouldn't be doing them on 5s because you'd be out of range of the swamp crawler.
Yeah, I mean, my answer is right now. Like, I get where you're coming from, Benjamin, and I know that you're not as hot on the power of the Bolt Boys as I think has been common knowledge. And I see certainly the point you're making. But I'll tell you, man, the damage these guys put out for what is, in the end, a relatively low investment, right? Now they are fragile. Like, let's be fair. These dudes are fragile, right? Even 9 of them, it's like 18 wounds on a 6-up save. So, like, let's just be real about what we're talking about here, okay? But, at the same time, it's so many mortal wounds, right?
Yeah.
Like, 2 units of 9 is not an unreasonably large investment. And out of that, you're going to get, you know, I mean, depending on how your swamp callas and, you know, where your dudes are at, you're going to get somewhere like 20 to 28 mortal wounds at range. Probably. Right? That's probably the math on that. I haven't like thought about it in all the different weird overlapping synergies. But that's a lot, man. Like, that's a lot of mortal wounds to just put in the face of the enemy. Right? And so much of that, like, most of that's not caring about negatives to hit to some degree. Right? Like, you know, like, all of their utility heroes are just dead. If you want them to be. Right?
Yeah.
And so, and my other problem is because this is made worse by the fact that the gut rippas are so incorrectly pointed right now. And they're your only battle line. Right? So the comparative is like, well, I'm either taking these guys or gut rippas, right? Like, those are my only 2 choices. Like, I got to have one of 2 of these things in my army. Yes? That's it.
Yep.
And because gut rippas are so incorrectly pointed, being off by, I don't know, probably 20 points, maybe 25, maybe 30, right?
Yeah, minimum 20, but yeah, could be. You could go lower.
Right. The point is, it just feels so, it feels so incorrectly balanced right now that it's like, well, the shooting is really powerful. Yes, it's fragile, but it's really powerful. And I haven't invested a huge amount of my army. Like, I mean, 700 points is 700 points. I'm not saying it's nothing. Okay. But, like, man, for 20 to 30 mortal wounds, that feels pretty reasonable when I'm going to take a couple of the things I was going to take anyways. Right? Like, I was going to have the Swamp Colors. I was going to take Derek. Right? So, why not? Right? I just feel like right now the incentives are upside down on Kruleboyz to the fact where, like, you're going to see a lot of people playing a pretty heavy amount of Bolt Boys.
Yeah.
So what do we think, I mean, real quickly while we're getting into this now, what do we think the lists are likely to look like? When I've been looking at this, I tend to go to, okay, well, you probably want the Sludge Raker, you want 2 Shamans, you want probably around 18 Bolt Boys in some combination. If you're not doing Gut Rippers, you're going to have 3 battle lines, so maybe you're like 9, 6, and 3, let's say. And I think and then I would lean into the Hobgrots for the chaff, battle line screen, subject to play, and not Gut Rippers. And then I think you've got some flex of like 240 something where maybe you do the Vulture or maybe you do something else. I mean, the argument for the Vulture is cutting down the battle shock potential, which isn't, I mean, it could be an issue on 9 and 6, let's say, or if you have two 9s, but maybe more importantly, Unleash Hell. You can double tap Unleash Hell with the Vulture and how it works.
Yep.
Which means you're not, like, if you don't have a way to shut down Unleash Hell with them, you're not going into them in terms of the little castle there. But that's kind of where my brain has been, at least in terms of a more heavy shooting list. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, so Jacob just shared his list, which is 2x6 Bolt Boys, 20 Gut Rippas, 2 Swamp Collars, generic Lizard, generic Bird, 3x10 Hobgrots. So, you know, some version of kind of what you just
Something
said.
like that. I forgot about the Killbows. That's the final piece. Yeah, 2 Killbows. Yeah.
Sure. I've seen the 21 shooting list, right? 993, right? And then you forego the gut rippers completely, and you just use the Hobgrots as screens, only. Maybe that's backed up with a kill bow or two, maybe not, right? And then like generic bird, generic Derek, generic Derek, yes. I mean, it's some mix like that, right? Is kind of where people will probably land right now. There's.
I think exactly. Oh.
Go ahead, Benjamin, please.
I was just going to say, I think it's basically. I think that's the exact list. I think you go 9, 3, 3, 3 though with the 18 because just for getting the extra shot from the hero, and also you're only probably going to be buffing the one. I don't know whether giving up the Swamp Crawler's spell is good enough on a unit of 6, especially if you're not doing hasty shots, which means you can probably you can definitely get away with doing 2. Then if you were 2 units of 9, you'd need 3, I think. And then the list I was writing were just running 4 units as the screens. I think they're absolutely incredible for 80 points because they're not battle line, so they're not giving up a battle tactic.
Reach, my friends. I've been trying to tell everybody in the local community that they've been crapping on Hobgrots.
No, I agree. I think Hobgrots
so
are actually really good. We'll get to them. Yeah. I think they're a sneaky, solid thing that should be part of a lot of army construction. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah. I'm glad to hear we got 3 Hobgrot fans in this chat right now. Yeah.
I've got 60 of them, and we'll be using probably most of them in most lists. I think it's another AOS 3 thing that I don't think has become as obvious as what it seems to me it should be. In that there's so much value in little units that aren't battle line,
right?
Like
they can't give up broken ranks.
Absolutely, yep. Yes.
Or the new things we've talked about, because a lot of the new. By the way, we when we're saying like broken ranks, keep in mind a lot of these books are printing battle tactics that are like pick a battle line unit that's under these conditions, right? And then you can get there's like most of these books and the White Dwarf articles are having secondary kill a battle line battle tactics.
Yeah.
Right. And so you're potentially stopping not just 2 but 4 battle tactic points with the Hobgrots. They don't give those up. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Beast Skewer Kill Bow. This is the big old bow. Again, he's got a hasty shot or an aim shot. This time it's 1 each. Neg 2 rend. This guy is 1 for 130 points. I think that sounds right off the top of my head. I'm correct there, right? Yes, 1 for 130. That's right. It's the same sort of thing. If you don't normal move, you use your aim shot, blah, blah, blah. It would get longer range and big yellers, all that kind of thing. It is, and then your damage characteristic is 2 plus effectively a third of the target's wound characteristic, max 12. Is that a fair way to think about that?
Mm-hmm.
Right, because you roll a number of dice equal to their wounds characteristic, and every 5 up adds 1 to the damage. So, there you go. So 2 plus a third of their wounds characteristic, and like all of them, because they have venom encrusted weapons, they can go to 6s. Will pass straight through to mortal. So it could be a potentially big mortal hit.
So do you guys rate the risk reward with these? You're paying 130. The risk part in particular, that 3 up to wounds. I mean, anything with 1 shot, we know how that goes, even if you're on 2s and 2s.
Sure.
You're going to have that time where you roll that 1, and certainly you're going to have a time where you roll the 1 or 2 on the wound roll, and all else equal. I mean, I was thinking about something crazy like 6 heroes, or even maybe just as your second enhancement, I'd have to look at, maybe trying to go very low points for a double triumph, double inspired, just so you'd have 2 shots maybe at 2s to wound to try to push through in certain matchups. But I don't know, what do you guys think in terms of the risk reward? Would you include these guys in your list?
Yes, 1. It is worth it for 1. Yeah. Because there's too many things. Like it's the mega hit is too appealing. The ability to hit a mega and just do like 12 damage or even 12 mortals, right? Like it's just like that's a huge part of the meta. They're very popular right now. There's lots of 16, 18 wound heroes out there. Like one of these just has value. right? Sure, it's going to miss sometimes, but sometimes it will like pay off. It has such a huge top end of what it might achieve that it's just worth it. Because yeah, it's 130 points. Again, it's not battle line or anything. It doesn't give up anything special. It's like, yes, it is the classic destruction slot machine. But when you come up jackpot, 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 or whatever, you know, it's just like, it is a heck of a payout, right? Yeah.
And also, you get, like, you know, if you're not playing against Mega Gargants or something with a big, juicy monster, you only need to spike, you know, like a 5-wound hero. You need to roll 2 5s, 6 wounds, and it's dead. So,
right.
There's a good chance that you can be just, you know, in the games where you're not shooting at the big, juicy targets, you're just picking up small, you know, the small support heroes with it. And if, you know, even if he, you know, he only rolls 1 5 and does 4 damage, you've got a unit of 3 bolt boys then who can just finish it off.
Yep.
Yeah. Good points. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one. No more than one though. I think it is too situational.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting.
I rate 100%. All right, the Marsh Crawler Slogoth, our little Dobby friend, who has an error right now in his war scroll in that he doesn't have the Kruleboyz keyword, and so technically cannot be included in the army. Obviously an error, which will get corrected. But he has Orruk, Warclans, Grot, Troggoth, all that kind of stuff. I assume he'll get Kruleboyz. He's 12 wounds on a 4-up save. Not a monster. Important to note. And then his melee is more or less there. It exists. He can, like, slay a model. He has a little pick and kill. He can regenerate, and really you're taking him because he has a +1 to hit rolls for attacks made with melee weapons by friendly units that are wholly within 18 inches of any friendly units with this ability. Interesting that is not keyword locked in any way. So if this guy is taken as an ally, he can give +1 to hit over in Gloomspite. He can give +1 to hit in everybody in Big Wa and so on. You know, yeah. So he's interesting. Our Marsh Crawler Slogoth is 150 points. What do you rate him there, gentlemen?
I don't really see him in a Kruleboyz list.
No, me neither. At all.
Yeah, and I mean, even in a Big Wa, like, it's more enticing. Yet at the same time, as we discussed, you should be pretty quickly getting to that +1 to hit anyway on the table. Yeah. And so I'm not sure you're getting sufficient value in that regard anyway with him and Big Wa. Yeah. Yeah, my argument is you're going to see this guy more often in Gloomspite Gitz armies than you're going to see him in Orruk armies. Like, he's going to show up in some Gitz armies. Like, he has a big old bubble of +1 to hit with the Grot keyword and the Troggoth keyword, who bonuses all their stuff. Like, he's going to show up in some Grot armies. That's going to happen. All right, gentlemen. I'm going to step away for like 2 seconds. I apologize, but we're at the point where I'm going to die otherwise. But I'm going to let you guys... Right. I have Swamp Caller Shaman and Gut Rippas up, and these are 2 things that behoove a lot of discussion. So take them through like how the Swamp Caller thing works in lieu of the casting and the Gut Rippas, and let's have the Gut Rippa discussion. I will be right back. Okay, cool. Okay. So Benjamin will start with Swamp Caller Shaman. So we've got... Obviously, mostly it's about the poison and elixirs with this guy. As we've already discussed, you cannot do both spells and the poisons. The start of the hero phase, so it's also an important trigger, start of the hero phase. If this unit is more than 3 from all enemy units, instead of attempting to spell, etc., you can pick a Kruleboyz unit, wholly within 12, so it's pretty good range. It's not too bad to do this. It has to, let's see, that unit has to be more than 3 away from all enemy units. And then let's see, if you do a poison, enter next hero phase, that's what triggers. What's that?
Like, it does need to be at least within, one model needs to be at least within 3 inches of him as well.
Absolutely, yeah, within 3 inches of him, yeah.
Yeah. It's like three stipulations rather than just being wholly within.
That's true. Yeah, I missed that little part there at the end. Yeah, that's critical as well.
Yeah.
And you can't do both of them, so you got to pick one or the other. If you do the poison, which probably most people are going to be doing, when we already discussed it, towards the 6s, triggering the mortals into 5s, modified 5s to hit. And then what is the other one here? Let's see. If you give the elixir, add 1 to save rolls for attacks that target the unit into your next hero phase. So, I mean, an army of pretty bad saves. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah.
Probably never doing that one.
Just not going to do it, are you? And also, it's just Mystic Shield, isn't it?
Right.
So
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you could stack them if you were going that way. 2 spells just to give +2 to a unit that's only on a 5 plus save anyway. Because the only thing you're going to use it on.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just Mystic Shield, but more restrictive, and I guess you get it for free, but you still need the stipulations.
Right.
You're going to be using the poison every time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he does a little bit of work in combat, but I mean, 2 attacks, 3s, -1 rend, D3. I'm probably not going to do much math-wise. Summon Boggy Mist. The spell isn't too bad. Casting value of 7. Got until your next hero phase, add 1 to charge rolls for Kruleboyz Orruk units on the battlefield, and subtract 1 from charge rolls for other units on the battlefield. I mean, it's situational, but anytime you get a potential -1 to charge rolls across the entire battlefield, that's not too bad. Again, though, it's on a 7. All of these seemingly are on 7s with no ways to bonus.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem. A lot of spells with no spellcasting bonuses in the army at all, and then the trade-off, the ability on your war scroll is better than the spells. But I think it is a good spell, but also gob spell. So like if you were doing something, disappearing act to get rid of screens and some monsters for the +1, and so especially with one unit outside of 9, that could combo quite nicely with cast it a little bit, put someone on the line, cast the cogs a little bit further up to charge with getting +2 to charge then with some potential rerolls. So I could see some, if you're not running Gobsprack, I can see some, a potential first turn where you might use that spell instead of the elixirs, just because maybe it's not, the elixirs aren't as valuable on monsters because they've got much less attacks, and maybe you just shoot them off in the hero phase before you even get to that point. So
I mean, I'd love that idea if you had a way to, as you said, make that reliable. I mean, speeding up time on cogs, talk my language now. That's still, buy those stonks, folks. But yeah, so all right, I think that 120 for the shaman. Does that sound right?
No, I think it's 105 actually.
25.
105.
The Swamp Collar Shaman and Potgrot is 105.
105. Oh wow.
Pretty cheap, really. You can definitely afford 2. I think you'll see 2 in almost every list, really, because he's filling in. He's filling in one of the core battalions, then he's filling in command entourage for them, and then you can alternate then as well. One can be cast in, one turn will be given the elixir. If you've only got, for instance, 1 unit and 9 bolts, or 20 gut rippers or something where you only got 1 target where you want to put that on. At least then you've got the second guy who can be cast the spell.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. At that points cost, it's very reasonable to take 2. I mean, this guy's good enough for wizard for what he has, and the nice part is, here's what I'll say about the alternate to the spellcasting thing. This guy does always have a role to do something. Like, he's always doing something, unlike the stupid Ironjawz wizard, right? Because you can run into magic matchups where you're like, well, I'm never getting my spell off. And by the way, this guy has a pretty good spell, as you guys were discussing, right? Like, Summon Boggy Mist is a pretty darn good spell. But like, you can run into those magic matches where you're like, oh, okay, I guess I just don't get to cast spells here because you're up against a spell dom, and it's like, who cares? I'm still going to derive the value from this guy, right? Through the elixirs and the potions. And honestly, like, I would probably, here's the thing, I would probably take those 2 bonuses that he can give with the elixirs and the potions, even if this guy wasn't a spellcaster. That's the trick. for his cost.
105, yeah.
Yeah, for 105. Yeah. On like a 6-wound hero. I like that he's 6 wounds too. I really, really love the difference between a 5-wound hero and a 6-wound hero. It's the smallest difference, but boy, does it often matter a lot. So anyways.
To what degree there's an argument for just skipping the shamans and investing more into bolt boys? I mean, 105 versus 120.
I think the bonus is too huge as to what he adds. Like the way it pops off the mortal wounds is such a mathematically huge difference. And his point cost right now is cheap enough.
Yeah. If you're not running any units of 9, then maybe you wouldn't, because you go in MSU anyway. So you're getting the extra shot, which will probably balance it out over 7 or 8 units, maybe.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, the big unit of 9. Yeah, certainly you're getting a lot of good mathematical value out of that. But I just haven't looked at the numbers in terms of like the differences between just running more bolt boys. But, yeah.
I mean, it moves it a lot. Just ask any Lumineth player.
Yeah, sure, that's a good point.
You know, because it's just Lumineth ability 2.0, right? Except, whatever.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
All right. Did you guys talk Gut Rippers already? All right. Gut Rippers, 2 wounds, 5 up save, 2-inch reach on the weapon that they come with in the Dominion box set, and the one you're probably going to build them with, so they can actually function, because they're on relatively big bases for what they are. As we've talked about 100 times, they're 180 points. I mean, you are getting 20 wounds for 180 points with them. They get their bravery 5. They go to 6 with their banner. They do get +1 to charge because they're musicians, so they do have like the good musician, sort of good what I would expect out of that banner stuff. And their little ability is scare tactics, which is an ability I absolutely hate because it's one of those things I just absolutely despise. The start of the charge phase, if this unit is more than 3 inches from all enemy units, you can pick one enemy unit within 12 inches of this unit that is not a hero or a monster, so it's already quite restricted. And then roll 2d6. Add 1 to the roll for every 5 models in this unit. At least they have some minor bonus. So if you're taking them in 10s, you get +2. All right. I mean, a unit of 30 of these will definitely probably get this off, even against very high bravery armies. But even then, it's not automatic. It shouldn't say definitely, probably. It's then a 50-50 chance. That's the number. And if it's equal to or greater than the bravery characteristic of that enemy unit, subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks made by that enemy unit that target this unit until the end of that turn. The problem is in 10s, it's just like, oh my god, that's a lot of points to get. That's an ability that you're like, well, there's a lot of bravery 10 stuff in the game, and it's just basically never going to work, because you got to roll an 8 to hit it with a unit of 10. Yeah. It's not impossible, but it's certainly not the likely outcome.
In which case, it's a scroll with no rules whatsoever.
Right.
Those match up.
Yeah. Well, we've said a lot about this. We all know the problems with this unit. GW, please drop the points. They're way too high right now. One of the first lists I wrote, I think it was the Snatch Boss on Sludgebreaker, the Break a Boss on Troggoth, 20 Gut Rippers. The idea of trying to have 3 combat pieces where you could at least once per game potentially lean into the Waaaggghhh. Set out with, I think there were 12 bolt boys and whatever combination you want, 2x10 screens and hobgrots, and a couple of kill bows. I like your argument for only doing 1 kill bow, so that's another unit of bolt boys. So 15 bolt boys, let's say, right there in that list. I mean, it's not amazing, but I could at least see some potential play in a combined arms list like that. I'd love to try that over a number of games and see what I can do in terms of like trying to sequence it well, and I don't know. Like, it's covering a decent number of bases if certain things can happen, particularly the Waaaggghh. Because that's decent output, potentially, on those 3 pieces. The Troggoth, the Sludge Raker, and 20 Rippers. With a 5, 2-inch reach, 20 of them. It's 41 attacks, 5s doing mortals. I mean, maybe they're not all alive by the time that they get in, but it's just, yeah.
Yeah, we should point out that they can do work with the venom encrusted weapons if they get the Swamp Call bonus. It's not like this unit is terrible, okay?
Yeah.
Their special ability is largely superfluous, which is a shame, right? You wish it was something. But they can do damage. Like, if the shaman gives them the little potion, then you're good. Right? They can get there.
The plus one to charge the drummer is nice as well, because that
Yeah.
does, again, you speed up cogs, casts the mist. And they're on a +3 to charge. Then you could even potentially be putting things like bridge in the list. Then at that point,
Yeah.
bridge and units of 20 of those around.
I know. I've been thinking about bridge as well. Yeah. I mean, at least that is on a 6. But
Yeah.
it's what is bridge right now? It's 70, 100, right?
No. I think 60. I think.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 100 for some reason. Okay. All right.
No, it went down quite a bit.
Okay. That's not too bad.
Electman says, "Are they the only battle line outside of Bolt Boys in Big Yellers?" Yes, they are. And Jacob Sim says, 20 is surprisingly okay. Keep on playing them. Kruleboyz deployment is so important. Movement too. Yeah, I mean, I think that I do think they're not a bad scroll. They have a bad rule, but I think the scroll has a lot of good bones. I just think it's literally a points issue right now. The Bolt Boys are slightly too cheap, and Gut Rippers are slightly too expensive. Like, it's just the world we live in right now. It's a points problem, which isn't a bad place to be, by the way, because that can be corrected pretty easily, right? So
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah, Benjamin, you're right. Bridge is 70.
So there you go.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Swamp Boss Scumdrek. So this is our named guy. What is everybody feeling on the named guy? Are we just like, no, we want to get to the non-named guy? Is that what we're?
The only difference is that he has that stupid extra. There's no point in even reading it out.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. So Swamp Boss Scumdrek. I'm not gonna. You're absolutely right. I'm not. He's 320 compared to the regular Sledgeraker Beast 315. So they are about the same point cost. But obviously he's unique, so hence can't take items and all of that type of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And yes, he has this Betmaster ability that relies on Hobgrot units existing, and then you like playing the shell game where the exact right unit dies first, and anybody can just deny that if they want or whatever to a point, like accidentally is basically what I would say.
Yeah.
And
then all it is a triumph. Anyway,
and then you get an extra +1 to wound once a game. Yes. Yeah, I like regular Derek better. We'll get to him in a moment. All right. So Gobsprak, the Mouth of Gork. So Gobsprak is 300 points even. Is a monster. Is a totem, by the way. Oh, I didn't mention, by the way, earlier. This was a thing that this totally slipped my mind. The regular Mega Boss on foot has the totem keyword now. So even if he's not the general, his use 2 commands is 18 inches, not 12. All the time.
Yeah.
Which is super cool.
Yeah. As well as the cabbages. Yeah, they've got it too.
Yep.
Yeah.
So anyways, Gobsprak, the Mouth of Gork, he has all the keywords. He gets them all. He's a big old wizard. He has 14 wounds on a 5-up save. In melee, he's like not very good. Let's just be honest here, right? It's okay. He's okay. He can do a little damage. But now for his points, he's certainly not a combatant. But he has a 2-cast, 2 unbind wizard. Obviously he flies. Duh, he's on a big bird. He has Mork Says No. Each time this unit unbinds a spell, the caster suffers D3 mortal wounds. If the spell was unbound with an unbinding roll of 10+, the caster suffers D6 mortal wounds instead. He has the Mouth of Mork. If this unit issues the redeploy command to a Kruleboyz unit, you can reroll the die that determines the distance the unit that receives moves, which is like a really, really good. Because there is no worse thing than rolling the 1 on a redeploy, and this, minimizes the chances that you get a 1 pretty greatly. And then if the unit issues the Unleash Hell command to a Kruleboyz unit, you do not have to subtract 1 from the hit rolls for the attacks made by the unit that receives this command. So, okay. Cool. He's got a ward save of 6-up. And then once per game, he can use his Screaming Mandrake, where once per battle, when this unit attempts to unbind a spell, you can say that it is using a Screaming Mandrake. If you do so, he rolls 3d6 instead of 2d6, increasing the chance that you proc back a d6 mortals, right? Or definitely get the unbind for a d3.
Yeah. I mean, to state the obvious, where the hell is this guy's +1 to cast a spell and unbind?
There we go. There it is. There it is.
I mean, that's why I can't bring myself to put him in a list. I get he's got some nice utility, he's potentially he's a reason to you're giving your opponent a reason to not risk casting in certain matchups. You know, his potential to do 2 D3 with his unbinds, 1 reliably with the once per game. I just don't think, you know, with how, I mean, you're always starved for points with every list and trying to squeeze the most out of it. Are you going to drop 320 for this guy without any bonuses to cast when this is the caster?
I would also point out he is a Bravery 6 hero, so he's almost impossible to heal himself, right?
Oh, yeah. Good point.
Save as well.
Yeah, I don't have 5 plus save. Yeah. Like, 5 up, 6 up, huh?
It's a £90 model. That's not a £90 war scroll.
No. Not at all.
That's my biggest issue with it. I'm not paying £90 for that model.
Oh, I love that.
For that war scroll.
Oh.
It needs a £90 war scroll. Because the model's fantastic. It's so good.
Right.
But I don't think we're going to see it that often because, like, you get the value. Like, you know, Archeon, Teclis, all has a £100 war scroll. It's worth it on the table as well. So, yeah, that's just for me. I think that's a barrier. It's like I don't want to spend 90 on that. He's going to die in the first turn.
Right.
He's only got 5 up stage.
Yeah, I like Jacob.
I'm absolutely stealing that. That's amazing.
Yeah, I like Jacob Sims' take here. Hey, man, we all came to the same conclusion. Here's what I told everyone. If you want to take him because he's the big man, he's okay. Just not the better option. Like, if you like him because he's cool and because he is the big name dude in this, don't feel bad about taking him. It's not that he's horrible. It's just he's a fragile piece and, you know, he is what he is, right? Like, he's probably... You're going to be hard-pressed to get his 300 points out of him. To get your 90 pounds back.
Yeah.
Okay. Break a boss on Mire Brute Troggoth. Alright, so dude who's riding the troll. 12 wounds, 4 up save. Again, not a monster. I feel it necessary to point this out. The big troll is a mount, hence his ironbound clubs will not benefit from venom encrusted weapons here. Okay. But this guy can actually do some pretty significant damage. So at the start of the combat phase, you can say the Break a Boss is yanking on his Troggoth's harness. If you do so, this unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, but for each mortal wound, you add 2 attacks to the characteristic of the Ironbound clubs until the end of that phase. Meaning that the sort of average outcome is that you end up at 8 attacks on, you know, let's just call it 3s and 3s. You could use other things as well to buff that, obviously, but you could end up on 3s and 3s. 8 attacks, 3s and 3s, neg 2, 3 damage each. It's a lot of damage on good rend. Like, that is what it is. And this dude's 180 points.
And you can stick a Arcane Tome on him and give him Flaming Weapons.
Yeah.
Yep, he sure can.
Very first list. Yeah, I had that combo.
And all-out attack and his birthday as well. So, like, you got a 33% chance of doing 10 attacks at 2s and 2s, minus 2 rend, 4 damage. That's spicy for 180 points.
Yeah,
I mean, say pound for pound, this guy is where the money's at. Just
I
pound for
really
pound
like
in
this
terms of
guy.
output.
Yeah. I think it's a good value war score, really, isn't it? So
he's slow. Like the 5-inch move, he's slow. Yeah. Okay, we all accept that. We all yep. Let's all get on board with the fact that yes, he's slow. Okay.
Oh, but he's a mount, so he could take a mount trait as well.
He can take a mount trait. Yes, all the ones that say that don't say monster, he can take. Right.
Oh,
so,
okay. Yes.
Right. Remember, some of them say monster. Now, ironically, Fasten does not, so you could sneak that extra 5-inch move out of him. Probably better uses in the world. But yes, he can take a mount trait. I mean, there's some not terrible stuff as options, by the way, on there for him, even with the non-monster ones. So he is slow, but again, on the new smaller boards with redeploy as an option, I've been amazed how much easier. So I was playing with the Mega Boss on foot. I did 2 games with the Ironjawz so far, and one of them I didn't use any Maw Crushes. Okay, intentionally. I built a non-Maw Crusher list because I wanted to challenge myself, right? First of all, the amount of bodies you get in a non-Maw Crusher list is insane. Like, it's
nuts, dude.
It is nuts how much Ironjawz are on the table. Like, what are you going to do with all that meat?
You must have had, 180 wounds.
It was nuts. Yes, exactly. It's madness. Okay. But I took 2 mega bosses on foot. Right? Just the regular foot mega boss. Those were my 2 guys. And they're like 4 inches as their movement. And you know what? Now, given I had Mighty Destroyers when I needed it for them. But look, honestly, they weren't often the target of Mighty Destroyers because they can only get double up, right? And it usually was other units I was needing to move around. So that dude was mostly just running behind things. But then late game, guess what he did? He was in there, right? Like, you could get there. Like, I'd redeploy him cheekily, he'd run every so often, and then boom, he was up and in the mix, right? So, you know, I don't think it's as crippling to have the 5-inch move as it used to be. That's what I'll say. I
was gonna say, Vince, I had this guy. I think he's, in my mind, intriguing for Egomaniac. If you build a list where you're not leaning into super sneaky, just to help keep him alive before until he can get in and do some work.
He's interesting for Egomaniac. Yes, he is like super sneaky plus Fasten is a funny build because then you can put him. You can trigger the super sneaky, redeploy him 9 away, and then Fasten him as 5 up, and now it's only a 4-inch charge. So like there is funny things you can do there with him to like get him around to where he needs to be. But yeah, he's at 180 points. He's worth experimenting with.
Oh.
Right.
I think you can still move after super sneaky as well, as it's.
You can move after you do super sneaky. Yes.
Yeah.
Hobgrotslittaz. I think a lot of people are pooping all over these guys. I'm excited about them, not only because do they herald the inevitable release of a Chaos Dwarfs plastic range, which is absolutely what they're doing. Like, let's not kid ourselves here. Working for their chaotic dwarven masters. It's like, oh, okay. Got it. Right? But yeah, man, these guys are great. 10 of them for 80 points. They are not battle line, as has been discussed. But they have a little funny missile weapon attack that has rend with their little scrap. Right? They can run and shoot. Yep, built in on the scroll, which is fantastic. They have reroll battle shock, which is comically hilarious since they're bravery 4. Okay, so like whatever. If they take wounds, they all die. Who cares? That's not the point, right? But and then their little slit of knives are like have 6s or double taps because they don't get the venom encrusted weapons. So they have a little replacement rule. Yeah, they're fine. They're great for what they are. Ultra cheap, pretty mobile, throw a little damage around chaff.
Yep.
Yeah. I like
which is exactly what the army needs as well. I mean, it'd be great if they were a little bit faster, but I still think their value at 80. Like I haven't wrote a list without 40 of them at least in at the moment.
Yeah, I just think they're fantastic value. I really do. As somebody who, like, obviously, Benjamin, and Tyler, that, like, Skaven is one of my other loves, right? And having just cheap units like this that you can throw around and get in the way and go hold objectives and do annoying crap, right? Like Night Runners and Gutter Runners and stuff is incredibly valuable.
Even more so in this edition as well, because they eat Unleash Hells. They're just eating all the Unleash Hells. Your units of 30 Sentinels or Dean Bow Snakes are just shooting 10 Hobgrots off. You don't care, and then you charge them with your sludge breaker or your Maya Brute or what.
Right.
Like there's so much value in that as well now that
you're cutting out.
Yeah, you cut out a little for a while.
Kind of cutting out a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, man. Benjamin, do you know offhand if they're 25s or do they have the weird 28 point something? Are they 25s?
Yeah, they are 25s.
Okay, good. All right. Because some of these things have been on these like 28.5 millimeter bases that breaks obviously the stringing out. But yeah.
Yeah, no, so they're good. They're perfect screening you.
Nice.
Yep.
They're doing a roll, multiple rolls.
Absolutely. All right. Now for Derek, the Snatcher boss on Sludge Raker Beast, 14 wounds, 4 up save. This guy is, as I said earlier, 315 points. I like this guy a lot. His main weapon is pretty good at damage 3. He's kind of, neg 1 down the line until you get to the big the tail, which is only 2 attacks on 3s and 2s. He does have a big... by the way, please continue structuring all random things like this. Why aren't more random things structured like this? Like his Noisome Bite is like D3 plus 3.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Can we move away from D6 and just use D3 plus 3 from now on? That would be super great. That would be nice. He adds 1 to the number of mortal wounds caused by the venom-encrusted weapons battle trait if the unmodified hit roll was 6, and the attacking unit is wholly within 12 of any friendly units with this ability. Do note that this is only on the 6, so if you expand, as they say here clearly, excellent use of a designer's note to pre-answer an FAQ, right? And say no, if it's on a 5, you would still do the normal number. On a 6, you would get the +1. Which is great. And then there are 2 other really important things to mention about him, which is 1, the venom-encrusted weapons actually applies to the Sledge-Raker beasts, Grappling Talons, and Noisome Bite, even though it is a mount, which is cool. So that's nice. And he has a little snatch and grab, which once per battle at the end of the combat phase, you can pick 1 enemy model that has a wounds characteristic of 7 or less, does not have a mount, and is within 3 inches of this unit. Roll 2d6. If the roll is greater than that enemy model's wounds characteristic, it is slain. Pretty nice ability to just, if somebody's foolish enough to let you get this guy within 3 inches of their utility hero, that thing is just dead instantly. Pretty strong numbers to just insta-kill a 5-wound hero on foot.
It's also breaking coherency at the end of the combat.
Yep.
Yeah.
Piled in as well.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Like that, that could kill another 4 or 5 models.
I know. I mean that's one of the best abilities for Kruleboyz that they've got going. Yeah, just in terms of the potential of that.
Yeah. He's great. Like I love everything about him. Every single bit about that scroll and the points cost everything. Like there's no.
Yeah, like I said, the damage output on this guy in terms of 4-up save, just the average damage relative to point value. He's just a little under a cabbage in terms of assessing, relative to the points value. 14.12. We had him here, my friend, on his sheet against 4-up save. So yeah, really, really solid.
Yeah, he's good.
And can take artifacts as well.
Yep.
Can be your general, can take the command trait for running charge, as we discussed earlier, if you go in that route, which could be useful on him, to be honest.
Yeah.
You'd probably put the amulet on him as well, wouldn't you?
Do you guys see List going double Sledge Raker? Or melee only List, or maybe combined arms or shooting heavy going double, or?
Yeah, I could see it, to be honest. Yeah, because you could do. Yeah, if you're doing a combined arms, you have one at the back six boys, and then one going forward, and he would be one of the options for your 3 as well. So you do maybe him, a Maya Brute, and the killer boss on Dog as your 3 things that you're going to send into war. I think between the 3 of them, they could pump out quite a bit of damage, really, and that whole package there is. How much is the Dog? 170, 300. My Brute's 180. Yeah, so it's only like 700.
Yeah, again, it's a relatively cheap little efficient package, and it works well with the wall. So I agree. Like, I think you could, in melee focus or a mixed arms, I think you could justify. There's the potential to justify the double Derek. I really do.
Or I think the only other list I put him in a double is if you're just running MSU Bolt Boys, just so you've got a bigger range for the buffs, or you can separate on 2 sides of the board. Then I think that would just be if you were like literally just spamming, like you put those 2 in,
right?
Swamp Caller maybe, and then just everything else.
Yep.
Interesting.
Free. Only in 3s as well.
For me, this is one of the main standouts of the entire Kruleboyz line so far.
Yeah,
just
great.
In terms of the point value.
Super cool model. I haven't talked about it a lot, but a lot of these models are actually really cool. I really like this model, and I think he's he's a great all around. What's that?
Only 34. That's value for £34.
You're getting 34 pounds worth of War Scroll here for sure. Absolutely.
£34. Yeah, get 2 of those. That's still only 66% of the cost of the bird.
Yep, will do.
All right, the Killaboss on the Vulture. So this is the non-unique melee Vulture guy. He has 240 points, 14 wounds on a 4-up save. Again, like decent-ish damage profile. Now, again, just like the other dude, the beak and flesh-tearing talons and a stinger. The venom-encrusted weapons battle trait applies to attacks made with a corpse Ripa Vulture's beak and flesh-tearing talons and its stinger, even though it is a mount. So his whole profile gets the venom-encrusted weapons, which is cool. So he does have some chance to push through some significant mortal wounds. He has the Break a Boss's ability to minimize battle shock, and he has Commanding View, which is probably the reason you've actually taken this guy. So Commanding View, you can use the same command ability more than once in the same phase if you pick the unit to issue the command. If you pick this unit to issue the command, this unit still cannot issue more than one command in the same phase, and a unit cannot receive more than one command in the same phase. So obviously, what you can do there is, well, first of all, you could like double rally or something like that. But you can double unleash hell, right? I mean, that's what everybody's been talking about. You can, as long as both units meet the criteria, are within 9, you can double unleash hell, right? You can't just you can't randomly pick another Boltboyz unit that's on the back of the board to start shooting or something that's nowhere near, but you can do it twice.
So yeah, is that? I mean, I agree. That to me is what stands out about this guy. Obviously, I mean, potentially the only losing one model to battle shock might be nice if you're running some gut rippers, but we've talked about the problems there. So yeah, it's all about the Commanding View. Relative to the other options, though, and I mean, we've been talking about the Sludge Raker and the Mire Brute Troggoth. It's got some play. Shamans. Can you find the points for this guy in list? I'm skeptical that he's going to be in list. Over those other options. I don't know. Is he? Okay.
Yeah, I think he's competing against the dude on Beast to some degree, right? Because they're both Killabosses. And points-wise, he is 70 points more expensive, but he's also he's much more mobile, but he's not quite as tough. That's the challenge, right? The difference between the 4-up and the 3-up is a big difference. But that Commanding View is like a pretty good ability. So, I don't know.
Yeah. I'd be curious here if anybody's been running. Oh yeah, go ahead, Benjamin.
I think actually listening to you guys now, he is better than I gave him credit for. I think in the beginning, that having that killer boss ability in the army is that there is definitely legs in that, and he is cheap. Like he is cheap for his profile, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think as Tyler said, it's just competing against too many of the slots. And I don't think he's doing anything else. I think he needed one more rule or scroll there to really differentiate him and give him a different role.
Yeah, he's what saves him for me is he's not that expensive for a monster of his size and capability, right? And again, he is also a totem and all of that. Like, he's useful. Like 240 is not a bad level of investment for something with this stat profile.
Sure.
That's my argument.
I think the point value is fair.
Yeah.
For what he's bringing to the table. Yeah.
Yep.
I had a hard time fitting him in the list with the other options, and he just hasn't quite. He's like on the cusp of making the cut. But I'd be curious. Comments, live show or afterward. Yeah, if anybody's been finding use for him, if he's making your way into the list, we'd love to see the list. Obviously, could see him in melee heavy. Because this army doesn't have ways to save themselves from battle shock other than this guy for the most part.
Right.
So battle shock is a real issue with this army, as I found out last night.
Yep. All right, Killaboss with Stabgrot. This is our Killaboss on foot. 6 wounds, 4 up. This is the guy from the initial box set again. He also has the Killaboss ability of all part of the plan. Again, so minimizing battle shock. And he has this ability called You Hold Him Off, which lets him basically put a wound onto the Stabgrot. Probably 1 wound. And kill our little friend. Yeah, I mean, he's the cheapest way to get all part of the plan because he's only 110 points. Yep.
I can't see him in a single. Oh wait, what's that? If he's armed with a shield. Oh, okay. He does go to a 3+ save.
Yes. Yeah. I should have said that. Yes. If he's armed with then his save characteristic becomes 3+. Yes. Thank you. That's a very important thing I left out. Yes. That is super important. He can go up to the 3 up. This guy cannot, right? Even though he's got the shield, the one on the Vulture is stuck on a 4+. The little guy can be on a 3+.
I still don't think you take him though.
I think the argument for if you took him would be if you were building your melee list you were happy with and you needed to sneak that Battle Shock ability in there somewhere and didn't have the points for the other 2 options.
Sure.
Yeah,
that's where he'd come in.
Yeah.
And I haven't played around enough with lists to know if that's a reality, right?
Yeah.
But that's it. Like that to me is his use.
Yeah.
Right.
Makes sense.
Like, I've only got 120 points left. Okay, well I can't afford the guy on the Break a Beast, right? So it's this guy. That's what it comes down to. All right, Merknob with the Belcher banner, also a dude out of the box set. 95 points, very cheap. 6 wounds, 4 up save. He's okay, is my answer. He has his Power of Kragnos when a friendly Kruleboyz Orruk unit, very important, as he does not protect Hobgrots. Okay. Wholly within 12 of this unit is affected by a spell or the ability of an endless spell. You can roll a die on a 5+, ignore the effect of that spell or the effects of that endless spell's ability on that unit. I should state that these do stack. So if you have multiple Merknobs, they can overlap their banners and give you multiple 5-ups. It's not a ward. They are relatively cheap at only 95 points, so if you kind of have a couple of them mixed into your lines where they're double affecting certain critical units you want to keep alive, it means that those units become very resistant to magic, because even 2 5-ups is, has a pretty good chance of happening. So, yeah. And then, he can, at the start of the combat phase, you roll a dice for each enemy unit within 3 inches. On a 1, nothing happens. On a 2 to 5, they suffer 1 mortal wound. On a 6, it's D3. So, he can do some mortal wounds. But really, you're taking him for the Power of Kragnos.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's tough.
Yeah.
I can see him in lists, definitely. Especially, in a team list or something where you were going, maybe all MSU or a lot of MSU Bolt Boys. He would, that list would get wrecked by tech lists. For instance, like Portal, his AoE through a portal. Something like a Merc Boy would save a hell of a lot of damage coming through, I think. So I don't think he could be in every list, but I think we'll see him. I think he's got value. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about the Morgsai combo with him, which I really like. And
yeah.
It came up last night. Yeah, he was in my friends list, and I was trying out the Everblaze, the updated War Scroll for the Everblaze Comet, which I still rate. I know it's 100 points. It's not proccing multiple times now, but you can dispel it in the enemy hero phase, of course, and then recast it. And so I think it's still pretty good value in certain lists. Anyway, he shut down. He kept rolling 5s. He probably cut my output by half with the number of 5s that he was rolling in his castle of Kruleboyz. So yeah, it certainly added some value that game last night.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. He's situational and list dependent, but you'll see him a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Kragnos. Skip. I'm sorry, he's just not worth it. He's back up again. He's 720 points.
Oh my god.
He's not worth it. I wish he was, but he's not. That's what it boils down to.
I think the only list I could see him in is a Bonesplittaz list because they don't have anything else to fill that role really.
Right.
Rogue Idol doesn't punch hard enough and is not good enough without save stacking.
they missed from the old book.
Mm.
So yeah, I think like the one list that I would consider with Bonesplittaz, which I still think is probably only a 3-2, is a bunch of pigs and Kragnos, I think, and a Waaaggghhh.
There you go. Well, sorry, Craggy. Maybe next time. Okay. Speaking of, let's get to the. Let's round this out. We're in the home stretch, boys. I wanna end this sometime soon. We have officially gone longer than the Stormcast with.
I was talking about a big game.
Half the scrolls. Okay. But
you're a legend, man, for doing this with us and staying up so late.
Indeed, I know it's very late where Benjamin is. We got like.
The quality of my analysis is definitely suffering a little bit now.
That's all right. I saved the easiest part for last because there's the least to discuss with the Bonesplittaz. All right.
Yes.
Savage Big Stabbers. Go ahead. Go. Hit me.
Well, just before we get into it, 12 abilities were deleted. 12 unique abilities were deleted from scrolls. There's 10 scrolls. So some scrolls had 2 abilities deleted from them, which is all the flavor. Like, that's just a ridiculous amount of things to take away and not put almost anything in return.
Yeah, the problem with these guys is I'm all for the type of simplification I really support are weird mental taxing things that are like, do a thing here and then remember, or there's a complicated trigger and it sets up a thing for later and then you've got to come back and use it again. Sylvaneth was pretty horrible about this. Like, Sylvaneth, in various incarnations, have had lots of this sort of nonsense, where you had to remember all sorts of complex triggers of things happening here and then going there. That's the type of stuff I really don't like, because it's things that get forgotten. Anytime you've ever heard somebody go, oh wait, hold on, I forgot. Right? If you've ever heard that, it's because of an ability written like that, right? And but that's not what a lot of this was that was on them. It just feels like they took, I don't know what their goal was. I don't know that these guys are going to get squatted. I know that's a lot of everybody's prediction, is that this is like the first step on the road to squatting. I'm always reticent about that kind of prediction. I think that I don't know. These guys are probably around for many years at least. Maybe 4th edition, maybe 5th edition or something like that. They go away. Who knows? Or 4.0 or 5.0. But they definitely took way too heavy of a hand because they took out abilities that didn't need to go, that didn't have that kind of mental tax. Right?
Yeah.
Tomb King Tristan says, Benjamin, you're a Warhammer masochist. You stayed up till 3 a.m. to play him on TTS. So there you go.
I did.
All right. So Savage Big Stabbers, 4 wounds, 6 up save. And then when they're slain by an attack made with a melee weapon before this model is removed from play, you can pick 1 enemy unit within 3 inches and roll a die. Add 2 to that roll. If the enemy unit is a monster, on a 4+, the enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. They make 3 attacks, 3s, -2 damage. One of your only sources of rend in the army, and reinforcement hit these guys really hard. As has been pointed out, they come in a unit of 2 for 80 points. And they can only go to 4.
Charge.
Yep.
The abilities that they lost were run and charge.
Yep.
Which was obviously great and was not egregious in any way, really, I suppose. And they lost the ability to do extra damage to monsters. So I think they did extra D3 damage to monsters with the spears.
Yep.
In combat. They lost both of those as well.
Big hits.
It's dropped slightly, I think, but yeah, they dropped 20 points.
Yep.
But again, I think the scroll is just too vanilla without it. Like, they are, as you say, 2 models, 8 wounds, 6+ save, a 5-inch move. We've lost the ability to fly, so they can pre-game move. But yeah, I think you're just going to struggle to get them in. They're just so off.
Yep, agreed.
And you can't, like, I had a unit of those, a unit of 8, a Dutch GT, killed Archeon, a Keeper, and Celesk in 1 activation. which is maybe too powerful, but I mean it's just the ability to be able to do that much damage in a single turn by layering all the buffs, putting everything on them, souping them all up, sending them, flying them, double move and fly, or even triple fly. It's just completely changed. It's completely.
Yep.
So are these on the short list of takes or not, or your sense of list right now?
No, I don't. I don't think so. No.
Ah, that's amazing because I mean, yeah, they were one of the all-stars. Ah, okay.
Yeah, I just don't think. I don't think they work. Like me anyway.
It's then mainly it's the getting them delivered where they need to go.
Right, because it's just it's very hard to get them where you need to have them now. That's the problem. They easily get caught flat-footed by things that they don't want to get caught flat-footed by. Right, that's the problem. Savage Orc Morboys. They're more boys. So 2 wound 6 up save. These are the Morboy version. As I was saying, like you've got sort of these duplicates throughout. Like most of this army is made from one kit. It is the I will say, if they ever did get retired, wouldn't be a huge number of kits cut from the line. They're making most of this army out of one kit. So they're 3 attacks, 4s, 3s, no rend, 1 damage. So they have the same sort of, like, the way to think about this, they have the same sort of melee profile as our boys now, right? But very different save characteristic. They do add 1 to the attacks characteristic if they charged, and that is the end of their special rules, right? They do have built-in +1 to charge, which is cool, and they have the standard +1 to bravery. So they can make a lot of attacks.
Yeah, but then again, as soon as you past 10, they're only on a 1-inch range, so as soon as you go past 10, that you're not going to get many more of them in, and I mean, with a unit of 10, you might not even get the 10 in. So the extra attacks are tempting with, let's say Icebone. Obviously the attacks are proccing as well on 6s, exploding into 2 hits, and then in Icebone, you want to be throwing more dice to do more mortal wounds, but I just don't think you get enough of combat, and they lose a save point over the regular boys as well, who went to a 5+ save. So there is still ways of stacking saves in Splitters. When you start out on a 6+, you're only ever going to be a 5+ at best.
Right.
So.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I should mention here they are battle line in Drakfoot. So if you're, if that's your build to negate ward saves, they are another battle line option for you. 10 of them for 155 points. Okay, Savage Boarboy Maniacs. So the Boarboy Maniacs are 5 for 145. Effectively, they have the Morboy profile, right? 3 attacks on 4s, 3s, no rend, and then their little tusks and hooves are 3 attacks on 4s, 4s, no rend. You get the same roll of 1 to the attacks characteristic of this unit's Champas if the unit made a charge move in the same turn, and then the Tusker charge, you had 1 to hit rolls and wound rolls for attacks made with tusks and hooves if they made a charge move. So, on the obviously they want to be charging, at which point you go 4 attacks on the guy on top and 3 attacks at 3s and 3s, I apologize, for the boar. And they do as well have the +1 to charge built in. I assume you're probably a normal boar boy as opposed to the maniacs, right?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. I mean, just the 5+ save characteristic would make such a big difference. Yeah, because there's one source of there's only one source of it now. I think of +1 save. I think it's from the dance, but then obviously you've also got Mystic Shield. You've got all out defense. So the 5+ save got a much better chance of going on 4+ save and rolling against 1 or 2 rend, I think.
Sure.
And yeah, and they still get the same. They still get the Tuskar charge. They don't get the extra attack, but I think the most E damage is going to come from anyway. And they same on profiles because of the spell that gives extra rend.
Yep.
I think the other one slightly cheaper as well. I think they're 104.
Yeah, so the comparison, we'll get to them in just a second, but yeah, there's a pretty stark comparison here. So, okay, so the Savage Orruk Arrow Boys, 2 attacks with the Sting-a-Bow. The only way you get a bonus attack now is if you're in Bonegrinds, which I will say the Savage Orruk Arrow Boys they are battle line. They're conditional battle line in there, so at least there's that. But yeah, I mean, so then they would go to 3 attacks in that. And then if you're targeting a monster, your Sting-a-Bow has a rend of 1. So 10 of these for 145 points, battle line and Bonegrinds. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
a long way from the early doors of the Ruck and rolling like millions and millions and millions attacks.
Yeah, I'd say the only one thing in their face that all out attack, like you used to only be able to buff 1 unit when you multiple units. You had the spell that gave them +1 to hit, but you could only buff 1 unit, and when they were hitting on 5s, they're obviously just garbage then, regardless of how much you're getting. So all out attack does move the dial on them a little bit, because you can put that on 1 unit now, as well as the
right.
Oh no, because the spell actually you don't get it if you don't get the +1 to hit for shooting from the spell anymore. So you still can only do the +1 to hit, but at least you don't have to cast it. You can do it for free. So.
Sure, it's an automatic, which is better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, keep moving. The Warhammering Prophet. Oh, here's our new fun guy. All right. He's a build-around piece, so there you go. The Warhammering Prophet is 150 points. He is a double caster, which is fun, but he probably won't be doing that. So because of other reasons. He, at the start of the hero phase, instead of attempting to dispel an endless spell or cast any spells with his unit in that phase, you can pick 1 enemy unit within 12 inches of this unit that is visible to it and roll a die. On a 3+, that enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. If you wish, you can say this unit will continue staring at the enemy unit. If you do so, roll an additional die. On a 3+, the enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. On a 1-2, this unit suffers D6 mortal wounds. You can keep rolling until either the enemy unit is destroyed, or this unit is destroyed, or you try to stop, or you decide to stop. So, obviously, with the green totemies thingy, whatever it is, the little artifact that gives you a 4-up ward, effectively. Mm-hmm. This guy can stare pretty hard and just try to melt somebody. We should note this is at the start of the hero phase you make this choice, so you don't have the chance to like teleport him around or anything like that first, because it is a start of the hero phase ability. But it's a good thing. It does a lot of damage. Like the 4-up ward guy can stare real hard.
Yeah. Yeah, that has potential. Like, the threat of that alone is incredible. Like, that has the potential to spike and do... I mean, it can also just... but I think the threat of it is massive. I really do think that. Like, I think there was another guy in the chat who killed 20 Mortark in a turn with it. There was a guy who killed 10 Brutes and 6 Pigs over the course of a couple of turns as well. And there are others there as well. Yeah, if you stick the glow in, I think there's a good chance that people will just either completely avoid him, or once you finally get him into place, he should be killing whatever you put him against, really.
Yeah, he is a mortal wound machine gun, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, Savage Big Boss. The hilarity of taking 6 of these guys is not lost on me. Because after this unit has fought in the combat phase for the first time, you can pick 1 friendly Bonesplittaz unit that has not yet fought in that combat phase that's within 3 inches of an enemy unit, and that unit, and wholly within 12 of this unit, that unit fights immediately. And oh, the comedy of having 5 or 6 of these guys and just having them run forward like lunatics and then chain activate right in a row. Probably accomplishing not a huge amount, but they are 6 attacks on 3s, -1, 2 damage. They're not terrible.
Yeah, and they're 65 points. That is cheap.
Now we come to the magic. Yes, my friend. So the Mega Boss's profile is 140 points, right? He's only got 2 more attacks. Other than that, it's the same profile. right? 8 attacks on 3s, neg 1, 2 damage. This guy's 6. But this dude, I really like because he is 65 points.
What? Crazy.
Oh my god.
For that profile, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, that's a good attack profile on 65 points. I'm sorry, but it is.
Yeah. Like 4 of them is only 260. That's 24 attacks at 3s, -1 rend 2 damage. For 260 points, that's pretty good. And they're all attacking first as well.
Right. They just like, one gets in and then the other one's just like, yeah, boss, let's do this. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so you can like legitimately run 3 or 4 of these and have a comical thing happen for almost no points. I mean, if I told you a unit, right? So let's imagine the unit. Here we go. This is the unit, okay? The unit is 260 points, and the unit makes 24 attacks on 3s, neg 1 damage, 2 rend. Okay?
Yeah, that's a good unit.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like, yeah, that's a pretty decent unit. Right? So, I'm just saying, it's an option. It's not going to break the world, but it's not terrible.
That's true. Yeah.
I would also point out you can pull this trick in Big Wa where they could all be on 2s and 2s. Like your other heroes would be 1 War Chanta and 1 Prophet or whatever, 1 Wargog Prophet, obviously. So that way you're getting the full, the 2 points and the 1 point off the chart bonus. And probably one of those is your general. And then you just, they could eventually get up to the point where they're just running around like lunatics. Just 2s and 2s, making tons of attacks. So, it's fun. All right, Savage Orruks. The only thing that we just left, the only fun page left in this army, by the way. Savage Orruks and Savage Boarboys. The Orruks now. This is your base Orruk. These guys are obviously still battle line. They're 10 models for 165 points. They are still on a 5-up base save. You get +1 to wound rolls for attacks made by this unit if they made a charge move. So you go to potentially 4s and 2s or 4s and 3s, depending on your loadout. And which is not a bad bonus, by the way. Like +1 to wound on the charge is actually pretty good. They make a decent-ish number of attacks. They do still have +1 to charge built into them because they're a musician. And yeah, they're a lot of wounds. They're 20 wounds for 165 points. They're okay.
So in what world are these guys more points than Wardens? Mary Wardens.
I don't have an I do not have an explanation for you there, other than it's the wounds. It's because of the way their calculator calculates wounds.
Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it? As this book in particular seems to highlight that.
Yep.
We've got rippers.
With gut rippers in these guys. Yeah. It's because of how heavily their point calculator calculates wounds. Right? Not the yes, it takes into account the quality of the wounds, but they just assume there's a raw value to wounds, which isn't wrong, but I think they overweight it. That would be my argument.
Yeah. Like there was a point with horde discount bonuses when these guys used to be 330. That was like 60 wounds for an extra 40 wounds for an extra 135 points.
Right.
Used to be.
Yeah.
But I think what the one of the upsides of the army is the potential wound count, but I think at 165 points you can't run a unit of 30 of those anymore, like at all.
I understand, dear. Me going on about Warhammer for 5 hours would be white noise to my wife for sure. She just said I watch Warhammer Weekly when I need white noise. Savage Warboys. Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably the pick right now between the neg 2 rend spell, right? And just sort of the other capabilities. They also pair well with some of the other spells. They have a good move. Like, they pair well with the +1 to hit spell, blah, 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 thing of the Werebore or whatever as well. I just love how we randomly decided to insert werebores into this world. Okay, quick aside. What? There are wereboars in this world. Like, I know what wereboars are from D&D and love all of the lycanthropic creatures. I think like D&D has an amazing menagerie of wonderfully awesome lycanthropes, from wereboars and bears and rats and wolves and everything, and it's super fun, and I love all the different ones and their different alignments and goals. We don't even have werewolves in AOS, and you're gonna just jump to wereboar? Like, where's that at? Where's that army? Where's my wereboar transformers? But anyways, sorry, we blew past that, and I really feel like that was a like start pushing around that territory, GW. Let's get nuts. Okay. So, I mean, it took Magic almost 20 years to make about 20 years to make a lycanthrope related set, so you can do it too. Yeah, Boarboys, +1 to hit and wound for the with a Savage Sticka or Tusks and Hooves if this unit made a charge move. The Savage Sticka being the 2-inch range weapon that's on 4s and 4s. So the Champas basically have no sensible bonus other than the fact they don't need to charge, and they just 1 better to wound all the time. And they still have +1 to charge built in, and they have a 12-inch base move. Importantly, these guys are battle line in Icebone, which is really nice because they do generate a lot of attacks, hence a lot of potential for mortal wounds, right? So you're making 5 attacks per model. They're 5 for 140 as battle line, 5 attacks per model with 6s to wound going automatically to mortals, and then lots of chances to Wind Fury Totem them to more attacks, right? So, yeah.
So,
decent.
Boarboys, definitely sounds. So far I'm hearing Waaaggghhh Prophet, Boarboys, and maybe a couple spell
as
options.
Many of the 65-point bosses as you can fit in reasonably.
Maybe some bosses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, to back up overall, Benjamin, what do you think a competitive Bone Splitters list is going to look like right now? Is it just like going all like as many wounds as possible? Is it tons of Boarboys?
Yeah, I think it is. It's definitely Boarboys. I do think I would put Kragnos in there.
Okay.
If I was going to do an event.
Why not?
Just because, there's nothing else that comes close to filling his role. I don't really like the Rogue Idol in there anymore. But yeah, it would be. I would run 1, potentially 2 Waaaggghhs. I would be tempted now maybe to run 3 or 3, probably 3.
I know Peter was trying out a few. Yeah,
Savage Orc.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Plastic Crack. Yeah, he had multiple Waaaggghhh, Boarboys, and he actually had quite a few big stabbers in the list he was trying to. It didn't go all that well, but yeah.
Yes. Yeah, no, I would avoid the big stabbers. I think I'd put Kragnos in for the rend and the output potential, and then you'd just be clogging up the board with lots of boars.
And you go Icebone probably.
Yeah, I'd go Icebone, and
I
think that'd be it.
Yeah,
that's all you could afford. I mean, you could go 3-2 with that list, but
sure,
I think you'd struggle to do anything better than 3-2.
Yeah, it is sad that all the flavor that's been lost, because it was pretty clear that's why a lot of folks like you were playing it in the first place. And
yeah, it was a super technical army before, really technical. I mean, the no retreat was a big part of it. I think it was a big part of what made the army good.
Yeah.
I mean, still, even like in just in the monster GHP of the monster edition, the Monster Hunter army
becomes the not Monster Hunters. Yeah, it's the weirdest choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's get through these last couple scrolls, guys, before we hit 5 hours. Let's do this. Okay, here we go. I need to call it a night at some point. I love you both, but we gotta wrap this up. Okay. Maniac Weird Knob on the mount. He's your 1-cast wizard. He is on a mount, so he can take the non-monster mount traits, which is funny. On his little boar, he can go right around and take those little things. Like, he can do a fasten and actually, potentially reposition once a game. His Bone Spirit spell, casting value 7, range of 12. Pick 1 friendly Bonesplittaz unit wholly within range, invisible to the caster. To your next hero phase, add 1 to wound rolls for attacks made with melee weapons by that unit. So, decent enough buff, but hard to cast on a 7. And he has his little Tusker charge. And then the Wardock, our old friend, the Wardock, our little dancer, our private dancer, our dancer for money. Instead of casting, he's also a wizard, obviously, but instead of casting, he can attempt to do a dance. He can dance if you want to. He can leave all your friends behind and just he dances. So you can do, still has his 3 dances, which are all of, sort of, yeah, they're fine.
They're all they're just the same as they were.
Yeah.
Heal.
Yep.
An extra save.
Yep.
Or bonus to cast and unbind, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think these got any worse. It's a question of the larger synergies that are lost, right? And it's like, how much is this actually worth it now with what it is?
Yeah. You used to be able to do it as well as cast. So you used to be able to take the law spell and do that. And then even in the short interim between AOS 3 and book, he used to be a priest as well. So
he lost his priest keyword, yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people were running in with Curse, and I think Curse opens up Arrow Boys again, sorry, but without that, and with sacrificing the spell to be able to do the dances, he's just like, you just wouldn't put him in any list, I don't think, now.
Right,
and one thing that I really drove home into everyone in the Bonesplittaz chat, that you can't take Bonesplittaz to an event without at least 4 Wardocs. It was like a mandatory. I made everybody, like I turned everybody in that. Like you have to take 4 Wardocs in every list, because there was 4 spells, and you used to be able to stack the saves, so you could do more dances. Put multiple saves on. They were fantastic, and they used to be like 85 best value war scrolls in the game, like that. Like hands down, so much utility in that war scroll, and they were undercosted when they became priests and when they were able to take. They points, taking away their ability to cast and dance. Sometimes just cripples them, I think.
Yeah, they're only 80 points, and I'm not sure they're worth it. That's a real statement, right? Like boy, is that a statement. All right, and then lastly. Headraka, the Gob of Cork, our little, what's his name? This is the guy from Underworlds and his little mob. He's the only one I included in here. I didn't pull the Ironjawz guys. I skipped the Ironjawz guys, but here's my summation of them. They're both actually fine and good and can find places in your list, is my honest answer. I'm sorry I didn't pull in the scrolls. I didn't have them, but both of the Ironjawz ones are fine. So, there you go. I actually really, really like the Ardboys. If you already have 3 battle line, instead of using 5 regular Ardboys, I would use the Underworlds unit every time of the 4 Ardboys. They're way better, is my answer. I use them. I was very happy with them. They have their like a 5-up ward on one of their dudes, and they were just they're good. So Headraka is he is a double caster, which is it's cool. Where is this idiot at? There he is. He is 220 for him and his 3 boys. He is a double caster. He has -1 to be hit all the time because of his little mask. He can pick one enemy unit within 18 inches of this unit and visible to it until your next hero phase. Add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made by this unit that target that enemy unit. In addition, until your next hero phase, add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made by a friendly Headraka's mob unit. Okay. That could have been the best ability in the world if it was just add 1 to hit rolls for attacks that target that unit, but it is not. He has his little venomous bite, where he can push people to mortal wounds, and his spell is Bone Crusher. Casting value of 6 and a range of 24 inches. Pick 1 enemy unit within range, invisible to the caster. If that unit is within 6 inches of the caster, it suffers D6 mortals. If that unit is more than 6 inches, it suffers D3 mortals. If it's more than 12 inches away, it suffers 1 mortal. So, yep. He wants to have a little close-up spell, and the important part about his Mad Mob is they have a built-in bodyguard, so they 4-up ward him effectively. 7 wound, 5-up save, double caster for 220. Yep. He's
They're too expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And doesn't have a word mask, so.
Yeah, he doesn't have the actual Waaaggghhh mask. He doesn't have the Stary Hurt You mask.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like a lot of points. Yeah, when it doesn't have that.
Yeah. probably a bit too expensive for what in the end is 13 wounds. It's because he's a double caster. That's what he's paying for, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So there we go. That's it. We did it, gentlemen. We got there. That's the end of the day. All right. Well, for all of you out there who stayed with us for this marathon, oh my goodness, I can't believe, Tyler, only you could empower us to go longer than the Stormcast. You've done it again. You've done it again, sir. If you're staying with us, hit that like button. We really appreciate it. I know this was a long show. I like you for sticking around and watching. Thank you to everybody who's still here. Hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Benjamin, you're an absolute titan, a champion, a legend for staying with us for the full time, even though it's 3 a.m. where you are. So thank you, sir.
For anyone else, just YouTube.
Well, we deeply appreciate it. So thank you very much, everybody. Benjamin, we'll have you back again, probably when we're doing a normal show and not keeping you up until all hours of the morning. But you're welcome back again anytime. And...
Best I can do is 4 hours, Benjamin.
Best I can do. For all of you, thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate it. As always, we'll see you next Wednesday.